A woman in despair asks the man to stop, reminding him that this is her child. The man firmly holds the baby in his arms, and the hero thinks, maybe God is punishing him for longing for a different fate. The hero insists that this child has no place living with them, as she has no special abilities at all. The child recalls how she was left alone in the middle of a terrifying forest inhabited by demons. Goblins appear in the forest, and the child, frightened, loudly screams that she does not want to become their victim. The hero once again emphasizes that he absolutely does not want to become food for the goblins. True fear and despair sound in his voice, as these creatures scare him to the core. The girl asks in surprise, how can people be so cruel as to destroy each other? The woman gently soothes the girl, focusing her attention on the fact that every person's life is important. True care and sincerity can be heard in her voice. The woman sadly admits that leaving the child in the forest is the same as condemning her to death. True regret is heard in her words. The girl notices that despite all the difficulties, the baby looks very attractive and evokes sympathy. The heroes decided to return to the village of Dolorosa to make sure the child is safe. Everyone agrees with this, as they fully understand how important it is to protect the baby. 5 years have passed, and the hero admits he has already gotten used to living among the goblins. Now everything has changed, and he has fully adapted to the new life. The woman notices that Bellemus has gathered a whole pile of vegetables and sincerely wonders how he worked so hard. Bellemus explains that he only cuts the top of the nutritious stem because that is how the vegetables acquire a unique taste and become much tastier. Others notice the wound on the goblin's body and ask if he is all right. The hero admits that he got so caught up in the hunt that he didn't notice a huge boar chasing him from behind. Meanwhile, another goblin quietly mutters that out of fear, he lost all the hunted prey. Bellemus advises applying oak bark to the wound. It will help stop the bleeding. He also warns that with such an injury, the hero will not be able to walk for several days. The hero apologizes to Bellemus for not being able to bring food for everyone. He asks to wait a little and promises to try again to come up with something to solve the problem. The goblin says that Bellemus understands everything and truly has deep knowledge. He also mentions that the village elder used to call Bellemus outstanding, which shows that his abilities command respect and recognition among others. The younger sister promises to always help others. The woman notes that although Deliruzi is already 2 years older than Bellemus, he is not weaker at all. Even more surprisingly, they are equally smart, despite Bellemus being only 5 years old. The hero says that over the last 5 years of living in the village, he has witnessed many events, including various dangers for hunters. He adds that goblins are the weakest of all the monsters found in their forest. But these are not all the troubles. These difficulties are only a small part of what the villagers fight against every day. The hero points out that the straw huts here often fall apart under strong gusts of wind. Bellemus approaches a burly goblin and greets him, asking what he is busy with. The goblin replies that he is inspecting the huts in his area, checking if they are strong enough to withstand even strong winds. Bellemus assured that everything is under control and offered to help with building houses if needed. In response, the man said that it is useful for children to just play or train so that one day they can become as strong as he is. The girl recalls how, when she was sick, Bellemus brought her medicinal herbs. In response, he sincerely thanks her for the dragon fruit with which she repaid him. The girl shared that if you grind the dragon fruit into powder and drink it, then horns will start to grow much faster. This surprised everyone around. The grandfather even joked. People, he said, don't grow horns, they can only boast about their tails. Madero sincerely thanks Bellemus, but he only smiles and says that this is quite enough for him. The girl, however, promises to somehow repay the help differently. An old man joins the conversation, reminding everyone that they are one community and must support each other. The heroine exclaims in surprise, but with joy that Bellemus, it turns out, also belongs to their family. The hero sits next to a large stone and thinks, what does it really mean to be human? Bellemus stretches out his hands forward, and dazzling light bursts from his palms. It is immediately clear that he knows how to use magic or has extraordinary abilities. The boy says that he needs to regain his strength as soon as possible. He understands that, thanks to his knowledge, he will be able to easily improve this village. The hero solemnly declares that from now on, he will use his abilities for the benefit of all who have become family to him. He sincerely thanks for the support and promises to always help his community. De La Rosa asks what the bright object shining on the hero was. Bellemus smiles and admits that she saw everything and says, it was real magic. The boy shares that magic is a special power capable of creating amazing things. He frankly says how much he wants to learn to control it. De La Rosa also dreams of magic, but the hero explains that it is impossible for her. She does not know how to use magic because goblins, like her, have very weak magical power. To learn to cast spells, they first need to undergo evolution. Belamis explains that when an ordinary goblin becomes a hobgoblin, his magical power noticeably increases, and then he is already able to use it. But Belamis himself honestly admits that it does not matter much to him, although such a transformation really helps goblins survive better. The hero thought if everyone knew about evolution, it would bring a lot of benefits. However, he realized that before doing anything, he first needs to regain his strength. The girl openly admits that she is jealous and would also like to learn just like the other hero can. The boy honestly tells her that he is unable to help with that. De La Rosa asks why she is called Endurance. Belamis explains that true strength lies in patience. As an example, he cites King Ricardo, who, despite many defeats, was eventually able to build a great empire. The boy understands that something strange has happened and advises De La Rosa to find shelter. He decides to find out what is going on by himself. De La Rosa suggests to Belamis that she should be the one to hide, as she is the older sister. People insist on calling someone who understands this matter, or at least has some guesses about what is happening. They emphasize that it is very serious, and without special knowledge, it will not be possible to figure it out. Near the village gathered a group of giant and terrifying creatures that look threatening and as if they are about to attack people at any moment. But suddenly, one of these beings boldly steps forward and says that he will not allow any harm to the villagers. The village elder approaches the people and tries to calm everyone down. He confidently says that everything can be managed and holds a stick in his hands, which emphasizes his authority and experience. The village elder is curious about what exactly these strangers are looking for in their village. He emphasizes that he is the boss here and decides everything. Great King Rades declared that these lands are now under his rule. He ordered the people from every village to give him a portion of their food every week, otherwise they would not be allowed to remain living in their native place. King Radi warns the peasants, if they do not obey his order, serious problems will await them. One of the elders asks how much food they will have to give each week. The king orders to bring 10 sacks of meat every week. Tribal chiefs say they themselves may die of hunger, so the king orders Obrad to kill one of the opponents to show his confidence and strength. Rades chooses a little girl named Madero from among all the people. The girl decisively rejects this proposal, firmly stating that she will never agree to such a thing. The orc just laughed and said there was no point in shouting, since she still wouldn't understand the goblin language. One of the warriors apologizes, as he doesn't understand how to act. The enemies do not want to surrender. The commander angrily orders, both enemies must be killed. The heroine takes the girl's side, defending her, while Belamis uses the rock barrage technique to repel the opponent's attack. His bravery surprises and captivates everyone who sees it. The enemy is struck, and stones scatter all around him in every direction. The hero, with a determined look and fury in his voice, says he will not allow anyone to harm his family. He assures that everyone who tries will face deserved punishment. For the sake of protecting his loved ones, he will go to any lengths. Other goblins ponder what happened and suspect some magic is involved. Bella, with a serious expression, addresses Mama and Madero, urging them to be careful and emphasizing how dangerous this could be. The young man asks to be believed and promises that everything will end well. Rades addresses Belamis, emphasizing that he is an ordinary person, although he himself does not understand how he ended up with the goblins. The orc shouts furiously that the enemy will regret their boldness in opposing them. The enemy stands in complete astonishment, not believing his eyes. He did not expect such a sudden attack and could not imagine that the hero possessed such incredible strength. The hero says that magic is needed not only for spells. With its help, one can become stronger or protect oneself. Belamis admits that he is currently using only 1/10 of his true power, although even this is enough to amaze everyone around with his incredible might. His opponent again cannot hide his surprise and confusion, as such power seems simply unbelievable to him. The hero confidently says that the enemy's attempts are in vain. His determination and strong belief in his own strength clearly show that he will not give up and will fight to the last. The boy stands confidently and without fear, firmly declaring that defeat does not threaten him. In his eyes, one can see true faith in his own strength. Belamis attacks the enemy with his powerful move, Arrow of Light, and hits the target precisely. The hero delivers a strong blow, and the enemy falls to the ground with a noise. Other characters stop and look in surprise. They cannot believe that their leader was defeated so easily. One of the orcs notices that the victor turned out to be a simple human child, and unable to contain his astonishment, shouts this out loud. His words shock everyone who watched the battle. One of the characters notices that a creepy atmosphere surrounds the hero, completely unlike the one their boss has. He finds it hard to believe that the boy, still so young, is capable of radiating such extraordinary power. The orc remarks that Bellemus reminds him of a dragon, just as strong and unstoppable in his actions. Bellemus realizes that he could easily defeat all the other orcs but is in no hurry to do so. He decides that it is better to let the enemies go now, this way there will be no threat. However, Bellemus understands. If the orcs return stronger, then this could become a real problem. Orcs recognize only strength. They always humiliate and insult the weaker ones and fear the stronger ones. One hero tells that he defeated the orc leader. Bellemus announced that from now on he will become their new chief. He asked to be treated with respect and helped in work. The orcs at first look at the hero with surprise and suspicion when he says that from now on he will be their new leader. They ask again if he really wants them to become his subordinates. The hero asks if there are any among them who object. However, in the end, all the orcs agree and recognize him as their leader. The hero says that when the work is finished, everyone will go home. If help is needed, he will definitely call. Bellemus warns that even if he is not nearby, he can easily find them using his magic. The orcs shout joyfully, honoring Bellemus as their new leader. The mother asks in surprise why he acted so recklessly. Her heart is filled with anxiety for her son. Bellemus admits that he acted imprudently, but truly believed he could win. She agrees with him, although in her soul she feels a slight pang of conscience. The boy asks his mother to forgive him for all the difficulties he caused her. He sincerely thanks her for her love, support, and care. The elder addresses Ares with a request to forgive him, emphasizing that it was Bellemus who became the savior for everyone. At this moment, everyone around joyfully exclaims and suggests celebrating the victory, sincerely thanking Bellemus for his courage and help. Bellemus transforms into a true hero. Everyone around lifts him up, thanks him with admiration, and sincerely calls him their savior. Ares speaks gently to Bellemus, showing how much she values and respects him. Pride and true love shine in her eyes. The heroes understand that all events and their meeting were predetermined by fate. Nothing happened by chance. Dolorosa, with slight sadness, reminds Bellemus of his promise to teach her magic, noting that he still has not done so. The hero confidently says that after his deed, everyone will want to learn the art of evolution. However, he decides not to wait and becomes their teacher himself. The goblin joyfully calls his father to show him his results. He proudly demonstrates the achievements and notes that everyone successfully evolved, so the experiment went as well as possible. The hero notices another important thing. Demons differ from ordinary creatures in that they can develop and become stronger. He explains that this happens when a demon absorbs special monsters, and thanks to this, he changes himself. Bellemus notices that after all the changes, the village's defense has significantly strengthened. He says this is only the beginning of their joint work for the safety of every inhabitant. The hero assures that he will apply his knowledge and magic to make the village stronger and protected for every resident. The elder raises the topic of the recent orc attack, emphasizing that this issue must be discussed. The grandfather addresses Bellemus and sincerely thanks him for his help and support during the attack. He frankly admits that without Bellemus, there would have been many more casualties. The elder asked Bellemus to teach the villagers magic, explaining that magical skills are very important here to survive in the wild. The elder explains that when he observed Bellemus, he realized that magic is very important for the safety of their village. He encourages the leader and asks him not to lose faith in himself and not to give up. Belima agrees to teach everyone magic. This way he can repay those who once helped him on his own. The hero confidently announces that the time has come to start the magic lesson for everyone present. He stands on a wooden stump and prepares to conduct the class. The children eagerly ask if they will be able to learn magic. Their eyes shine with joy, and inside there is excitement and anticipation of new discoveries. Aressa apologized for being late, explaining that she was very worried all night and barely slept. Her tired appearance immediately aroused sympathy in everyone around. The hero begins the magic training, explaining that first one should thoroughly learn the basics and only then take on complex spells. The hero demonstrates how light magic works, showing a simple trick and a basic magical formula. The heroes sincerely rejoice and admire when they see the main hero's abilities. They support him with loud cheers. However, Bellemus calls on everyone to calm down and reminds them that now they need to stay focused. He explains that to control magic, it is enough to imagine that you are pressing a switch and the light turns on in the room. The hero says that when you manage to imagine the appearance of light, just say the word light. Some heroes get so nervous that it is difficult for them to concentrate and control magic. Because of this, they get upset because they cannot achieve exactly the result they want. The main hero calmed everyone down and said that nothing extraordinary happened. No one has yet mastered magic on the first try. De La Rosa grumbles discontentedly that magic is too boring for her and takes a lot of energy. The hero smiles and reminds her that she herself wanted to learn to cast spells. The girl demonstrates her new power. She confidently lifts stones, and a real stone storm rises around her. Her movements are full of determination, and it is clear that she has become much stronger. The goblins exclaim with surprise that she is so good at magic. The hero notes that the girl just used a simple spell that he has not yet shown her. The girl admits in response, she just wanted to try and learned it herself. De La Rosa admitted that she had once seen another hero use this technique, so she decided to try to do the same. The main heroine confidently says that this time she will try a different magical technique. She decides to use an arrow of light, which greatly surprises everyone present. Belamis notices that he used a lot of magical power when creating the light arrow. This shows how powerful and dangerous this magic is. Other people see that because of this, their village could explode at any moment. Other characters do not hide their envy of her success and admit that she is truly talented. The main hero sincerely rejoices for her and is proud of how much she has achieved, especially that she has conquered the highest level. Eressa sees lightning bolts flying around. Although there is no magic, everything turns into complete chaos. She shouts confusedly and angrily, not understanding what is happening around her. The woman apologizes for her child making a mess. The goblin says there is no point in asking him to build a house using magic. He assures everyone that he has the situation under control and everything is going as it should. Belamis confidently says he is ready to get to work and promises to show everyone what he can achieve as a carpenter. The orc gives the order to immediately destroy all the buildings because he believes that everything must start from scratch. He is convinced this is the only way for the village to become better and grow in the future. Belamis supported the chief's idea and added that the settlement should be developed. He admitted that he dreams that one day they will all live here together, like one big family, under one roof. De La Rosa angrily demands that both the mother and Madero apologize to her. Her face shows how outraged she is by everything that happened. In her words, it is clear she is not going to forgive anyone. The orc does not understand the goblin language at all, and the girls decide that they do not need these apologies. The elder agrees that the village truly needs strengthening, but he wonders how people can coexist with the orcs. He emphasizes that the decision must be well considered and safe for every resident. The strongest goblin urges everyone not to panic, as the heroes are under his control. The hero skillfully demonstrates his magical abilities. Right before everyone's eyes, he creates a magical house. The onlookers do not hide their amazement and admiration for his talent. Belamis utters magical words, and before their eyes the cubes assemble themselves into the walls and roof of a new house. He explains in detail how this dwelling is created, emphasizing that every step has its own logic, and that this method is very fast and convenient. Finally, the construction of the stone house is completed, and the main heroine proudly announces to everyone that they now have a sturdy home. Everyone around is happy and sincerely proud of what they have achieved together. Other villagers admire Delaras, noting her special talent and magical abilities. Everyone sincerely acknowledges her skill is impressive, and thanks to her abilities, the village quickly flourishes. The girl noticed that the spell stopped working precisely because of this. The hero explained to her, the main problem with this spell is that it requires a lot of magical energy. Belamis explained that one talent is not enough for De La Rosa's success. He emphasized that real results are only possible when a person works hard. Several heroes began discussing which exact materials they had brought with them at the main hero's request. The girls exchanged surprised glances, as they had no idea what was being talked about. De La Rosa sincerely wonders why neither she nor her mother understands the orc language at all, while Bella speaks it fluently, though she makes mistakes. To De La Rosa, this seems like a real mystery. The orc warns the youth that this difficult task should only be performed by adults because it is very dangerous around now. She states that she does not understand the orc's language at all and insists on banning its use. The girl is clearly angry and does not hide her irritation. York thinks that the girl supports him and wants to help, while De La Rosa is sure that Orca betrayed her. The orc thanks the girl for her help. She is a little shy, feels unusual, but is still ready to support him again. The heroine sees a plaque with the inscription, "Memorial Board of my late father." At that moment, she immediately realizes how much it means to her. The girl firmly asks to return her badge, explaining that she once promised it and now wants to take her thing back. De La Rosa does not restrain her emotions. She is outraged. insisting that it is her thing, and demands to have it returned to her immediately. Her determination and fiery tone make it clear how important this thing is to her. Several people approach the girl and try to calm her down. They quietly ask her not to scream and not to attract unnecessary attention. The orcs are surprised when they see the girl start attacking them. They look dissatisfied and confused. One of them suggests killing the girl, but the others stop him, emphasizing that they must act only on Belemis's orders. The older man inquired what had happened. It was important for him to understand what caused the quarrel, and he sincerely wanted to help find a solution to this problem. The girl said that this toy was her father's favorite thing. She confessed with sadness and regret that she was to blame for what happened. The hero admits that there is currently a lack of trust between them, but asks to be given a chance and to listen to what he wants to say. Belemis notes that the village flourished precisely thanks to the support of the orcs. He emphasizes how important it is for everyone to help each other and stick together, working side by side. The heroes study the crystal with interest, which continues to shine brightly, although it has long ceased to receive any light. Such a marvel astonishes everyone who sees it. Bel reminds everyone how important it is to cherish this moment and always remember it. He emphasizes that the memories of what they have achieved together hold special value. The hero demonstrates his magical abilities by summoning glowing stones in his hands. He explains that he came across these stones in a cave while hunting spiders. His story captivates everyone around, and all marvel at what they see. A wooden plaque with handprints hangs on the wall. It is a reminder of something important and valuable. The heroine cannot contain her joy and shouts loudly, as this item holds special meaning for her. The orc admits that he could not even imagine how important this thing was to the heroine. He sincerely apologizes because he understands that his actions could have unintentionally caused her pain. The other characters understood that a misunderstanding had occurred due to the language difference. They calmly explained why the sign was so important and why it could not be damaged. The elder notes that such a thing happened for the first time in his life, and he never even imagined he could witness something like this. He sincerely marvels and admires how they managed to find a common language, even though they spoke completely different words. Orcs grumble discontentedly that they do not have enough food. They persistently ask to bring more provisions because they are still hungry. The goblins anxiously reminded that they could die of hunger, as they had previously agreed to share food equally, but the orcs confidently insisted that they needed more food than the goblins. Belemis addresses the leader with a request to calm down. He tries to ease the tension in the situation and immediately offers his solution to the problem. The hero assures everyone that very soon the food problem will be solved, so he asks to wait a little longer and be patient. He also says that he wants to help solve this problem. The leader thanks Belemis for the rescue and admits that the food shortage is probably related to the orcs. The hero confidently says that from now on he will work as a farmer in their village. His determination is immediately noticeable, and he is ready to start the new task right away. The elder asks with surprise what agriculture is, as he has never heard of it before. His face shows genuine astonishment and confusion, because this idea is completely new to him. The heroes stopped, pondering what exactly they should find, as the success of their first crops depended on it. They decided that fruits would be best at the beginning of agriculture. The hero explains that agriculture is not magic, but a useful and important activity through which one can bring real benefit to people. The girl is enthusiastically interested in this occupation and gladly wants to join the work, openly showing her enthusiasm. The boy notices the berries that seem suitable for planting in the garden, but other characters warn him that these berries are actually poisonous, so it is important to carefully check the plants and be cautious in choosing. Arisa greets the children and notes that they have already chosen good plants to grow. She also sees that the children are tired but cannot help but rejoice at how much useful work they have already done. The girl suddenly recognizes the melons and exclaims excitedly how delicious they look. The woman smiles in response, confirming her words, and recalls that Belemis is confident in a favorable outcome of the matter. They decide to wait for the news together. Orisa asks why he specifically wants to grow berries, as in her opinion, it might just be a waste. She advises turning to other plants that, in her view, will bring more benefit. The young hero first suggests plowing the land, emphasizing that the field must be ready for sowing first. He stresses that he can start work right now. Belemis uses earth magic and sends underground waves to make the soil more fertile. The hero notices a small cloud and gently calls it Little Cloud. Now he is preparing for the next step to start watering. The rain started, but the heroes immediately notice that it falls only on the field. This is a sign that strong magic is at work here. The hero explains that this method allows for evenly watering the entire garden. He warns, the magical water is dangerous to drink because it contains poison. One of the heroines asked Belamis what he was thinking when he suggested watering the poisonous berries with poisonous water. Belamis replied that he was waiting for the harvest, thereby emphasizing his determination and readiness to act. The hero asks everyone to come in 2 weeks, emphasizing that now they need to act together and carefully consider their next steps. Friends notice that it is already evening, so everyone gathers together to sit at the table and enjoy a delicious dinner. Aressa looks surprised as De La Rosa suddenly begins to eat the berries greedily. Her face shows that she is both confused and impressed by such behavior. She stopped De La Rosa and warned him that these berries are very poisonous and must be spat out immediately. Everyone around was very worried about her safety. Rosa is savoring the juicy berries, enjoying their taste and suspecting nothing at all. She gladly takes another handful and continues eating. She asks with surprise why she feels nothing, not trusting her own sensations. Ares reassures her, saying that De La Rosa is fine. After she ate the berries, no negative consequences occurred. The heroine exclaims with joy that the melons are incredibly tasty and enthusiastically shares her impressions of their flavor. Other heroes immediately notice how ripe and sweet these melons are and do not hide their amazement at their exquisite taste. Belamo explains that if poisonous plants are watered with magical water, they will cease to be dangerous. The heroine sincerely admires Belamis for coming up with the idea to use magical water to get rid of poisonous plants. She admits that hardly anyone else could have thought of such a method. The orc notes that the non-Essi have no idea about their plan to start a rebellion. He emphasizes, everything depends only on them, so the best time to act is at night when everyone is sound asleep. The orc speaks before everyone and asks them to listen carefully to every word. He confidently says that only the hippos can resist them. The villain notices that without magic he remains just like all other people. He adds that Belamis can defend himself only thanks to his spells, and when he sleeps, he is completely helpless because he cannot use magic. The hero says that even if they are caught, they are still ready to do anything for freedom. This shows how determined and resolved they are to fight to the end. The old man confidently says that for the sake of his people he is not afraid of death and will meet it with honor, demonstrating courage and true devotion. Maluna shines with joy. She noticed her favorite fruits and cannot hide the delight on her face. The orc declares with determination and anger that from now on he will no longer obey anyone. Belima suddenly appears and begins to cast spells with such skill that everyone around is amazed by his incredible power. One of the heroes notices that the main hero's body has become stronger. He guesses he is using a spell to strengthen his body. The orcs gathered together and decided to attack Belamuse. They acted as one team, helping each other and hoping to defeat the enemy together. The hero summons a strong flash of light, blinding his opponents. His attack immediately demonstrates true mastery and unbreakable strength in battle. The orc firmly states that they have no other choice. Belimus asks in surprise why they are doing this, since the harvest in the fields has long been ripe. The orc chief explained that it is not about food at all. He emphasized that the hero still does not understand the real reason behind everything that is happening. The hero suddenly uses a powerful spell and creates a real cannon made of water. His actions impress everyone present, causing surprise and shock. The enemy writhes in pain, clutching his throat with his hands. He is suffocating and vainly trying to breathe, as the magic has deprived him of the ability to breathe. The hero sarcastically says that someone would be interested in the story of an orc who managed to drown right on land, truly a funny death. However, he immediately warns that it is time for the enemies to surrender, because for them everything is much more serious than it seems. York admits that he behaved recklessly and adds, they were defeated very easily, almost without harming any of them. Heroes admit their defeat and emphasize that it is hard to call it a real fight. Bellamis recalled the stories he had previously told Rady and once again stressed how important they are. He also noted that orcs very rarely dare to challenge a power they consider greater than their own. The orcs sadly recounted their mistakes, confessing that they could not have acted otherwise. The hero emphasizes, even if they have a house and food, they will still need many things that simply cannot be found in their village. Here come our girls already. The young hero asks with surprise which girls are being referred to. The hero reflects, the situation with the orcs turned out to be much more dangerous than he had previously imagined. He feels that it is time to weigh whether it is worth risking his life for this cause. Belimus is fully aware of how happy the moment is, falling asleep next to the one you love, showing your tenderness and care. To let others feel this warmth, the hero decides to help them find girls. The young man addresses Barbara with a request to lead him to the orc village. He hopes to resolve some misunderstanding or carry out an important mission. The hero gladly notes that he really likes this approach. This is exactly how it should be. The orc nods in response, showing that this is completely normal and right. Belimus asked why there are no women among them. The orc explained that Rady takes only the strongest warriors into the squad, and in his opinion, women are not suitable for this. Therefore, from time to time, they invite women from other villages. The man is somehow confident about the location of this place, even though he has never seen it. He is convinced that it is there they will find what they are looking for. Heroes arrive at the village Veronica. Immediately, unusual features of this place catch their eyes, and the name of the village especially interests each of them. A local resident sees the hero and, frowning, warns him, "If you value your life, it's better to leave here." The atmosphere around becomes tense, as if anxiety hangs in the air. The orc confidently nods, confirming that this man is their friend. One of the guards asks in surprise if he is really human and if the orc is joking. The hero asks to wait a little because he wants to talk with the village head. He speaks confidently, making it clear that this conversation is very important to him. The orcs notice that Belimus respects the elder orcs and can speak their language. They were surprised as it became clear Belimus really knows their language well. The hero said that he learned the orc language precisely to make another friend among them. The orc became interested and asked how old the hero was, to which he calmly replied, 5. The village head Radel meets the guests with special solemnity. His stern appearance clearly shows an important conversation and serious discussion of matters await everyone ahead. The village chief looks remarkably similar to Rad's, and the orc himself notices this. The hero also notes that the leader is very sturdy in build. The hero's name is Belimus. He says that he wanted to learn the orc language because he respects their love of strength. For Belimus, it is a great honor to meet the orcs. Belimus says he can immediately show how strong he is if needed. His confidence surprises everyone present. The orc chief Riddle admits that he likes the human hero, who understands the orc language. He also notes that humans are actually quite strange creatures. The hero says that no girls live in the orc village, so the locals really lack female presence. He wonders if there is anyone here who would like to move to live in this village. Riddle agrees and adds that he does not mind if someone else wants to join. Due to the war in the neighboring village, many orc men died, so there are very few of them left now. The orc thanked the warlord, and the heroes set off again to find what they were looking for. The hero suddenly notices that there is not a single girl visible in this village, and this causes him surprise. Bellomist hardly notices women, as they look very similar to orc men, and it is very difficult to distinguish them. The orc approaches the girls and suggests spending some time together. One of the women says in surprise that she is seeing him for the first time and notes that he appeared very unexpectedly. The orc invites the women to go with him, but they immediately refuse. The girl confidently says that she prefers to remain alone and even die in solitude rather than live next to such people. Belimus also points out that the orc behaves too insistently. He advises him to be more careful and act more cunningly, explaining that girls can be easily enchanted with pleasant words. The orc looks at the girl with admiration and is captivated by her beauty. He compares her eyes to the sun slowly setting behind the sea horizon. His voice reveals genuine admiration and sincere wonder. After one more refusal, the orc firmly says he does not want to hear anything else. The boy hero apologizes and admits that nothing can be changed by force here. He decides to do nothing more and simply return home. Belimus will come up with a new plan so that the orcs can change for the better and continue to develop. York asked, "What is everyone's self-improvement plan?" Her friends just looked at each other in surprise. None of them even knew what she meant. Belimus explains that in order for the village girls from Veronica to notice you, you first need to become an extraordinary personality yourself, and only then invite them to you. A group of heroes sets off to the forest near the village of Veronica. Their task is to find the burrows of the blue rats. Some ask in surprise why they need to go to the village of Veronica if it's not about the girls. One of the heroes suggests the boss go with them. The hero comes across a burrow where the blue rats live and says they need to catch about 50 of these creatures. The orc said that the rats might be needed, but they themselves will not come out of their burrows. The hero decided to use magic. He created a water cannon to drive the blue rats out of their shelters. Belimus enthusiastically gives the command. The rats are already approaching, and indeed, they suddenly emerge, so the hero instantly says to attack them. The hero warns everyone to close their eyes because he is going to use a light attack. This shows his determination and ability to use any techniques to achieve the goal. Using magic, the boy notices that the collected rats are enough for their purposes. One of the heroes wonders why people even eat these blue rats, since they are small and very smelly. Bellamus asks in surprise if these guys really want to remain losers for the girls. The hero asks the orcs what exactly Veronica has that they don't. Barbara replies that there are enough beautiful women in their tribe, but that's not at all what the hero hoped to find out. Belima says that the orcs from that village were much bigger than them. He emphasizes that for orcs the most important thing is strength. That is why girls from the neighboring village always choose the strongest and toughest orcs, the hero explains. For an ordinary orc to become a higher orc, he needs to eat blue rats. He notes that near the village of Veronica, blue rats swarm everywhere. They are the ones who help the orcs become stronger. He suggests also eating these rats to gain new abilities. However, the young boy warns. Once you undergo evolution, you cannot go back. The orcs gathered around the table and discussed food. One of them boldly said that for the sake of girls he could eat anything. Bellamus replied that there is no need to worry, everything will be fine tomorrow. One of the orcs tells his leader Radel that the man who came yesterday brought a whole group of orcs with him. Hearing this news, all present cannot hide their surprise at such an unexpected turn of events. The orcs show true determination and are ready to act. This is no time for jokes. Their posture and facial expressions clearly show that they are very serious. Finally, he felt relief for his girls because the new orcs proved that they are true fighters. Now the hero believes they are capable of protecting the village. The orcs immediately swore allegiance to Bellamus, openly showing their desire to help. They sincerely want to become reliable assistants so that peace and prosperity reign in the settlement. The heroes brought the orc women to the goblin settlement. Feeling tired, Bellamus asked Barbara to show the guests the village instead of him. The orcs are delighted with their new leader. An experienced man teaches the orcs to speak the goblin language. The hero reflects that it would be easier to communicate if they and the orcs understood each other better. Therefore, he suggests teaching the orcs to speak the goblin language. He notices that they have already managed to understand the orcs and learn that they are actually not as scary as they seemed at first. The young hero sees that his mother's dress is torn. He asks in surprise what happened to her and looks closely at her appearance. Mother explains that the leather clothing tore. After evolution, it tore more than once, so now it cannot be worn at all. Other goblins admit that they would like to sew new clothes for themselves, but working with large hides is very difficult for them. One of the goblins admits that he decided to hide behind special equipment. The hero confidently says that everything here is already finished, and now it's time to head to the city, to the people. His words greatly surprise everyone present. Other characters angrily ask the hero if he really decided to leave them. They beg him to stay, as his presence is extremely important to them. Recently she admitted that she always believed it is better for him to be among people because he is like them. She said that for his happiness, no one will limit the true hero. Dolorosa could not hold back tears upon learning that Bellamus is leaving them. Then one of her friends approached her, gently hugged her, and said that it is better to see Bellamus off with a smile rather than in tears. The hero says that he is going to the city only for new clothes and will return home immediately. He emphasizes that his family remains in the village, so he does not plan to stay long. Dolorosa also wants to set out on the journey with the hero. Aressa is worried because many do not trust goblins and treat them hostilely, so she warns about possible danger. Bellamus promised Dolorosa that one day he will definitely take her to the city. The hero approached Barbara to talk to her. He said that he is heading to the city and asked Barbara to look after the village while he is gone. Barbara promised that she would do everything to protect the settlement and take care of the girls. In response, the hero noted that he needs to learn to speak the goblin language. It will be easier to find common ground with them. The hero recalls how the leader told him about the shortest path to the city through the western forest of Ilia. He prepares to set out on the road, but suddenly feels that something is wrong around. Bellamus warns, very strong demons live in these parts, so it is really dangerous here. The hero bravely prepares for battle, showing courage and readiness to act immediately. He notices that the mithril armor is not just decoration, but reliable protection in combat. The hero uses his technique called Mulla Wave, and suddenly a powerful energy explosion sounds around. The boy confidently says that he can reach the city faster than he originally planned. His own actions give him faith, and the magic he used only strengthens this self-confidence. Bellamus pondered what to do next, feeling slightly confused. He honestly admits that he is used to life among wild goblins, and now he found himself in an unfamiliar place and completely without money. In such a situation, he does not know how to behave properly. The hero approached the guard and asked where he could sell the white flying thing he was holding. The guard looked at him with surprise and asked what this unusual thing was. Balamis adds that these threads probably have a magical nature. They are often used for teleportation. The guard apologizes and sincerely says that he does not understand magic very well. The hero points to the crystals with sharp needles and explains that these are the crystals he intends to sell. Confidence is heard in his voice. He knows exactly how valuable these amazing crystals are. The merchant asks in surprise what kind of junk was brought and says that he has no business with children. Balamis admits that he would still like to show this thing to one of the adults, but the man only sighs and says he has no time to mess with children, and this toy seems suspicious to him. The man initially wanted to send the hero back home because he was still very young, but as soon as Balamis took out his bullet, the man instantly changed his mind. The man exclaims in surprise when he learns that before him is real mithril and a thornworm. His face shows genuine admiration for this unexpected find. The boy hero explains that a mere acquaintance asked him to exchange items for money. He adds that if he had said he actually killed them himself, it could have caused a lot of noise. The man says it will cost at least $10,000. For such an amount, he adds, one could already build a house. Balamis wonders if the merchant can pay such a large sum. However, the man only smiles, reminding that the Guild of Seekers should not be underestimated, and immediately takes out 10,000 reins. The man offers to help, but the hero replies that he has his own magical threads. The young man thanks the man for his concern. Balamis recalls that in his past life magical threads were something ordinary, so he sincerely wonders why now no one even knows about them. Moreover, he notices that now Zell is no longer used here, and all calculations are made in reins. The hero notes that because of the magical threads, passers-by look back at him more and more often. However, even so, his clothes are not as strange as the goblin's attire, so he decides to first buy ordinary clothes for himself. Balamis enters the shop and asks the seller to help choose clothes, but the seller does not believe that the boy could have as much as 10,000 reins. The seller notices the hero and invites him to come closer. He offers to choose something from the clothes, and when he sees the wallet with money, he immediately becomes even friendlier and readily promises to help with the choice. Balamis admits that he is not well versed in modern fashion, so he asks the seller to choose something suitable for him. The seller smiles and promises to bring clothes of the right size. The seller thinks about which sizes would fit mages. Then he suggests the hero try on the clothes to see how they look on him. The hero puts on the new clothes and sees that they are a bit too large, but despite this, the clothes turn out to be comfortable, so the hero decides that this option suits him. The hero asks the seller to pick out more simple clothes for men and women of different ages. After shopping, he still has enough money left. Balamis says that theoretically, they can stay in the city for a few days. He also emphasizes that they need to look for good weapons and grain for sowing in the village. After a few days, the goblin began to tease the orc, throwing biting words and insults at him. Other characters watch in surprise at what is happening. Some of them are already ready to intervene and clarify the situation. The lady says that the orc does not want to learn anything from such lower creatures as goblins. Others were so surprised by these words that they made him repeat them again. The hero apologizes to the goblins, admitting that he is guilty before them. The heroes gathered together and began to talk about how the orcs no longer even remember whose land they live on. The girl notices that the orcs still look down on them, even despite the apology. She sadly realizes that this has not improved their relations at all. The elder notices that this situation has only intensified disputes among everyone. Disappointment and genuine surprise are read on his face. A strange cloud quietly approaches the settlement and senses that a great sage lives here. This person perceives the main hero as an enemy and believes that he must answer for everything he has done. The girl gently hugs her friend, openly tells her about her experiences, and then peacefully falls asleep right in her warm embrace. Suddenly, Ares and De La Rosa wake up, hearing a loud rumble from behind the walls. The heroine asks with surprise and anxiety what happened. She notices that someone new has suddenly appeared nearby, which worries her even more and makes her wonder what is going on. A terrible monster suddenly bursts out of the building, and its appearance instantly terrifies all the heroes. Its formidable posture and evil gaze immediately fill everything around with tension and anxiety. The other heroes stand stunned and confused. No one can figure out where this monster came from. Without losing a minute, they all start acting together, calling each other and hastily running to the chieftain's house to hide under his protection. The elder emphasizes that there is very little time, so they need to quickly decide what to do. He asks the heroes whether they will flee or stay and fight. The heroes decide to stay and defend the village because Balamis has helped them many times. They know, if they die, Balamis will only be saddened by it. Erida reminds everyone that they have long trained their magic to prepare for this important moment. She urges them not to give up but to use all their strength in battle. The elder emphasizes that only together with the orcs can they count on a true victory. The union of forces gives hope and shows how important it is to support each other. Diam notices that the orcs have already fled, so the situation has changed. He also says that they have always considered the orcs worthless. The orc hastily urges Barbara to flee, stressing that they need to save the settlement because the walls have almost fallen. York notes that the goblins have already left all their belongings and fled. He thinks that even Lord Belamis will not be angry this time. One of the heroes says that risking for the goblin village makes no sense because this place is alien to them. His opinion surprises all the others. The hero notices that the leader has always been timid, and even now it is visible. Barbara does not hide her fear, openly says she is afraid, but at the same time perfectly understands the great responsibility resting on him at this moment. Barbara reminds that Mr. Belamis has always been fair and supported everyone, regardless of who was before him. She especially emphasizes his strength and importance to all around. He admits that he gave his beloved to Radis because he himself was very afraid and often fled from battle. Barbara says that these people do not deserve to be called orcs, especially the men. She sharply points out their flaws and weakness. Other orcs saw how their comrades joined Barbara to help defend the village. They did not expect this and were very surprised. A pack of orcs gathered together, their eyes blazing with determination, and they were already ready to launch an attack. The Orkies loudly called Cyclops and directly said that they see their enemy in him. Orkiro grits his teeth to hold back a scream of pain. Every movement is made with great effort, his face distorted by exhaustion and pain. It seems he is seriously wounded. The orcs gathered in a group and barely carried the heavy load, barely holding on from exhaustion. The Cyclops with a fierce grimace lunges forward, surprising everyone with his uncontrollable rage. But suddenly stones fly at him, hitting him right in the face and causing not only him, but also those around to be bewildered. De La Rosa suggests using magic to overcome the giant creature. The heroes decide to flee the village as the threat grows closer and everyone needs to escape. Dam joins with Erida to move faster, but suddenly the girl stops them and asks to wait a little. One of the orcs decisively declared that he would defend the village himself. He showed his courage and firmly promised to protect the native lands. Vrita shyly admits that she was sure. The orcs had long disappeared, however, they still remain here. She addresses her friends and emphasizes that this moment is very important. Only together can they get through all the trials. The orcs do not hide their superiority. They loudly threaten the enemies and are quite sure that victory is theirs. Now, having strong allies, the orcs feel safe and confident that they can count on their support. The Cyclops suddenly receives a strong blow right in the face. Other heroes immediately notice that this giant is not as simple as he seems. They understand everything is becoming more dangerous, and if this enemy is not stopped, trouble is inevitable. De La Rosa calls upon the magic of light, and a bright glow instantly flares around her. Everyone immediately pays attention to her. The heroes, gathering all their strength, order to direct the last reserves of magical energy straight to the monster's head. They understand that this is their last chance to defeat the enemy. The creature does not stop its attacks, but the heroes persistently do everything possible to defeat the enemy and subdue him. The orc hero confidently shows his power and unwavering will, emphasizing that their village should not be underestimated. His determination impresses others and earns their respect. The heroes sincerely rejoice in their victory. They celebrate, laugh, and hug each other after the hard battle. On their faces is visible true relief and triumph, as they manage to overcome the enemy and feel like true victors again. The demon admits that he was wrong and thanks the orcs for their help. He honestly says that without the orcs' support, the village would indeed have faced great danger, so he sincerely expresses his gratitude. Barbar explains that for people from the village it is quite normal to defend their home. They are confident, there is no need to apologize or thank for support, as it is their sacred duty. One of the orcs admits that he used to look down on goblins, but now he understands that they deserve respect. He notes that orcs and goblins can live together in this village without problems. The elder hero acknowledges that victory in battle was only possible thanks to their unity. He emphasizes how important it is to remain a single team and support each other in difficult times. The heroes agreed to live together in the village, help each other, and create a common home where peace and harmony will reign. They sincerely admitted that they want to stay here as a whole company. Bella suddenly notices that orcs and goblins behave unusually. They get along with each other, communicate lively, and even joke. Such a friendly atmosphere between these creatures causes him genuine surprise. Dolorosa tells how after the attack of a terrible monster the villagers united and became true friends. She emphasizes that now everything has changed. People live in harmony and understanding. The boy hero understands that the trials they went through were not in vain. Now different races have begun to treat each other with more respect and trust. Belness suggested gathering everyone together so that each could choose new clothes for themselves. Others gladly picked up this idea and enthusiastically began trying on different costumes. The heroine asks with a smile how the new dress suits her and happily notes that she really likes her own appearance. Barbar asks if it is possible to find clothes for them in the store, but the seller immediately says that they do not have the needed size. A strange figure laughs at the villagers, not believing that they actually managed to defeat the Cyclops. Bellemus watches with surprise as everything around begins to collapse. He only sighs and says that real changes await the settlement in the next year. The heroine gladly reports that the watering is finished and the work has been successfully completed. Bellemus said that he had planned in advance a trip to the cave in the northeast to obtain the Lightstone. However, when he saw a large number of demons there, he decided to take only a small group with him to complete the task. Dolorosa says that the village always keeps a stock of such stones. The hero adds that if you use the light stones for a whole month, they gradually lose their power. The heroine confidently says that she is the best suited to handle this task because she has both strength and determination. She emphasizes that in the village she is stronger than everyone except the main hero. Orcish admits that Dolorosa really possesses great power, especially recalling her clash with the Cyclops. She also notes that Dolorosa often practices magic in her free time and even hones simple spells that she previously did not like. The hero says that dark rabbits have appeared before them. He notices that these enemies are not strong and usually attack separately. One of the orcs looks at the enemies and says that they seem weaker even than the Cyclops. This only emphasizes how strongly the orcs believe in their victory. Delaro used magic and created a flaming ball that flew at great speed toward one of her opponents. The hero notes that ordinary magic was not so powerful before, but now its power has become significantly greater. He notices how Dolorosa uses the fireball and realizes that this is a sign of serious growth in her magical power. Others notice that in the fight with these rabbits no one was injured, therefore, the battle was successful. However, Dolorosa remained thoughtful. The boy hero explains that the best way to quickly become stronger in magic is to evolve into a goblin mage. He also notes that the girl heroine has already gathered enough magical energy for this. You will need to plant 10 shad spiders, and this incredibly surprises Dolorosa. The heroine learns with surprise that now she has to swallow as many as 10 spiders. She does not understand why this time such a large number, since before 3 spider legs were enough. The hero gently calms her and says that there is no need to eat everything at once. He advises tasting the dish slowly, in small portions. The girl understands that she must eat this, although the dish looks disgusting. She convinces herself that only this way can she become stronger. Bellemus thinks that forcing a child to eat a lot of spiders at once is too cruel, even if it is a punishment. He advises dividing the spiders into small portions and giving them gradually. Dolorosa firmly says, if it helps her grow, she is ready to eat anything. Belleman notes that the girl is determined. She milked her entire portion to the last crumb. The hero said that if Dolorosa eats 1 portion in the morning, afternoon, and evening, then in just 10 days he will be able to evolve. These words filled everyone around with hope and faith in success. Dolorosa gladly announces to everyone that she has become a goblin mage. She proudly shows that her transformation was successful. The heroine notices that her horn has grown and happily admires her renewed self. After a successful evolution, she feels a surge of new strength and is proud of herself. Young man, what has the main heroine planned? She looks confident and full of hope. This time she is convinced that everything will definitely succeed. Dolorosa says that she wants to build a magical house, even though they already have a home. Her unexpected decision surprises everyone present. The heroine admits that she wants to apologize for the day when she tried to build the house by herself. Bellemus reminded the heroine that she is still upset about what happened in her previous home, and Dolorosa dreams that Dane will love the new residence, as she really wants him to truly like it here. The boy hero looks at the building standing before him with surprise. He cannot shake the feeling that there is something unusual about its appearance. Bellemus shows a sketch of the future building and emphasizes that one needs to study architecture more deeply to do everything correctly. The boy hero thinks about where exactly to start his drawing. The girl asks in surprise what the boy has in mind and why he is behaving so strangely. He offers to become a model for the drawing, since his mother specially brought art supplies from the city so that he could occasionally take a break from his tasks. But the hero adds that it is not easy for him to sit still for a long time. Madero does not hesitate and immediately sits where she was told. She really wants to help, although she is noticeably nervous and a little shy. The girl admits that she feels a bit uncomfortable when someone looks at her attentively. The young hero explains that to draw a good picture, you first need to look carefully at what you are drawing. She admits that she is not very skilled at drawing, but notes that his works are truly impressive. Lewis shared how at one exhibition many people approached him wanting to shake his hand, and he barely managed to greet each one. He noted that the girl puts a piece of her soul into her drawings, even if she does not notice it herself. Then he suggested that they learn to draw together. The girl learns with surprise that the hero has already finished his work while they were talking. She asks him to review her painting and tell her what he thinks about it. The hero admits that he diligently tried to show all the character traits in his work, paying attention even to the smallest details. De La Rosa asks what was meant when she shows the drawing of Madero. Other heroes notice that the picture does not look like him at all. She also asks the hero if he can draw. The girl notes that his drawing very much resembles the buildings of Belamis, only with a slight difference. The boy hero looks surprised, not understanding what is being talked about. He stubbornly says that his drawings cannot be bad because he has been drawing as long as he can remember. The boy confidently asserts that the portrait is indeed Madero, but the girl doubts. She fears that sincerity might upset Belamis. The girl says that Belamis seems very confident, although deep down he considers himself a real fool. The hero recalls how in a past life everyone admired his paintings. Now he feels that he understands nothing and feels awkward. He begins to think, maybe earlier he was valued so much because he was truly an outstanding sage. One of the orcs noticed that Belamis looked somehow unusual and decided to ask if some trouble had happened or if they had been attacked. In response, Belamis takes out a drawing. It clearly shows the last spider, the very one the orcs had already heard about in stories. The hero decides to take drawing more seriously and carefully. Now he asks Barbara to be his model for a new portrait. Belamis pulls out another drawing depicting a little monkey and asks if it is really Barbara. The orcs themselves note, even Belamis sometimes has doubts. Another heroine expresses support for Belamis, noting his incredible talent for magic. In response, Belamis smiles and admits that he had not noticed such a simple and obvious moment. He lies on the ground, tired and dissatisfied. The main heroine angrily exclaims that she is already quite fed up with this situation. At that moment, the mother appears and asks what happened to Belamis. The main heroine sees that Belamis is upset because he cannot draw as well as he would like. She sympathizes with him and agrees that it is truly difficult. She says that this drawing is truly impressive. The girl admits that she does not consider herself an expert, but in her opinion, the drawing turned out quite good. The main heroine confesses that this drawing was made by her son and proudly shows how talented he is. Belamis was very happy when he found out that his drawing was liked by his own mother. The hero says that the defense of the village has become stronger, but somewhere deep in his heart he understands. There is one more important matter that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Mom calls Belamis to swim together with everyone, reminding him that today is their swimming day. She sincerely wants him to join too. Suddenly, the brave boy remembered that today they have swimming lessons. Belamis begins to build a magical house and starts with a modest structure. He explains that this is quite enough for the first time. He sees that no greenery has yet grown near the house, so he decides to plant plants to make the home cozier and calmer. Nabasha notices smoke rising from the Delera's house and says it seems suspicious to her. The main heroine notices a new wall she had not seen since the morning. Belamis relaxes in the hot bathhouse. The girls notice him and ask what he is doing here. The hero explains that a bath is necessary to always be clean. Moreover, hot water helps blood circulate better throughout the body. Other characters wonder if they can go to the bath together. Suddenly, Bella stops De La Rosa, reminding that everyone in the bathhouse must be without clothes. Belamis reminds, before entering the bath, one must thoroughly wash with warm water. This helps to stay clean and maintain hygiene. Madero feels uncomfortable when having to bathe together with others. Belamis advised Nabashi not to force Madero to bathe if she does not want to. The hero asks his interlocutor, "Do you remember what your first bath was like? How did you feel then?" De La Rosa recalls how Madero refused to swim with them in the river, but sometimes you can just relax in a hot bath that also brings pleasure. The girl admits that she was always afraid to take the first step. Even when she needed to change and become stronger by absorbing spiders, the fear still did not leave her. Madero, the main heroine, admits that during the Cyclops attack she was overwhelmed by strong fear. She says that the orcs immediately stood up to protect her, but she was so scared that she could not even take a step from the spot. Belemis, Kun tries to explain to Madero that she does not need to stay in the bath if it is not to her liking, but he also adds, it would be strange not to try such a pleasure without even finding out if she would like it. He notices that even failures over the years can become warm memories if those moments were experienced together with loved ones. Madero thanked Belemis for her support and understanding. She realized that if she had continued to hesitate, she could have made even more mistakes. The heroine with a smile says that the sky seems even bluer when you warm yourself in hot water. Her joke creates a warm atmosphere and calm around, enveloping everyone with a pleasant feeling of coziness. Madero sincerely thanks for the opportunity to bathe in the hot spring. Friends also ponder how nice it would be to build a large communal bath for all the villagers. A strange hole is peeking out of the ground. The silhouette utters mysterious words in an unknown language and freezes, waiting for something unusual to happen. He says he will wipe off the face of the earth everything dear to his enemy, showing his steadfastness and immense power. He says this is only the first step in his insidious plan to destroy everything that matters to him. Thus he once again shows his cruelty and unwavering will. On the horizon appears the picturesque village of Belamusa, surrounded by sturdy walls and strong fortifications. Peace prevails here. Many neat houses, green fields, and orderly streets surround it. Everything around speaks of coziness, prosperity, and the happy life of its inhabitants. Two characters talk about how their village has changed significantly over the past year. One of them says that the orcs, who not long ago attacked the village, now live here as ordinary residents. Belemis is talking with an elderly man. The old man notes that his native village has become much larger and asks if Belemis has also noticed this. Then he smiles and remarks that Belemis himself has changed over time and become more mature. He passionately declares that he is ready to set off right now and will not waste time. De La Rosa is also full of determination and eager to help Belemis. She skillfully wields a sword, and the hero notes that all participants have already learned to fight well. The girl happily greets her training friends. She says that thanks to their joint efforts, they have learned to skillfully wield swords and now confidently trust their abilities. The interlocutor irritably insists that they stop this conversation. In response, Goblin suggests meeting again on the battlefield and asks not to bring up the topic of their past duel anymore. The hero decides to stop training with Novishia because he thinks she is too strict and does not know when to stop, but Belemis notices her true talent for fencing, although she still lacks the experience to compete with truly strong opponents. The opponent admits that the hero is indeed strong, but cannot hide the disappointment from the defeat. The hero points out that his strike was too predictable and advises to think over every attack before acting. The goblin says that recently demons attacked the city, and because of this many residents are now exhausted or wounded. Belima notices that the attacks have become more frequent and still does not understand why this is happening. He suggests skipping training today so everyone can rest, because if the enemy appears again, they might be too tired to fight back. Suddenly an alarm signal sounds. This means that demons are already nearby. Everyone around immediately tenses up, anxiously looking at each other. The hero approaches Barbara, who is standing among a crowd of people, some of whom are lying on the ground. One of the characters suddenly remembers a small swarm of very dangerous bees, and this causes the hero genuine astonishment. Belemis sees that something unusual and threatening is happening in the forest. He anxiously talks about frequent attacks that are becoming more regular and begins to suspect that something unknown is behind these events. De La Rosa emphasizes that if demons increase in number, they need to be driven back into the forest more often. She confidently calls for decisive action to finally solve this problem. She says that there are many demons on the street, and it is getting more dangerous by the minute. The irritated girl asks to open the gate faster, but they tell her to wait until the password is given. The hero notices with surprise that De La Rosa is still very young, so he does not rush to rely on him in an important matter, but De La Rosa confidently assures that he is ready to get to work and will definitely not let him down. The girl ran away, but she tells herself that she is strong and capable of overcoming any difficulties. She feels that the people around underestimate her abilities. Nabasha is confident that when she becomes stronger, she will be able to reach the same level of mastery as Balama's. She shows her determination and strives to become stronger in order to one day achieve the same power as he has. Several heroes stood together and pondered whether they should go outside to fight the demons. Everyone understood it would be very dangerous, yet in their eyes burned a fire. They were filled with determination and a desire to help. De La Rosa notices that defeating weak demons makes little sense and suggests waiting together until a more powerful enemy appears, one they can give a worthy fight to. The next day, the heroes watch as a squad of warriors in battle armor trains in an open field. The hero reacts with surprise and indignation to the new attack on the village. He asks what is going on in the forest, increasingly realizing how dangerous the situation has become. Dam notices that this time the attack is much more serious than before. He calls the enemies true monsters, emphasizing how dangerous and strong they are. The hero is amazed to see a large enemy army deployed in front of the village. He loudly exclaims that there are an incredible number of opponents and cannot hide his shock at such great danger. The boy realizes that he alone cannot defeat the enemy, but if they unite, they will have a chance to win. He understands that universal mages are the best at what they do. The young man is already preparing for a tough battle, and someone among them might get hurt. Belimus sincerely wonders why these creatures suddenly attacked them. After all, he always thought this race was wise and had a good heart, so without a good reason they would not have launched an attack. The girl raised her voice and resolutely called to open the gates. The woman asks if the settlement before her is really a goblin village. She speaks on behalf of her people and assures that they are not hostile, but asks the goblins to leave this place. The girl explains, "If the goblins leave now, no one will get hurt." The goblin thoughtfully watches and is unsure if these people understand what he is saying. The hero, trying not to reveal his feelings, closely watches every enemy. Many girls have gathered there, their bodies covered with bruises and scratches. Belmas notices that many of his people are wounded. Meanwhile, the girl loudly shouts that she will not repeat twice. She warns, if they do not leave now, she will start an attack with her army. The boy notices that they are all barely standing on their feet and realizes they will not be able to defeat the enemy. Moreover, the opponent has more than 500 goblins and a whole 100 orcs. At this time, from behind, one of the orcs, noticeably agitated, shouts, "Lord Belamus." The hero is sure that the enemies do not even suspect their true number. He says that if the Aloroni realize the hopelessness of their situation, they might decide to retreat. The orc replies that this is already clear to him. The female warriors are frightened. The opponent has gathered a whole army of 500 goblins. Without wasting time, they turn to Lady Alensi for help. Belamus notes that they do not want to end their own lives so early, so he suggests everyone flee from here as soon as possible. The leader only slightly shrugs and admits that he does not understand anything. The woman says that retreating now is to condemn themselves to death. She adds that it seems they simply have no other choice left. The young man is completely confused. He does not understand what is happening around him at all. The girl raises her hand as if she is about to do something. Alensi loudly orders to attack. Immediately after this, the warriors begin to shoot at the enemies with a multitude of magical projectiles. The village gates found themselves under a devastating attack. The orc is ready to run out and teach the enemies a lesson, but Belmas stops him. He already has an idea of how to act next. The hero thinks these people are so determined to take the village from him. Surely, they really have important reasons for this. The boy realized that it is still possible to find common ground with them. The young man raises his hands, and suddenly a thick, dark fog begins to swirl around the enemies. The girls are confused. They see nothing and do not understand at all what is happening around them. The boy is already preparing to use another spell. He used magic to see in the dark. Belamus made out the silhouette of the leader of the Alron in the fog. Alansi stood stunned, not believing her eyes. The female leader was suddenly captured right from the impenetrable damp fog. The hero addresses the warrior girls and tells them to stop if they do not want to lose their leader. The warriors were shocked and outraged by such baseness. Alensi says that keeping her captive is a futile matter. She speaks with confidence. Even if her hands are tied, she will still be able to use magic. The woman cannot stand it and begins to scream at the top of her lungs, giving free rein to her emotions. The young man makes a proposal to talk, sincerely believing that everything can be resolved without quarrels. Lancy is surprised. She does not understand where he gets such confidence. The boy asked why they attacked their village. The girl leader replied coldly and restrainedly that she was not going to discuss anything with him. Balama says that if she does not want to compromise, he will find someone else for negotiations. The leader, overcome with fear, still agrees to talk. She tells how a huge army of demon enemies attacked their settlement. She and her friends managed to escape, but now they are left without a home. The hero announced that he wants to make an interesting proposal. At these words, Alani beamed with joy. The female warriors sit at the table, laughing cheerfully and enjoying delicious food, while friendly goblins gladly bring them new dishes. The goblins help the women warriors by providing first aid. The female warrior calls Mr. Salenzi to join the table, and she herself, a little shyly, assures everyone that she is fine and there is no need to worry about her. The female leader addressed Mr. Bella, inquiring about his name and intentions. She asked in surprise why he voluntarily feeds those he should consider enemies. To this, Mr. Bella calmly replied that he simply removed the cause of this war. The woman says that it is hard for her to realize this. In her view, no matter how you look at it, these people still remain a threat to their lives. The leader notes that they even belong to different races. The boy, however, explains that in their village it does not matter at all. The boy says that all the residents here coexist peacefully. He also admits that once a creature from another race saved his life, and that is what matters now. The hero says that they always come to each other's aid when someone gets into trouble. Alani stands, eyes wide open, and does not believe what she sees. She is truly surprised. Belima apologized to the village elder for giving food to the girls without permission. The grandfather replied that it was precisely because of this that not a single drop of blood was shed, and everyone was very grateful to the boy. Later the girl asked what kind of village this was. She thought about the fact that two different peoples live nearby, and everything is ruled by a human child. The woman looks attentively at the village. Stone houses stand all around, and the fields stretch to the very horizon. In her thoughts, this place very much resembles human cities. Alani cannot understand at all what is happening around. She notes that there are many unusual things here. The girl who was the leader among all approached Belamis and addressed her. Alani was sincerely glad that they found this village and kept thanking the boy for his help. Young goblins and orcs stand together and warmly smile at each other. Belamis addressed the leader and asked her name. Then he asked to explain what she meant when she spoke about the approaching army of demons that would soon attack them. The hero insistently asked to tell more about this threat. The leader wonders if he knows anything about the legions of ants. The goblins think with surprise about what is in front of them. The Orci addresses Pelamis and asks if he knows anything about this situation. The hero recalls the legion of ants. He reflects that when these insects grow, they create large colonies where more than 10,000 ants live. Countless ant legs slowly move forward. The boy explains that these demons belong to Class S and are the most dangerous of all. Belamis warns, the legion of ants is very dangerous, as these are S-class demons. The orc anxiously asks what happened to the legion of ants. Alani explained that the legion of ants are demons resembling real ants that build nests underground. One such creature alone does not pose a serious danger and is not difficult to deal with. The goblins ask each other where Adley disappeared. The girl explains that the main danger is that until the ant queen is destroyed, these creatures will continue to reproduce endlessly. She warns that if the ants gather together and form a huge army, it will then be almost impossible to stop them. The leader said that after birth their size is similar to ordinary ants, but as their community expands, they begin to grow and develop rapidly, eventually reaching human size. The woman said that the legion that attacked them was made up of creatures similar in size to the local goblins. Alani explains that probably tens of thousands of them have already gathered. What is heard shocks everyone present. Goblins and orcs cannot believe their eyes. There are so many enemies around. It is simply incredible. The young man notices that everything happening still seems a bit strange to him. The boy explains that if ants grow too large, they become a real danger. Nests of legions of such ants that begin to rapidly expand are quickly destroyed, while small, ordinary colonies that do not stand out are usually left alone. The female leader calmly nods and confirms what was said. She explains that everyone learned about this nest a long time ago. However, since the ants rarely went out hunting and did not pose a particular danger, no one touched their central part. Bellamuse exclaimed with surprise, not understanding at all why they suddenly got angry. Wance cannot answer this question. She only notices that the ants attacked not only their settlements but also other people. The woman says that they have already driven demons out of their homes more than once. She fears that the same terrible story may happen again in this village. When this news reaches the goblins and orcs, they immediately panic. Fear and rage seize their hearts. Bellamis's mother looks upset. The goblin girl sadly tells that they put in a lot of effort and spent a whole year building their village. Everyone around sank into despair. Hero Yans is a true hero who always comes to the aid of those in need. He bravely fights injustice, regardless of obstacles. People around admire his courage and kindness. The boy says he is going to sleep. The orc looks at him in surprise and cannot hold back an exclamation. He does not understand how their leader remains so calm at such a serious moment and demands an explanation. The young man explains that this is exactly why he wants to regain his magical powers. The orc asks confusedly if the boy really has some kind of plan. Belamis explains that the core gives the ants such powerful strength, but it also makes them the most vulnerable. The orc, hearing this, is so surprised that he cannot utter a word. The boy explains that if the ant core is destroyed, the entire legion will disappear. So he decides to get into the very nest and destroy this core. The gray-haired village elder anxiously asks if this is not too risky. The hero reassures him, explaining that most of the ant army is currently on a campaign. He adds that probably only a few individuals remain in their nest. It is hard for Alani to tell if the young man is really speaking or just joking. She mentally notes, it seems that a whole 1,000 such creatures could be hiding in that nest. Belima says there is no need to fight everyone. He decides to go the road that is least guarded. The boy affirmatively says that most creatures will be concentrated near the core, but immediately reassures, even if there is only one, that will be enough, so there is no reason to worry. Alans was so surprised by what he heard that he could not utter a word. The female leader looks at the boy in surprise, who calmly says that he intends to penetrate right into the center of enemy territory. She understands that she must prevent him from making such a reckless move. The young man tries to calm Lenzing and asks him not to worry. He admits that his words may not seem very convincing, but confesses he also understands magic quite well. Alans watches Belamis with admiration and considers him truly an extraordinary guy. Someone is calling me, this is Belams. One of the employees, full of enthusiasm, resolutely declares that he also wants to go on the mission with this guy. The boy expressed gratitude to Orc, but emphasized that this time they needed to remain unnoticed. He added that it would be easier for him to move independently, and also advised Orc to focus on strengthening the village's defenses. The Orc listens to his leader and follows his orders. Belamis announces that he will take a break to rest and regain strength. He plans to depart in 5 hours. The young guy yawns widely, barely holding back sleepiness. Some time passed. The boy woke up after sleep, got up, and prepared to move on. Suddenly, he sees goblins quickly rushing somewhere across the entire village. The hero peers into the door and asks what happened. The mother turns to him and asks him to come closer. The mother cries out in despair that a disaster has happened. She cannot find her daughter anywhere. Bello approaches her, tries to calm her down, and asks who exactly has disappeared. Goblinka says that Delaros is nowhere to be seen. He seems to have simply dissolved into the air. The mother shouted that Tella Rosa, Navasha, and Midero have disappeared. The boy froze on the spot from shock. He was completely unprepared to hear that. The boy asks when exactly they disappeared. The mother says she doesn't know because they only recently noticed it. Miss Muse decided that if they left immediately after the conversation about the Legion, then the matter is truly serious. Belams realizes that from now on he is safe, and no one can catch him. Meanwhile, 3 girls are walking leisurely along the forest path. Goblinka asks if they are going where they need to go. She admits that she is sad because nothing special is happening. The second girl replies that when they reach the Auran settlement, they will definitely find the nest. The dark-haired Goblinka addresses the others and asks if they hear anything suspicious. Midero was called a coward, but the girl insists that her words are not jokes, but pure truth. Midero gathers everyone at the designated place and warns something is moving in their direction. The other 2 girls also agree, as they themselves hear strange external noises. The girl notices that a large pack of monsters is moving in one direction. De La Rosa stands, holding her breath, watching what is happening with horror. She screams that she sees a real army of ants in front of her. Belama says that he needs to rest a little to regain strength. The boy said he would return in 5 hours. Meanwhile, 3 girls stood nearby in the crowd and quietly talked among themselves, as if they were planning something. Goblinka says with a smile that she is very glad. She believes that Belamas will definitely solve this problem. She is sure that peace will reign in the village again, and everything will be fixed. De La Rosa and Navasha exchanged a short but meaningful glance. It seems that some secret plan is being born between them. Meteorov begins to understand what is really going on around. One girl suggested to her friend to go together and destroy the anthill. The other rejoiced at this idea and immediately agreed. Madero shouts to them that he completely disagrees because it is too dangerous. De La Rosa says that if the plan works, Belamis will finally see how much he underestimated her. and Navasha is already imagining what incredible power she will gain when she captures this core. Madero tries to dissuade the girls, convincing them that this is no longer just training. Now real danger is at stake, and their lives depend on it. De La Rosa tries to calm Madero, saying that she is very worried for nothing. She promises that in case of danger she will definitely defend her. Madero warns De La Rosa not to try to deceive her with nice phrases. The girl also reminds her that they don't even have a password to pass through the gates. Only now does De La Rosa realize that she forgot about this important point. Navasha quietly laughs. Majuro says that she does not like this situation. She has a bad feeling. Navasha admits that she deliberately eavesdropped on the password in case of a similar situation. De La Rosa is impressed and captivated by her ingenuity, while Madero is completely displeased. The girls quickly get ready to leave, trying to escape before Velisol wakes up. 3 goblin girls set out to find the ant's core. Madero did not like this at all. She felt strong anxiety. The girls watch with amazement the endless rows of the ant army and cannot understand how all this happened. Navasha confidently says, this is definitely a whole legion of ants, but the worst part is that these ants are heading straight to their village. The situation is really serious. Midora pondered what awaited their village in the future. De La Rosa confidently says that together they will break through the core, and there will be no problems. The girl immediately urges everyone to move on and finally start carrying out their mission. Madero is very uncertain that the 3 of them will be able to handle this task. The moon rises higher and higher in the evening sky. One of the girls suddenly turns to her friends and invites them to look at something interesting. 3 girls approach the pit that was located right in the middle of the ground. Navasha asked what kind of strange pit it was. De La Rosa noted that it was quite large. The girls carefully look into the dark pit. They feel both curiosity and anxiety because they do not know what might be hiding there. Suddenly a huge ant appears from the burrow. De La Rosa and Madero scream in fright and start shouting at the top of their lungs. The ant's head is cut into 2 parts. Navasha quickly dealt with the enemy, firmly holding the sword in her hands and not hesitating for a moment. De La Rosa smiled, approvingly praising her skill. Navasha cheerfully jokes with friends, saying that they still have a lot of growing up to do if they get scared by such weak opponents. De La Rosa takes offense at these words and gets angry. Madero understands. If Navasha were not nearby, she would probably have been killed long ago. She realizes that sneaking into the ant legion's nest alone is too dangerous and difficult for her. The dark-haired goblin hesitates and cautiously suggests that maybe it is better to refrain from this. At that moment, Navasha notices that this hole leads directly to the anthill. De La Rosa agrees to go there. Madero asks in surprise and a bit confused why she agreed so easily. The girl thinks that the pit is probably deep, and inside it may be swarming with ants. But before she can think it over, Madero notices that 2 other girls have already started descending. She asks in surprise where they are going. Madero looks fearfully into the dark abyss. The girls who have already gone down call to her and ask how much longer she will wait. They warn that they do not intend to stay any longer and will go on without her. Madero admits that she really does not want to go down, but staying alone on the surface scares her even more. With these thoughts, she gathers courage and jumps into the abyss. The goblin unexpectedly stumbles and falls into the pit. However, almost immediately she sees something strange there. Navasha together with De La Rosa meet the girl who has just descended. De La Rosa asks which way they should go now. Navasha just shrugs and says she does not care, they can go anywhere. De La Rosa shows which corridor to go to and orders to proceed there. Navasha quickly responds and hurriedly runs after her. Madero stays a bit behind and calls the boys with him. The girl with dark hair, frightened, quietly says that she dreams of returning home. Madara notes that one must be more careful, and the 2 other girls immediately notice the ants and rush to fight, competing with each other to see who will start the attack first. Madero felt uneasy because he thought something was wrong with these girls. Navasha and De La Rosa rush into battle against the ants. Navasha skillfully wields the sword, cutting through the enemies, while De La Rosa attacks them with fiery fireballs, not letting a single enemy get close. The girl with the sword is quite surprised. Almost no one resists her strikes. Then the friend with magical abilities says that these ants are still too weak, so they cannot defend themselves. Madero notes that she was lucky to stay out of the events. Navasha orders the girls to get on their feet. The girl cautiously says she hears footsteps. It seems about 10 people are heading towards them. She calls everyone to prepare. A large number of ants appear. At the front of all goes an angry ant with 4 arms, and in each hand she holds a sword. Madero notes that this ant is completely unlike the previous ones. De La Rosa agrees and adds that she is huge and seems extraordinarily strong. Navasha smiles and suggests that perhaps a high-ranking warrior has appeared before them. The girl with the sword in her hand shouts loudly and jumps straight at the main ant leader. A strong collision occurred. A strong ant stopped Navasha's attack. Navasha feels that she has not taken a single step forward. She stands as if frozen in place. The ant throws an angry look at the girl, and Madero reminds her, now Navasha needs help, so she must help her. Madero feels her whole body trembling with fear. In the black-haired goblin's head, memories swirl, and each of them means something to her. The ant general swung his sword, and Navasha was confused. She did not understand at all what was happening here. Suddenly, an unexpected, powerful blow falls on the ant, and he falls to the ground. Navasha opened her eyes wide in surprise. Madero admits that she is scared and afraid to take part in the battle. At the same time, she really wants to become stronger. It was Madero who used magic to support Navasha. Madero admits that the worst thing for her is to see her friends suffer. It scares her more than anything in the world. Madero asks De La Rosa to help Navasha if something happens. De La Rosa nods in response and says she understands and will do everything. At first, the first curl shoots a fireball at the ant. Immediately after it, the second curl instantly releases an ice spear. Both spells hit the ant exactly. A lesser ant took upon itself the full force of the spells, and this greatly surprised the girls. Navasha noticed how the little ant stood up to protect the bigger one. De La Rosa said that these ants are indeed very strong. Madero says that this is not bad. She explains, if he is so concerned about his own safety and ready to sacrifice his partners for it, then perhaps he really sees them as a serious threat to himself. The girl calls on everyone to attack the ant together. She asks again if everyone is ready for battle. The girls confidently reply that they are already prepared. Together they boldly rush into the attack. The four-armed ant bravely withstands all the blows. De La Rosa joyfully exclaims that everything is going according to plan and their tactic is working. In the heat of the battle, Navasha suddenly notices something important. The girl turns her head and wonders what is happening behind her. 3 goblin girls look back and notice another group of ants, but this time they are snow white, completely unlike those from before. Navasha explains that this is reinforcements, and now they are completely trapped. The ants have surrounded them from all sides. The girls sadly watched as someone extremely strong from their team took the lead of the new group. The second ant general rushes wildly towards the girls, firmly holding a weapon in his paws. Navasha stands tense, frozen in place, feeling the danger getting closer. Suddenly, the leader of the white ants pierces the head of a black ant with a sword. The girls were shocked by the sudden change in the situation. The leader of the black ants suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. The leader falls, and the ants from one camp finally meet their enemies from the opposite side. Suddenly, the ants begin to quarrel with each other. Navasha is confused and does not understand what is going on. It seems to her as if this is the beginning of some kind of uprising. The white general of the termites easily defeated the black ants, crushing their ranks with a large army. He delivers a powerful blow to the enemy with his sword. The victors defeated all the black ants and now set off on the road. Navasha remained confused. She did not know what to do next. The leader shows the girls a mysterious hand gesture. The girl with the sword asked if anyone else saw this movement. Madero asks an ant if he wants them to follow him. Navasha hesitates and suspects that it might be a trap. De La Rosa disagrees with her and says he does not believe in this version. The colleagues ask De La Rosa to explain his opinion. The girl says she just feels it with her heart. 3 girls rushed after the ants. De La Rosa uncertainly asks if they might have accidentally fallen into a trap. Meanwhile, the ant leader approaches the wall, carefully touches it, and tries to say something. The wall slides aside, and De La Rosa exclaims with surprise that it turns out to be a secret door. The girl exclaims with excitement that this is a real operation to invade a secret base. Madeira asks her to wait a little. Navasha smiles and says that they have already come such a long way that they are not going to retreat now. De La Rosa stands confused, looking around, not understanding what is happening. Navasha approaches here and interested, asks what happened here. Meanwhile, Madero becomes increasingly anxious. Many ants have gathered in the field, divided into separate groups. De La Rosa looks at them carefully and notes there are really many white ants here. Navasha wonders whether to trust these people. However, she notices that they are unlikely to start a fight themselves. At this time, the dark-haired girl excitedly notes how many people have gathered here. And at this very moment, De La Rosa suddenly notices something. The ant leader points at the girls, focusing his attention on them. De La Rosa asks if they should wait. Madero nods and says that this is exactly what he means. Madero looks at the ants scurrying nearby and begins to feel anxiety. She thinks that these creatures are probably not hostile, but her unease does not disappear. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly greets the arrivals. Before them stands an ant woman who proudly says that she is the queen of this legion. She calls herself Medina. Madero is enchanted by the queen's beauty. She seems so exquisite to him that she resembles transparent crystal. Meanwhile, De La Rosa watches in surprise as Medina begins to speak in the goblin language. The ant queen inquired whether the girls also encounter black ants. She wanted to address them with a request for help. Navasha looks around confusedly. She addresses the queen with a question whether she commands these ants. In response, De La Rosa reacts painfully and angrily. She confidently states that Alani came to their village because of Navasha, and now all the inhabitants are in danger. Medina suddenly became angry, and this greatly surprised De La Rosa because he did not expect such a reaction from her. The ant woman began to cry, and with tears in her eyes sincerely asked for forgiveness. The goblin girls look around confusedly, and De La Rosa asks in surprise why the queen suddenly cried. Medina says that she is familiar with the feeling of losing a home. However, she admits that they do not have enough strength to resist the black ants. De La Rosa asks in surprise why this is happening, since she is the queen. Medina nods and adds that in fact none of the legion is obliged to obey her orders. The queen inquired whether the girls had ever encountered black ants attacking them. She also asked if they knew that once all the ants in the legion were only white. Hearing this, the girls were genuinely surprised. Medina explains that the legion of black ants now serves some sinister creature. De La Rose asks who this mysterious enemy is and what evil he brings with him. The queen claims that she does not know the details, but adds important information. The legion is now led by a man named Heler. A gloomy and eerie creature reports that all preparations for the banquet are finished. Now it is time for entertainment. An unfamiliar creature utters the name Mercules. Belamus runs his hand over his face, expressing his determination and threatening mood. Medina says that this event happened last year. The queen shares that their people have always avoided major conflicts with other races. She explains, to remain unnoticed, they carefully and slowly expanded their nest. De La Rosa listens attentively, catching every word with interest. Medina continued the story. As soon as they finally reached the mark of 10,000, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A dark figure with a creepy smile appears before them and says that his name is Heler. An unfamiliar creature suddenly appears right on the ant's core and apologizes for such an unexpected intrusion. However, the next moment it declares that now all the power of the ants passes to him. The queen asked in surprise who this man was and where he came from. Without wasting a moment, she ordered her warriors to seize the stranger. Heler touches the very center and suddenly begins to laugh. Medina is confused and frightened. She exclaims that the core has begun to darken. The warrior ants surrounding the queen suddenly began to darken right before their eyes. The queen was stunned by what was happening. The ants turned so black that their appearance became truly creepy. The dark warrior ant swung his weapon with force directly towards Medina. She still did not understand what was happening and whimpered in fear, awaiting the inevitable blow. A white hand timely intercepts the black ant's weapon, barely touching the queen's face. The white ant general steps forward and stands in defense of his queen. The white termites surrounded Medina and began to protect her. Their queen calls them her boys, but the dark termites gathered into a large circle and enclosed everyone together with the white guards. Heler is impressed that someone managed to resist brainwashing. For him, this is a real surprise and even arouses curiosity. Along with this, he emphasizes that the core is already in his possession. The ants approached the queen for help. Medina, upset and exhausted, felt weak and blamed herself for losing the core. It seemed to her that it happened because of her powerlessness. The queen explains to the three girls that they escaped together with those who were not affected by the darkness. That's how they ended up in this place. All this time they had to hide, waiting for even the slightest chance to regain power. De La Rosa thought that the ants were also in trouble, just like she and Oroni. De La Rosa sadly admits that she was unaware of this. Navasha fearfully asks if this means that because of Heler, everyone might face great trouble. The queen explains that they could not just leave everything as it was. Medina explains that the villain personally strengthened his nest and kept everything under control. Later it became clear they had almost no chance of victory left. When the white ants had almost lost hope, news reached them. A large number of black ants appeared nearby, starting to move around. The queen reported that around the same time the goblin girls arrived. De La Rosa immediately felt alarmed. The leader of the ants confidently says that now they have every chance to defeat Heler. She adds that she had already heard about this girl's abilities from Ragnar. The queen addresses the three girls and asks them for help. De La Rosa responds enthusiastically and immediately agrees, while Madero noticeably worries. De La Rosa shared that they had their own plan to destroy the core, but if victory over the dark villain saves their home, that would be enough for them. In response, Medina begged not to touch the core, because with its destruction they could all disappear. Navasha just shrugged for her. The most important thing is to meet a worthy opponent in battle, and everything else does not matter. She asked Madero if she was ready to join. The dark-haired girl hesitated a little, but finally quietly agreed to help. The Queen of the Ants gratefully addresses the heroines and warmly shakes De La Rosa's hand. Medina urges everyone to hurry so they can head together to Heler. Belamus looks intently ahead and wonders what this could mean. The boy was confused because he thought ants should be white, but he quickly calmed down and said that now it is not so important. The hero confidently says that the most important thing now is to smash their core. Only then can they save the village, De La Rosa, and everyone who is in danger. The young man realizes that finding the entrance will not be easy, and it may take a lot of time. Therefore, he gathers his thoughts and decides to work even harder. Belamus cast a magical sonar to explore the territory and suddenly noticed a huge cave beneath him. It seems that this is the center of their nest. The young man spares no effort and shows the full power of his magic. He utters the spell Mull Wave. Suddenly, a large hole opened in the ground. The young man bravely throws himself into the huge chasm that just appeared before him. Black ants crawl everywhere around. Belamus admitted that he feels very awkward because of this. The boy notices that there is almost no time left, so the ants are waiting in vain for him to show them mercy. The hero warns the ants that he has almost no time left, so they should not hope for mercy. The warrior ants instantly rush from their place and charge straight at Belamus. The boy easily repels the enemy's attacks, skillfully slicing through his weapon with his magical swords. The ants stopped confused and not understanding what had happened. Meanwhile, the heroes easily and relentlessly deal with them, striking blow after blow. More and more enemies attack Belamus. To defend himself, he uses a spell that grants him additional strength, and the ground beneath him begins to crack. Each of his steps leaves small pits in the ground. The young warrior accelerates to incredible speed and throws himself straight into the crowd of ants. His swords shine like lightning, slicing through enemies on the move. Many enemies died in the battle. Belamus stands quietly, not uttering a single word. The boy is convinced that everyone is the same. It doesn't matter whether it's an ant or a human. On the battlefield, everyone has the same emotions in their eyes, fear and despair. The boy notices that the ants behave almost like humans. They quickly scatter in different directions. Belima notes that there is a chance to meet this girl again elsewhere, so he does not plan to let them go. In response, the hero summons a dark fog using magic. In the thick fog, a real slaughter reigns. Suddenly, a shadow bursts out of the haze and swiftly flies into the open sky. The ants, pierced by the magical sword, fall to the ground one by one. At this moment, the sword gradually flies back to the boy. The young man takes the sword in his hand again. A wounded ant warrior emerges from the fog and slowly crawls forward. Behind him, a dark, chaotic shadow gradually appears. The ant strains to turn his head, trying to see who or what is following him. Like a true man, he shouted in fear, "Demon." Belimus finally defeats the warrior, piercing him with his sword. The boy replies that he can be called whatever is convenient. Then he explains that he has people he must protect. The frightened Belimus child pressed lonely against a tree in the middle of the forest. The entire large goblin family gently looks at the little person. The boy slowly moves away from the pile of defeated enemies. The dark villain suddenly feels power growing within him and, confidently smiling, says that he is already here. Heller calls his old friend Merkley and confesses that he has long dreamed of this conversation. He recalls how they were close since childhood and overcame all difficulties together. Heller asks if there is anywhere else in the world such a strong friendship as theirs. The villain sternly says that from this moment their friendship is over. He warns his opponent. Now he will have to experience true despair. Children run happily on the green grass. A girl joyfully announces that Mercules has won. The exhausted boy falls on the green grass and smiles, admitting that he probably cannot defeat him. Ricky Lee calmly says that there is nothing wrong with that. The hero, smiling, notes that no one can predict what will happen next and addresses his friend Heller. Mercule's office has now come under the control of Heller. Heller pondered, when did they become strangers, and when did he himself become an insurmountable obstacle for them? Heller recalled that no matter how hard he tried, victory constantly slipped away from him. He almost resigned himself to these failures until one day he discovered magic. He admitted that he loved magic the most in the world, so he never even thought about giving up. Every day he trained persistently to become stronger. The young man tirelessly studied magic. He worked on himself day and night, fully dedicating his life to it. He assures that he achieved all this on his own, overcoming many difficult trials on his path. He tells that he experienced incredible pain and suffering. Heller was convinced that he was moving toward his great goal. He decided for himself, every pain is proof of his persistence. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the boy and, holding their breath, said, "This is simply incredible." The young man asks the mentor if he saw it. To this, the master asks if the boy has gained enough strength to break the strong magical crystal. The mentor adds that such talent truly impresses him. The teacher explains that even having great talent, success cannot be achieved instantly. The grandfather says that the boy is wonderful and admits that he is proud of him. The boy does not hide his surprise and mentally thanks his mentor. An old wizard appears before the crowd of people. He is focused and about to say something very important. The teacher announces that he will soon name the best magic student of the year. He is about to pronounce the name. Heller looks at the master with trepidation and hope, his face full of excitement and anticipation. The boy has gone through many hardships and difficult trials to achieve something truly significant. Merculist has received the title of Best Magic Student of this year. He stands on the stage, glowing with sincere joy and pride for his victory. Heller was very upset when he found out he was not the student of the year. Nearby, everyone joyfully congratulates Hercules, sincerely thanks him, and admits, without him, the victory would have gone to someone else. The boy sincerely thanks everyone for the warm words. Heller is noticeably upset. Merculist sees his friend and invites him to come over. Heller enthusiastically begins to tell Merkley how wonderful he is. Merkley does not want to take all the credit for himself. He emphasizes that he was able to achieve this only thanks to the support and help of everyone who was around during the training. The boys shake hands. Heller sincerely congratulates the young man on his victory. The young man calls Mercules his friend and sincerely says that he is proud of him. Mercury curiously asks his friend, "What happened to your hand? Is everything okay?" The second boy steps aside and indifferently remarks that there is nothing special here. Gellerden tells that many years passed, and over time the name Mercules became known to all. He began to be called the Great Sage, and eventually there was not a single person in the world who did not know this name. Gellerden claims that now is the time to act, as they are already a bit late. The villain admits that he once truly admired magic, but over time his admiration turned into disappointment and despair. He said that he wanted to take everything from Mercules to the last and completely destroy it. Gellerton admits that he never managed to carry out a single bloody massacre. The students were constantly nearby and prevented him from executing his plan. No matter how much time passed, the situation remained unchanged. Gellerton had even decided that he would have to carry this grievance with him until his very death. But then he realized Mercules managed to invent the magic of transformation. The villain decided that in his new life he would be able to regain everything he had, has now, and will still acquire. For all he endured, he paid with his body and soul. Having given his last, he used forbidden technique and became a demon. Now human limitations no longer restrained him. He waited patiently. Gellerden said he waited as long as needed. It doesn't matter if a year, 2, 10, or even 100 years passed. He was ready to wait until Mercules appeared in this world again. Gellerden says that today his long-standing dream will finally come true. The villain admitted that he could have gotten rid of Mercels when she was just born, but decided not to do it because it seemed too simple and uninteresting to him. Gellerden thinks it is better to first give him something valuable, make him love it, and then destroy it right before him, even before taking his life. The villain orders the black ants to bring Merceles here. Gellerden again reminded the ants, "Do not forget to remove all the mice." Suddenly, an incomprehensible noise is heard in the cave. Medina notices that something strange is happening. Dolorosa asks what she means. The queen points out that the enemy should have many soldiers, but says that something unusual is hidden here. Midero is surprised because they have traveled quite a distance and have not met a single enemy. Meanwhile, Navasha begins to understand that something important is happening. Navasha asks if Belimus really came and distracted all the black ants. Dolorosa is noticeably worried and urges the team they need to hurry to reach Gellerden faster. Medina apologizes and asks who Belimus is. Madara assures that he is supposedly Dolorosa's younger brother. The queen asks the girl with surprise why she doubts his words. Dolorosa admits that she still cannot understand how it happened, but her younger brother turned out to be a true genius and also possesses incredible strength. She says that no matter how hard she tries, she has never managed to defeat him. The queen begins to guess what is happening. She asks the girl if she is in a hurry to defeat Heler first to outdo her brother. Dolorosa stops and gets a little nervous, saying she meant something completely different. The queen asks again if she made a mistake somewhere. Dolorosa explains that this is not about victory or defeat. The girl said she sees only a younger brother in him, but wonders why he treats her as if she were a child. This makes her hurt. Dolorosa admits that she dreams of helping her brother because she sees how hard he tries for the whole family. She wants to defeat the villain so that her brother finally acknowledges her efforts. Medina nods in agreement and sincerely admits that she really likes Bellamus. De La Rosa nods in confirmation and smiles, confessing that he truly loves his brother. Navasha admits that she also has feelings for Bellamus. She explains that thanks to him she became stronger. If not for him, she would still be weak. Then Navasha asks Madero what he himself thinks about Bellamus. The dark-haired girl smiles and says that she is also in love with the boy. She emphasizes that the young man is kind, and thanks to him their village is developing and becoming better. The girl adds that all the villagers treat him with love. The queen noticed that he is probably really special if everyone talks about him with such admiration. Medina openly says that she really wants to see him. One of the girls began to share a story about how she met Bellamus, but suddenly fell silent because dark silhouettes of ants approached them. The queen loudly announces the approach of enemies and commands everyone to prepare. The girls immediately obey her order. The black soldier ants lined up, preparing to attack. Madero notices with surprise that there are even more strong ants now. Medina adds that now they have as many as 5 generals. She believes that Heler decided to act decisively and will do everything to stop them. Della Rosa shouts in despair that she doesn't care, she will destroy them all anyway. The girl creates a fireball and throws it directly at the ant general. The queen announces that their time has now come. The white warrior ants instantly launch an attack. Black and white ants fiercely fight each other, losing many on both sides. The black ant general raises his weapon and with several strong blows instantly deals with several enemies. Right before Medina's eyes, her warrior falls. The black ant general appears directly in front of her. The queen freezes from unexpected fear. Navasha calls out to the female ant, warning her to be careful. The queen is mercilessly attacked from all sides. It seems there is no way out for her. Navasha stands stunned. She cannot believe what she sees before her. Suddenly Medina utters the spell Wind Gust. Thanks to this, she quickly and skillfully defeats the opponent. The goblin girls cannot get enough of how skillfully the ant queen acts. Madero notes that it seems precisely thanks to her skill they have a chance to hold out. Medina warns the girls to stay alert and not lose vigilance. She encourages them not to give up and to move forward, insisting that they must not stop. The clash becomes even fiercer. Meanwhile, Bellamus finally reaches the place he was rushing to. The boy learns that these ants carry all the supplies right into the very heart of their nest. Then he decides to follow them, hoping that they will lead him to the very center. The hero says with firm confidence that soon everything will change, and no one will be able to even approach his home anymore. Bellamus lives in ant tunnels. From there, hiding, he carefully watches his enemies. The young man quietly follows the black colony of ants, carefully hiding in the shadows at every turn. The ants drag their prey and one by one disappear into the dark tunnel. Suddenly, the boy notices something strange. Bellamus sees that the ants have returned empty-handed. Then he uses magic to lift several small stones into the air. The boy confidently decides that the sought place must definitely be somewhere here. Suddenly the hero attacks the ants, and no one expected this from them. He starts striking them one after another, using stones instead of weapons. Having defeated the enemies, Bellamus confidently continues on his way. When the boy emerges from the other side of the tunnel, he suddenly notices something really important. The boy is sure that the ant nest is located exactly in this place. The boy looks around in surprise. There is no guard near the core. The queen is nowhere to be seen either. She seems to have vanished into thin air. He is completely confused and does not understand what is happening here. Suddenly, from behind the throne made of white ants, a dark figure began to emerge. It said that Merkil has finally come. Bellamus was caught by surprise, his eyes wide open. When he heard the familiar voice, he couldn't hold back and exclaimed that such a thing simply could not be. The hero asks if it is really Heler himself standing before him. The villain smiles, slowly removes the mask, and reveals his true form. Geldin notices that a lot of time has passed since their last meeting with Bilam. He notes that Bilam has changed a lot, while Geldin himself seems to have remained as he was before. The young man asks the creature who it really is. Then he admits that he himself was once human. Perhaps there is something similar between them, but the young man is convinced he was never such a monster as she is. The villain smiles at Mercalli and confesses the real Jeller Dane is him. Then he tells that they were both born in Minston and spent their childhood together. But after 40 years, life took them in different directions, and now nothing can change that. Balamas tries to understand if this monster was once his friend. It is hard for him to believe, but everything the monster says is true. He realizes that even the core change is also his fault. Now Balamas understands. There is no time left for doubts. The young man confidently says that he no longer cares who this dark creature is. He came here for the core, and even if the opponent does not expect forgiveness, he will do everything possible to stop him. Jellerdane addresses the hero with interest, asking where he is rushing to. He smiles and reminds that everything is just beginning, then snaps his fingers. Suddenly, right in front of Belamus, several huge and strong ant warriors landed from the sky. The villain orders the boy to show what he is capable of. The ant raises its weapon and tries to strike, but the hero quickly retreats and easily avoids the attack. The boy skillfully dodges the blows and suddenly notices that the queens are still nowhere to be seen. It occurs to him that perhaps this villain is controlling the entire army. Belamus realizes that there is no time to waste on unnecessary thoughts. He instantly defeats the ant general, acting decisively and without hesitation. Another black ant grabbed a staff and began to read a spell. The sorcerer creates a fireball that flies at the young man with crazy speed. The boy deflected the spell and directed it back at the enemy, quickly defeating the opponent. Another ant wizard looked around confusedly. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a strange magical aura that began to quietly flicker in the air. The boy says he no longer wants to be part of his cunning plans. The heroes combine their powers in a bright cross-shaped spell and easily defeat the enemy, as if crushing a simple ant. Heler Dane notes that everything is clear to him. Balamus manages everything, even despite his condition. He adds that he did not expect to see such confusion in the ant generals. The villain notes that the hero still has not learned to be attentive enough. The young man freezes in surprise. Suddenly, dark tentacles burst from the darkness, grabbing his hands and feet. The boy stands tense, but still confidently says he is going to use magic. Balamus was confused and did not know what to do next. Hellerday laughed, mocking him, as if the boy's magic no longer helps. The hero gets angry and demands explanations. He wants to know what happened to him. In response, the villain addresses the Tide Man and asks if he is familiar with such a thing as sealing fluid. Jeller Dane says that this happens very rarely and that he did it especially for him. The boy is so exhausted that he can barely stand on his feet. Jeller Dane says that without magic Belamas is no different from an ordinary child. The villain laughs and adds that he can clearly see how Merkley is suffering. Jeller Dane says that the real torment for him is only beginning. Suddenly, a magical mirror appears before him, in which he sees a goblin settlement. The hero endures severe pain and feels unbearable tension. Belamas informs all the villagers that he is setting out to destroy the core, but before leaving, he wants to warn the villagers about something very important. He warns if the Legion reaches the village, everyone will need to immediately flee and abandon their homes. He asks them not to worry about him. The boy emphasizes once again, as soon as what he mentioned earlier happened, everyone immediately scattered in different directions. Chain Belamus looks into the magical mirror with horror and suddenly exclaims that he sees his native village there. Jellarding explains that this mirror shows and transmits sound right now, at the very same moment. He warns, soon his ants will attack the village. The villain says that the hero can do nothing, but silently watch what is happening. He is curious to see how the hero's face will change when his native village is destroyed and everyone he loves dies. The young man replies that he has already warned the villagers. If a threat appears, they must immediately leave the village. Jellardane only laughs in response and says it will be interesting to see if they can really escape. The villain explains that the ants received only one order, to destroy everyone living in the village. They will not stop and will pursue people until they fulfill the order, even if it takes a long time. If any of the inhabitants try to escape, the mirror will still show their location, and the young man will be able to watch their last moments of life. Belamus angrily asks why he is treated with such hatred. He sincerely does not understand why everyone dislikes him. The villain confidently says that the hero has never experienced such pain and disappointment from defeat as he has. He emphasizes that the young hero cannot even imagine how strong his hatred can be. Helerdane explains that he himself became a demon because he sought revenge and endured for a long time, waiting for his second appearance in this world. He stresses that he had no reason to kill Balamis immediately after returning. The villain said that only when he destroys everything that matters to the boy will the youth be able to feel true despair. The hero is amazed and asks if Helerdane really did all this just out of envy. He finds it hard to believe that his friend could turn out to be so low and pathetic. The villain says that Balamis will never be able to understand the true feelings of one who has experienced defeat. Helerdane, looking into the mirror, sees that the black threat has almost reached the village walls. He turns to the boy and asks what he thinks, whether his family will be able to flee far. Balamis is wildly nervous, cannot calm down, and is constantly fussing. From behind the walls pours a crowd of goblins and orcs. They are determined to meet the enemy right on the battlefield. A fierce battle breaks out between the villagers and the ants. The hero is genuinely surprised. Why did the orcs and goblins suddenly start fighting if he clearly ordered them to flee? The villain mocks them, calling them fools, and says that their end will come soon. The youth cannot stand it and shouts loudly, urging his family to flee immediately. Helerdane apologizes and admits that she hears nothing. Balamis is very worried about his mother and concerned about the whole family. The boy shouts loudly for everyone to run away. While the battle lasted, the spear of the black ant almost hit one of the orcs. Suddenly, a sharp stake jumps out from under the ground and pierces the ant warrior through. The orc remains whole and unharmed. The orc raises his eyes and sees many people appearing on the village walls. Belamis's mother uses magic and decisively says that they will not allow the settlement that Balamis built for them to be destroyed. The goblins, together with the Alarans, lined up on the walls and began to cast their spells, uttering incantations. The orc delivers powerful blows to the enemies, and at this time recalls the words of Belamis's mother. He adds that Balamis himself would not think long either. He would immediately give these ants a hard time. The orc confidently says that as long as the hero is on the road, they will not allow the village to perish. The goblins and orcs instantly rush into battle with a loud cry. Balamis is deeply impressed and cannot believe what is happening. Heler laughed out loud. He asked the young man if he knew that these madmen consider him their hope, even though he is just a defenseless child locked in a dungeon. The villagers firmly said that they would not let anyone pass further. They are confident that they must hold out until Mr. Balamis returns, because everyone sincerely believes in their leader. The young boy's name is Helerdane. Balamis addresses Helerdy with a question, asking if he has ever wondered why he has never managed to defeat him even once. The villain asks this question with interest. The hero strains his hands with all his might, trying to break the chains. He says they are very strong and filled with magic. This greatly surprises Helerdane. Balamis loudly declares that, unlike others, he has never lost faith and never gave up, always going to the end. A few hours before the attack, events began to unfold rapidly. The village elder comes out to the people and says that Balamis advised everyone to flee. However, everyone knows well what such a flight will mean for their village. The chief said that not even a trace would remain of it. The old man says that all of Belamis's efforts and attempts are in vain. The wild ants will destroy everything anyway. The grandfather addresses everyone and asks if they can really just leave everything so easily and go away from here, and asks each one to answer honestly. The village head voices the question. If anyone thinks that fleeing the village is the real way out, let them raise their hand. That is exactly what Balamis advised. The hero's mother, goblins, and orcs stand nearby, their faces full of determination and courage. None of them dares to strike first. The old man again addresses everyone and asks if there are those among them who want to flee. No one raises their hand. Then the leader nods approvingly and asks further, and who thinks it is worth fighting. Immediately many hands go up. Belamis's mother shouts forcefully that she will never allow harm to come to the village her son created. Her words inspire the goblins, and they become determined to defend their home. York apologized to Mr. Balamis and said that this time they would have to break the orders. He asked for understanding and promised to do everything to save the village, even if it meant disobeying. The village elder approaches the Alrans and insistently advises them to leave immediately to avoid getting into trouble, along with everyone else. Alensi, the leader of the Orons, disagrees with this and says it is complete nonsense. He insists Orons are not cowards and not parasites. The girl says that once the peasants saved their lives, and now they want to repay them in the same way. Grandfather leader hesitates, but Lancy confidently stands his ground and does not give up. The girl smiles warmly and assures that she will never abandon her friends in trouble. The village head was confused by the surprise and all the other residents sincerely rejoice at what happened. Suddenly, a powerful roar spreads all around. A huge chain of ants is relentlessly moving forward. The orc says they have almost arrived. Then he adds that there are so many ants there that the whole forest shakes from the loud thudding of their feet. The goblin leader approaches the orc and asks if he is feeling nervous or if he is just eager for the battle. The orc admits that the anticipation seems thrilling, but in reality he is scared. The old man says he understands his feelings and adds that the enemy moves so noisily it can be heard even through the forest. It sounds as if someone is roaring. More orcs have come than usual. The orc asks the old man, "Are you at least a little scared?" The village elder frankly says that his life path is almost over. He is already very old. Outwardly he looks calm, but deep in his soul he feels a strong fear. The orc is sincerely surprised by such a conversation. The old goblin explains, he is not afraid of death itself, but of losing everything that is truly important to him in this world. The orc nods, yes, that is indeed so. He is not afraid of death. He is only scared that one day everything he loves so much might simply disappear from this world. The orc saw the ants and immediately shouted that they had almost arrived. He raised the alarm, warning everyone that the enemy was already at the gates, and called to prepare for battle. York loudly calls out that Kitslip is already defeated, and it was not difficult at all. After that, she addresses everyone, urging them to boldly move forward and fight for their native village. Goblins and orcs raise their weapons and shout their battle cries, filling the air with loud voices. Jeller Dane asked Balamas again what exactly he had just said. The thief offendedly denies, saying it's all nonsense. If he hadn't surrendered, he could have completely won. Jellardine says he has something important to tell him. He explains that in this world, there are things that cannot be achieved by ordinary persistence, and right now the hero is facing such a situation. The villain smiles and asks if the boy really believes he can break free just by not giving up. He is persistently waiting for an answer from Merkeles, but the boy replies that he also has a question for which he is seeking an explanation. The hero authoritatively says that he does not obey Mercury. He introduces himself, son of Eret, brother of De La Rosa. His name is Belamis. The young man began to pull the chains with tension, diligently trying to break free. Jellardine laughs loudly, looking at the hero, and asks if he managed to break free from the chains. Smiling maliciously, he emphasizes that the hero still could not break the bonds and assures, now it is impossible. Suffer. He shouts, mocking. Suddenly, someone tries to hit Heler Dane with a spell, but he quickly raises a shield and deflects the attack. The villain immediately learns about those who dared to stand in his way and instantly recognizes them. Madero and Navasha fiercely attack Helerdin. Helerdin looks at them disdainfully, calls them worthless rats, and wonders how they have survived so far. Belamis loudly calls out the girls' names. Navasia urges the hero to act and addresses De La Rosa with a question. Is she their savior or someone else? The goblin girl shouts everything she knows at the top of her lungs, then quickly casts a fire spell. The chains that held the boy crack and disappear in the flames. De La Rosa says she is his sister and came to help him. Behind her, an army of white ants freed from captivity has gathered. The young man cautiously lowers himself to the ground. De La Rosa calls the boy by name. He looks at her surprised and a little confused. De La Rosa smiles broadly and tells Belamis that she appeared to save him. The girl addresses the boy, and in response, he gently says her name. The hero began reproaching his sister for behaving as she pleased and not thinking about others at all. He added that their mother worries a lot about her. The girl asked in surprise why he said that, since she came to help him. At that moment, Navasha approaches them and asks if they really intend to continue sorting things out while standing in the middle of the road. The boy calls his sister by name. De La Rosa looks at him irritably and asks what he meant. Does he really want her to come back home? Belamis points to Helerdine and says that their main task is to defeat him. The hero approaches De La Rosa and asks her to help him. The girl looks at her brother with surprise, trying to understand what happened. With each minute, De La Rosa feels her emotions changing. At first, she doesn't quite understand what is happening, but then she is overwhelmed by deep astonishment and genuine confusion. The girl gladly accepts her brother's request and promises to help him with a smile. Meanwhile, Belamis looks at his enemy with fierce determination. Helerdine points out that everything is much more complicated than it seems at first glance. He mockingly asks if they really believed that by taking the liquid, they could defeat him. The villain snaps his fingers. The white ants froze in fear. They had no idea what was happening around them. Suddenly, something huge burst out from under the ground. Suddenly, a giant creature emerges from under the ground. The newborn creature, with insane strength, attacks the white ants and begins to fiercely assault them. High above the battlefield, a giant black ant proudly stands. Medina addresses the giant named Ruth, and Madero asks if she even knows who that is. The queen notes that the most powerful general among all the ants stands before her. She concludes that it is thanks to Heler that he became so strong. De La Rosa looks around confused and gets scared, wondering if they are really in danger. At that moment, Belamis notices an unfamiliar girl nearby and asks Medina who she is. Antwoman says she realized that Belamis himself stands before her. She gives her name Medina and adds that she is the queen of this legion. Medina explains that because of Heler she can no longer control the legion. However, the queen reminds that now is not the time for long talks. Because of this, she immediately proposes to become allies. The boy thinks over her proposal. The hero concludes that the white ants can become their allies, since they share the same goals as the boys. Belamis quietly nods, showing he understands everything. The boy suggests thinking about how to stop the giant. De La Rosa asks him what exactly his plan is. The young man confidently says that he can handle Heler himself. De La Rosa suddenly says that everything has become clear to her. At the same moment, she addresses Navashi, Madero, and Medina. The girl gives the order to move forward and start the fight with Ruth. Belamis tells Heler that he will be his opponent. The villain smiles and says that everything turned out perfectly. Heler threatens to tear the hero in half and make him watch as all the villagers live through their terrible last moments, and promises to brutally deal with the girls right before his eyes. The villain brazenly says that his attempt was foiled, but it still changes nothing. Everything is happening according to his plan. Bella confidently replies, if he is so brave, let him try again. Heler asks if the boy is sure he can defeat him in such a weak body. Belamis admits that he has almost exhausted his strength. He had to exert a lot of effort during the circus performance, even more to use the mirror, and also while creating the solution on the ceiling. After all this, he has very little energy left. The villain smiles and confidently says that it changes nothing, because even now in this body, Belamis still cannot surpass him. At that moment, the main hero quietly begins to utter the words of a spell, preparing for a magical strike. The angry young man challenges his opponent, wishing to find out once and for all who is stronger, and immediately directs a powerful spell at him. Heler gladly agrees to the duel, accusing the hero of ruthlessness. The young man calls himself Belamis. The hero draws his magical bow, and a bright arrow shining with light flies from it. The bright arrow of light breaks free and rushes straight at Heler. With each step it gets closer to its target, and the villain only smiles, even as it advances. Heler caught the arrow with his bare hand and disdainfully said that it was too weak. The villain winks at Belamis and asks if he wants to play ball with him. At the same time, he returns the spell to the one who first cast it. This guy does not know fear at all. The hero easily avoids the light arrow, demonstrating excellent agility. Right behind Belamis's back, an arrow exploded. Gellardine reports that this is not the end yet. Suddenly, many magical portals open in the sky. The boy was completely unprepared for such a turn of events. A dark, mysterious substance suddenly burst out of the portals. The substance quickly flies to the ground. Belamis immediately recognizes dark magic in it, but it seems to him not strong enough to worry about. He can handle it without problems. Meanwhile, the villain casts a mysterious glance and almost whispers a hint. His evil plan is only beginning. The spell Darkness of the New Moons activates and gradually envelops everything around. The hero looks dissatisfied with everything happening around. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes in the air. Belamis quickly raised a magical shield, but even it could not withstand the incredible force of the explosion and instantly shattered into fragments. The powerful wave threw the hero aside. De La Rosa called out to the boy, and suddenly a strong shockwave rose around everyone. The giant ant general jumped out into freedom and is now causing a real mess around. He accidentally steps on a cluster of white ants. The queen immediately rushes to defend De La Rosa and shouts at her to be more careful. The frightened girl screams shrilly. Medina says that now their main focus should be on Ruta. De La Rosa pauses for a moment and cannot immediately make a decision. Navasha shouts to De La Rosa, urging her to pull herself together and not panic. She confidently states that Belamis is not the type to give up just like that. Madero nods and supports her, agreeing with this. The girls say that the most important thing is to believe in Belamis with all their hearts. De La Rosa recalled how a boy approached her asking for help. He begged her to find a way to stop this giant. The girl came to her senses and began to cast a spell. She admitted that it was the first time she heard a request for help from him. Dolorosa utters a powerful spell. She declared that she will still demonstrate how to fight properly. He finds himself in a difficult situation and turns to Merkels with a question about what happened, then suddenly notices that there is a dent on him. Velisol hopes that the barrier still saved him, but feels it is not enough. He understands that the enemy is too strong. The villain watches the young man suffering with delight, wanting to see him suffer even more. Heler possesses such powerful darkness that even the darkness of supernovae seems weak next to it. Its power extends far beyond these stars. The young man firmly declares that he does not care about the villain's insidious schemes. Heler says he desires his death. However, the boy insists he will not retreat or surrender, no matter what happens. Belamis summons swords in his hands that shine brightly. His strikes are so fast and powerful that they easily cut through even supernova stars. The villain was stunned. The boy disarmed him so quickly that he did not even have time to recover. Belamis shouts loudly and rushes fiercely at Heler, swinging his swords with all his might to deliver a devastating blow. The hero swings his swords with all his might, leaving the enemy no chance to win. A loud battle cry sounds from his chest. He delivers a strong blow. The blow hits Heler, and he, groaning in pain, flies off to the side with all his might. The blow was so strong that even the ground beneath the thief cracked. The villain himself flew into the air. However, laughing, Heler still lands successfully. Belamis rapidly approaches him and loudly declares that escape will not succeed. The villain smiles and says that he never even intended to run away. Immediately after this, he uses magic. The hero strikes the thief's magical shield with a sword many times. Heler does not believe his eyes. It seems to him that everything is happening absurdly and incredibly in reality. The young man swings again with all his might and delivers a strong blow with his sword. The thief explodes with a fierce scream, and his magical shield instantly shatters into pieces. Belamis notices how his opponent throws himself sideways with all his might. The boy tensely holds the swords in his hands, ready for battle. Heler, quietly smiling, slowly rises from the ground. The villain chokes from coughing and laughs ominously, while the hero stands opposite, looking at him confused and not understanding what is happening. Heler sincerely wonders how the boy managed to regain so much magical power in 6 years. He rejoices for him like a true friend. The villain cannot hold back and continues to speak evil words, admitting that Belamis always annoys him. Right now he uses magical power called Black Hole. Suddenly, the black abyss began to pull the boy into its depths. The boy pondered what really attracts him. While he was thinking, he did not notice how he sneaked up to the very enemy. Heler gathers all his strength to deliver a strong blow to Belamis. The hero jumps back from the strong blow, gritting his teeth in pain, but still gets up and tries to stand firm. The criminal's strike is extremely strong, the boy's face twisted in pain and suffering. Heler is openly impressed by what just happened, but suddenly, a bright flash of light swiftly flies towards him from the side. During the attack, Belamis used the spell of the Shining Hammer. His strike was so strong that the enemy received the same damage that Belamis himself had already suffered in battle. From the strong blows dealt to each other, the opponents scatter in different directions. The villain laughs and mockingly asks, "Why is Merkley so exhausted, as if he is struggling to stay on his feet?" The hero calmly says that he does not care. He is confident, no matter what, the victory will still be his. Heler emphasizes that Belamis always looks at life with optimism and is confident in his victory under any circumstances. However, he warns, Belamis's pride will sooner or later play a cruel trick on him and lead him to defeat. The villain shouts that because of his arrogance he risks losing everything. A powerful dark energy begins to hover around him, making the atmosphere even more ominous. The young man suddenly felt the energy in the air sharply increase. He realized the opponent decided to put everything on the line and deliver a decisive blow. Then the boy decided in his mind, if that's the case, he will not retreat either and will accept the challenge. He just needs to gather all his remaining strength and finish this duel once and for all. Belamis is about to use his strongest spell. An extremely strong magical energy prevails nearby, and various spells intertwine in the air. The hero is determined and ready to face his opponent in the main battle. The dark villain also begins to utter his strongest spell. In the very midst of complete darkness, a terrible eye suddenly emerges. It carefully watches everything around, and around there is nothing but impenetrable darkness. Belamis reads the spell of the Holy Destroyer, directing it at Heler. In response, Heler releases the magic of abyssal lightning towards Belamis. Two extremely powerful spells, light and darkness, collided in the whirl of a fierce battle, creating a fierce fight between them. The villain orders Mercules to prepare to disappear from this world. Although he feels a bit sorry that he won't get to see fear and helplessness on his face, deep down he knows it no longer matters. Belima shouts to Heler that today he will disappear from her life forever. The villain warns the boy not to even think about it. He adds that for many years, perhaps even centuries, he kept everything to himself, especially his hatred, and never once revealed his true feelings to anyone. Gelatine notes that now not even hatred can stop the hero. The black ray attacks even stronger, relentlessly approaching him. Belimus's legs slowly buckle, and he sinks deeper into the ground. The boy barely holds on, trying not to lose strength. Black magic almost completely engulfs both the light of Belimus and himself. The boy screams desperately, squeezing out his last strength. Gelerde laughs loudly and already imagines the hero's defeat. However, the boy does not give up. No matter how much he shouts that he will not fall and will not lose, he fights until the very end, clenching his fists with his last strength. The boy says he cannot overcome such senseless hatred. Both energy waves collide and appear almost equally strong. Belumus turned to Heler and said that there was nothing here but emptiness and fury. Meanwhile, the white magical light was slowly pushing out the darkness. The hero angrily asks the enemy if he really thinks he can defeat him. The villain, stunned by the boy's incredible power, cannot believe what he sees. He asks in surprise where he got so much might. The spell Holy Destroyer suddenly flares up with unprecedented power. Finally, the magical light reaches Heler and he desperately shouts the name Belimus, the only person he can remember from his past. The villain begins to crumble into pieces. With every second, the magic takes deeper hold of him, and the name Mercules continues to echo in the air, like a creepy, unnatural scream. Heler is almost gone. Now, instead of a scream, only hoarse, weak groans escape his lips. Heler recalls that at first his intentions were sincere. He simply dreamed of becoming like the Ruthless, so he constantly tried to imitate him. The villain stops and thinks, when exactly did hatred fill his mind? Maybe it happened when he realized he could not be truly ruthless, or maybe the reason was something else entirely. But now Heler understands, this is enough. It's time to let go of the past. Heler believes that if he just gets rid of these feelings, his torment will finally end. Delamus falls to his knees, exhausted and powerless. Suddenly the hero notices someone quietly calling him nearby. The voice is so weak, it is barely audible. The young man slowly approaches Heler who is lying powerless on the ground. The young man approaches closer, sincerely smiles, and says that he is glad about this meeting. Before us appears the real Heler a man worn out by years, whose eyes show deep fatigue from a life lived. Heler with a warm smile, admitted that he was glad to see Mercury Shiam again, but he immediately added that perhaps now he should be called Belimus. The young man only silently looked in response. The grandfather admits that he never managed to defeat Belimus. He sighs heavily, closes his eyes, and seems thoughtful. The young man denies that this is true, and the old man is surprised by this, not hiding his astonishment. The hero asks Heler if he remembers their childhood friend. The grandfather clarifies if he means Ashelia. Belamas replies that it is exactly about her, and also reminds that Ashelia became Heler wife. Then the hero asks, and what follows from this? The boy sincerely admits that Ashelia was his first love. He recalls how Heler took her from him, and at that moment the boy realized he had lost. The grandfather listens to her confession with emotion. He replies that he understands her feelings well, as she really was a very beautiful girl. Heler joyfully realizes that the victory finally went to him. Lost in thought, the grandfather closed his eyes one last time. In his final moments, he saw Belimus before him. The young man recalls how, even as a child, a helping hand was extended to him. A colorful childhood memory suddenly comes alive in his mind, Belimus saying goodbye to Heler Meanwhile, near the Goblin village, a fierce battle continues. Some warriors are barely standing on their feet, as almost all their magical powers have been exhausted. Orcs and goblins no longer believe they can hold the defense any longer. Black ants gathered around, forming a tight ring around the exhausted and wounded defenders of the village. The wounded warrior, breathing heavily, stood in the middle of the shattered battlefield, around which lay the bodies of fallen enemies. Despite all the losses, countless black ants tirelessly moved forward. Varvara, a stocky orc with a body covered in scars and wounds, stood barely holding himself up from exhaustion, but he did not let go of his mace, gripping it tightly, preparing to fight again. Barely audible, the orc muttered an apology to his master. But as soon as the orc tried to take a step, several aggressive ants instantly surrounded him. Their sharp spears gleamed in the air, and in a moment cold steel pierced his body, making him shudder from unbearable pain. Kievka slipped from his hands, which had lost strength, and fell to the ground with a dull thud. The opponents aimed their spears at Barbara. Cursing everything, he gathered his last strength and retreated back. He looked intently at the walls of the fortress shining under the light. It was their last refuge. At that moment, a strong desire awoke in his heart. In his head, memory flashed again. Once he put a little girl on his back to give her a ride. Along with this memory came images of his friends and comrades. In fact, the orc always just wanted to protect his loved ones. Suddenly, he felt that he had to look at the enemies once more. He looked at his body in surprise, searching for spear marks. However, it turned out that he was fine. Without even the slightest scratch, Barbara was completely unharmed. The berserker ancestors turned to dust before they could even get close to the orc. Barbara froze in amazement, not believing what she saw before her. Suddenly, the enemies fell to their knees, raising clouds of dust around them. The girls were genuinely surprised by such an unexpected turn of events. Fingers of fallen enemies, who just moments ago tightly gripped weapons, gradually crumbled to dust. Ants continue to crawl away, trembling with pain. Goblins, exhausted and tired, do not believe what they see before them. Orcs and goblins fighting on the battlefield were surprised to see the entire enemy army suddenly begin to disappear right before their eyes, leaving behind only clouds of ash. The defenders, exhausted from the long battle, stood on the fortress walls and did not immediately understand what had happened. Only later did they begin to realize why the ants were defeated. Their victory meant only one thing: Belamis managed to achieve his goal. Joy instantly overwhelmed the inhabitants, and they quickly shared this good news with each other. At that very moment, a sharp scream cut through the darkness. The warriors instantly raised their weapons, and those standing on the walls shouted back encouragingly. One of the goblins finally fell to the ground with relief right in the middle of the battlefield. He thought it was the end, and that they would all die there. But another goblin assured him that he had never doubted Belamis for a moment. Barbara still could not comprehend what had happened, but inside he felt joy from the victory. He sincerely admired his boss, although he quietly grumbled. All this had lasted too long, and he was on the brink of death. The elder, seeing the happy fellow villagers, sincerely thanked the warriors and proposed an interesting idea. Children with their mothers, as well as goblins and orcs, rejoiced it had finally become safe here. The leader suggested gathering everyone together to celebrate the victory with a grand festive banquet. The girl suddenly screamed so loudly that her scream echoed all around. She was truly frightened. She was furious because the enemy began to disappear right before her eyes, and she so wanted to defeat him with her own hands and not let him escape just like that. Behind her stood her friends, armed and ready to protect her at any moment. The queen of the white ants assumed that Belamis managed to defeat Heler, so the black ants under his command began to crumble to dust. At the same time, she noted that their own forces were also gradually weakening. At that moment, the once dark core cleared and shone with pure white light. The Legion felt true relief. Finally, everything became as it should be. While the boys were busy with their own affairs, the girls were fervently discussing what had happened recently. De La Rosa was dissatisfied. She felt that the events turned out to be boring and completely uninteresting. Navasha confidently stated that she would have easily defeated him anyway, and it would not have been difficult for her. Midero, a little embarrassed, asked her friends to calm down and reminded them that all this was already in the past. Suddenly, someone loudly asked if they were all right. De La Rosa was the first to turn around to look. Belamis was trembling all over from pain and wounds, and the main hero was barely standing on his feet. Madero was so stunned by his appearance that she instinctively covered her mouth with her hands in fear. Navasha could not hold back a scream. Anxiety for him was evident in her voice. She immediately rushed to ask if he was all right, seeing the pitiful state he was in. He stretched out his hand, trying to make it clear that he was okay. However, speaking was difficult for him. Each word came with difficulty. His eyes slowly closed. He began to sway and quietly whispered that he would still hold on. But suddenly he fainted. De La Rosa immediately ran up to him. She smiled as she picked up the boy in her arms, despite the worried voices around. Squinting at him, the girl noticed that he was simply sleeping. The goblins at first looked surprised, but soon were touched as they watched the main hero sleep peacefully. Navasha noticed that usually no feelings were visible on his face, but this time everything was different. She became curious and lightly poked his cheek with her finger, then couldn't hold back her laughter. His cheek was so soft. De La Rosa smiled and said that if they had seen Belamis when he was little, they would have been surprised at how cute he was in childhood. The queen apologized and suggested returning as soon as possible, because everyone was probably already very tired. Madero was a little upset, but still called the girls to start gathering. The rest supported her choice and agreed. Dolorosa carefully lifted the boy and put him on her back. Then Navacia offered to carry Bellamus because she had more strength, but the girl did not agree. The goblin girl smiled cheerfully and said that she was supposed to carry Bellamus on her shoulders. That was her role. She recalled how once, together with her mother, she carried him in a basket when he was still very small. At that time, only warmth and care prevailed around. Now, having grown up, the sage is returning home. The bright midday sun flooded the village with light. It seemed protected and peaceful behind its strong walls. Dammit, standing next to the orc, he and his partner looked down in surprise. At a distance, a vigilant goblin was intently watching the dense thickets of the forest. His attentiveness was rewarded. Among the trees, someone's silhouettes gradually appeared. The goblin's mind flashed the first vague guess. The village gates swung wide open, and the travelers entered inside. Thanks to Bellamus's efforts, the danger from the ant squad passed, and peace reigned in the village once again. In front of the wide-open gates stood smiling girls who led the main hero to their home. The devil rushed at them with all his might, and behind him came a large, noisy crowd of orcs and goblins. However, joy quickly turned to anxiety when the people noticed the motionless body of the boy. The crowd fell into gloomy whispering, discussing whether he had died. Hearing these words, Dolorosa immediately asked everyone to be quieter, fearing that extra noise would wake her brother. She looked anxiously in his direction. The girl quickly began to calm the frightened villagers, explaining that Bellamus was simply tired and had fallen into a deep sleep. One of the goblins immediately suggested postponing the celebration until tomorrow. Suddenly, everyone around froze and tensed, noticing who was following the girls. White termites appeared before the astonished eyes of the people. Their queen stood at the front, and a clear tension radiated from her. The inhabitants felt alarmed and began whispering. Everyone asked, why had the enemies, with whom they had recently been at war, still remained here? The queen of the Ant Legion, named Medina, sadly recalled how she had recently felt completely helpless. She had failed to change anything when events occurred that led to great suffering for many peoples. She bowed low, sincerely and humbly asking everyone to forgive her. Her modesty and sincere words surprised everyone in the hall. The people's confusion became increasingly noticeable. They looked at each other, quietly discussing how it had happened that the mighty queen suddenly became powerless. Dolorosa took the floor and began to tell about the thief healer who controlled the black ants. Navacia added, if the white ants had not intervened, the consequences for everyone would have been much worse. The queen looked anxious and was preparing to say something truly important. Medina confidently said that it was they who saved everyone. She added that without their help, everyone would have long been under the rubble. The queen, wishing to thank for all the good deeds, sincerely promised to always protect the village and help each of its inhabitants. The orcs and goblins were so impressed by what they heard that they could not believe their ears. It shocked them to the core. Queen Mura understood how unusual and brave her proposal was. She cautiously expressed the opinion that perhaps they did not deserve such an honor. Her voice trembled slightly and suddenly broke off from excitement. The inhabitants plunged into silent reflections, exchanging anxious glances with each other furtively. Suddenly, the silence was broken by someone's comment. It was strange to hear such words from an ant after the recent brutal battle. However, they continued that these creatures seemed not to be so bad after all. To Medina's surprise, no one else objected to this. The queen could not hold back tears of joy. She sincerely thanked the new friends and assured that she would never let them down. She promised to do everything so that their friendship would bring as much good as possible. At that moment, a person climbed out of the crowd, quietly apologizing and carefully pushing people aside, trying to get closer. The mother of Bellamus and Dolorosa anxiously called her children, her voice trembling with worry. Dolorosa immediately lit up with joy as soon as she saw her. The mother, unable to hold back tears of joy, rushed to them and hugged them tightly. The daughter did not even have time to say anything. She exclaimed through tears how much she worried about them and how infinitely happy she was that they returned alive and unharmed. Dolorosa smiled happily as she snuggled tightly to her mother. The other girls just smiled, watching this warm family reunion. The mother praised Dolorosa for being able to bring Bellamus to the village and now said to hand him over to her. Dolorosa did not want to return her little brother to her mother, but the woman gently explained that holding a son in her arms is a sacred duty for a mother. After these words, the girl agreed and gave her brother. The woman tenderly hugged her son, pressing him to her chest. At that moment, she felt true happiness for the first time in a long while, as she had not been able to simply hold her child like this for a long time. She looked at him with great tenderness and quietly said that he had grown up. The woman rested her head on his shoulder, and tears sparkled in her eyes as she remembered how small he once was. She quietly said that even if he became the strongest in the world, for her he would always remain her son. She sincerely asked him not to cause her pain, so that her heart would not be torn by suffering. The mother said that the girl was probably tired too, and invited her to return home. The girl obediently ran after her, not hesitating for a moment. The villagers watched this touching scene with bated breath and kindness in their eyes. But suddenly the mother's face became serious. She asked if De La Rosa had ever left the village. The daughter, still smiling, firmly answered yes, because she was the one who saved Bellemus. However, this act did not soften the mother's heart. She calmly but firmly reminded her daughter that she was not allowed to leave the village under any circumstances. The cheerful expression on the girl's face instantly changed to uneasy and anxious. The mother leaned toward her daughter, a worried smile appearing on her face. Quietly, she asked De La Rosa if she understood what punishment awaited her at home. The daughter began to justify herself and assure everyone that it was her actions that helped save her brother and their entire village. The angry mother did not want to hear any excuses at all. She sharply cut off all words and gave the children a harsh choice, to receive a slap or remain hungry until tomorrow. De La Rosa, with eyes full of tears, began to beg for mercy, reminding how she tried to be obedient. The magical stone emitted a soft light, as if striving to overcome the night darkness, and the main hero, not worrying about anything at all, calmly rested in his room. At that moment, Bellemus gradually began to regain consciousness. Looking around the familiar walls, the boy noticed with surprise that he had returned home. He tried to recall how much time he had spent in oblivion. At first he was worried. Could it be that his mother and De La Rosa were not nearby? He did not understand at all where they could have disappeared. Going outside in search of an answer, he suddenly heard a distant noise. A musician was beating a rhythm on the drum, and the clatter of mugs quickly being filled mixed with the cheerful noise in the hall. In the thick darkness of the night, an appetizing piglet is turning on a spit over the bonfire, the juicy meat crackling deliciously in the flames. The main hero watches this scene in complete amazement. It is hard for him to believe that this is really happening. Before him opened a true picture of the celebration. Every resident of the settlement, from small to large, rejoiced sincerely and carefree. There were loving couples, musicians playing loudly, dancers dancing nonstop, and orcs and goblins, well intoxicated, having fun together with everyone, celebrating the common victory. Barbara, joyful and lively, having just seen that Bellemus had woken up, immediately hurried to him. The hero noticed with surprise how sincere joy filled the air around them. York immediately invited the sage to the celebration, but he politely declined, saying that loud entertainments were not for him. Barbara looked upset, but Bellemus, noticing the joy of others, suddenly began to hesitate. Looking at the joyful faces of the people around, the boy increasingly realized how valuable these moments were. He understood that it was these simple moments of joy and togetherness that filled life with true meaning. Smiling at the cheerful celebration, where orcs and goblins were already a bit tipsy, he joined them and settled on the nearest stump. Their sincere smiles became a symbol that peace had finally returned to the village. A real celebration unfolded in the village. The residents approached the main hero one by one, offering him a variety of dishes to sincerely thank him from the bottom of their hearts. Finding himself among a huge amount of food, Bellemus awkwardly asked to stop, honestly admitting that he could not eat that much. Suddenly he heard someone loudly calling his name. At that moment Medina appeared, the very ant girl whom Bellemus immediately recognized from the past. She told that her people had stayed in the village to pay tribute and atone for their guilt. Finishing her story, the girl asked the sage if he objected to this decision. The main hero listened carefully and agreed, but set a condition: he would help only if the other residents did not object. He believed that having new allies was always useful. Watching the joyful villagers, Medina sincerely shared. Although she had lived here for a very short time, she already understood why people respected Bellemus so much. She sincerely thanked and promised that her people would do everything in their power. In response, the boys smiled sincerely and asked, "The main thing is, do not let us down." After this, the Alrons approached them, with Lency leading the way. The girl, delicate and smiling, remarked that this evening was truly wonderful. The sage nodded lightly, fully agreeing with her. The Helerans wanted to thank them once again for their salvation, but the main hero stopped them, since they fought together, and now he was also grateful to them. In a good, friendly atmosphere, everyone raised their cups together to wish prosperity to the village, to thank Bellemus, and to honor the bravery of new friends. Aaron stood with a man by the campfire, watching the joyful celebrations around. Suddenly, Elincy said that her people would leave this place in 3 days. The boy asked the girl if she had a home to return to. She quietly shook her head and sadly said that she had nowhere to go back to. The main hero suggested staying and promised to expand the fields and build new houses. The sage said that it was not that difficult and would not take much time, but Alensa was worried that all this might become a burden for Belemis. The boy took a sip of the drink and immediately showed that he had invited them not just like that, but for his own reasons. The main hero confidently said that he needed the strength of their people. Such an answer completely puzzled Alryuan. The girl again hesitantly addressed the hero with a question. Belemis took a sip of the drink and said that surviving in the demonic forest was difficult without friends, so such an agreement would be beneficial for everyone. Alansi smiled, feeling sincere warmth in his words. In response, Yu simply smiled. Alenzi shook hands in front of all the villagers. She sincerely assured that the people of the Universals would do everything possible for the village to prosper. The celebration continued. De La Rosa, despite her mother's remarks, bit off a piece of meat. Madero and Navasha cheerfully chatted by the bonfire. Even the sage sincerely rejoiced together with the goblins. It was already dusk outside. When the celebration ended, Balamas remained alone in the silence. He sat on a chair and dreamily looked at the sky. The main hero gazed admiringly at the starry sky and thought about how it always remains beautiful despite all the hardships of life. Suddenly, someone's laughter sounded. The boy heard it and instantly turned around to find out who was laughing. The village elder himself, a gray-haired old man who once laughed at the boy's words when he was only 6 years old, slowly sat by the bonfire next to the sage. Belemis did not expect to meet him here at all. After that, the elder began to talk about all the changes that had occurred since the arrival of the main hero. Now the village lacks no food, everyone is dressed in nice clothes, and a high protective wall has been built around the village, ensuring safety for the inhabitants. People have become stronger thanks to their own evolution. Houses have been rebuilt and look brand new, and most importantly, the village has gained new allies. Unexpectedly for everyone, the old man sincerely thanked the sage and stopped his attempts to explain that he was only doing what he had to do. The elder noticed what a polite boy he was and sincerely thanked him. The boy was confused and did not know what to say in response. Then the elder honestly admitted that he had been considering an important matter for a long time. Belemis looked at him with surprise and began to wait for explanations. The elder spoke about something very important. Belemis immediately agreed and listened attentively to the man. Sitting by the fire, the leader told about his most secret dreams. The next morning, all the villagers gathered in the central square. The sage climbed onto a small wooden podium, and behind him stood the elder. People thought that probably another celebration was planned in the village. Then the boy sincerely thanked everyone who came to support him. After that, he shared with everyone the conversation from yesterday with the elder and announced his important decision to become the new head of the village. A murmur of surprise arose in the crowd as everything happened so quickly. Then the elder calmed everyone and explained that in fact Belemis had all along been the true leader of the settlement. The grandfather addressed them with a request to accept his gift. The leader emphasized that Belemis had earned respect, and now everyone already saw him as an adult, not just a child. He said that there was no better candidate to look for. Hearing this, the people around gladly agreed with this choice. De La Rosa, an interesting goblin girl, asked how they should now be addressed correctly. The main character suggested being called by his name, and the wise elder decided to become a mentor and took on the duties of the former leader. De La Rosa, together with the inhabitants, rejoiced as they finally managed to solve this problem. The new leader first decided to give the village a name. When he gave the signal, a strong orc named Barbara lifted a huge stone and, straining, pulled it forward. The villagers watched anxiously as the orc brought the heavy stone into the yard. Everyone froze, holding their breath, because soon a new name of their village would appear on this stone. Strange runes with the symbol of the Velister owl were carved on the stone slab. The sage said that this land allows everyone to live in harmony and prosperity. Then he turned to the people and asked what they thought about it. She really liked this name. Alensi happily said it out loud once more. The orcs and goblins also agreed, deciding that this would be best for everyone. The mother and the ant queen also agreed, and Balamas noted that it seemed no one was against it. After listening to everyone, the leader announced the new name. In conclusion, he called on everyone to unite, hold hands, and together set off towards a bright future. At this important moment, no one even suspected that someone was secretly watching them. The girls secretly eavesdropped on their conversation through a beautiful lace mirror, and behind her quietly stood a dragon in a tailcoat. The stranger leaned closer and whispered softly that it was actually very interesting. Her lips stretched into a worried, sinister smile. In the very center of the mighty Flaze's forest stands a majestic tree that everyone calls the World Tree. According to ancient legends, it was from the seeds of this tree that the first demons once appeared, beginning their path in this world. Right at the foot of the mountain stood a sinister building, covered entirely with skulls and pieces of flesh. It was a magnificent demonic temple, built in honor of the very source of all living things. Here gathered the 6 strongest demons from all over the world. The first demon, with a head shaped like a horned skull, complained that the last hundreds of years had been extremely boring. But now, finally, something truly interesting had appeared. The second demon, who had 7 eyes and sharp, blade-like teeth, laughed joyfully when he saw how a legion of ants finally brought chaos to the peaceful forest. The third participant of the meeting, a beast resembling a human with long hair, noticed that at first it seemed like the ants were winning, but someone still managed to stop them. The fourth demon, who had an additional mouth right on his forehead, carefully observed everything happening around. He was intrigued as to why the local ants suddenly became so aggressive, since they had never behaved like that before. This made their behavior even stranger and more incomprehensible. The fifth participant, a giant with serpentine and draconic features, was not very concerned about why the ants attacked. He was much more interested in the identity of the one who managed to stop the entire legion. He snorted skeptically and thought that only weak demons lived in the western part of the forest, who definitely could not have given such resistance. At that moment, all present turned their attention to the 6th council member, a little girl named Emildora. She calmly lay on her throne as if indifferent to everything happening around. Suddenly, a huge demon with a skull instead of a head addressed Emildora, since she was responsible for the western part of the forest and was supposed to know what had happened there. Emildora twirled a lock of her long hair between her fingers and said with feigned indifference that she actually knew nothing. An ironic spark appeared in her eyes. She slowly glanced over everyone present, then decisively said that she would not waste her time on these senseless things just like the rest of them. The girl sincerely and innocently thought that all this could have happened while she was asleep. The girl yawned loudly, trying to show that she was bored, but the demon with a skull instead of a head and horns watched her closely and immediately understood that she was only pretending. He became curious about what she was really hiding. He could not understand why she did not want to be frank with them. Realizing that there was no point in asking further, he seriously announced that the meeting was over. The girl yawned and was glad that this boring meeting was finally over. Emildora sighed with relief and stretched as she left the temple. At the threshold, her faithful servant, a lizard, was already waiting for her and obediently bowed to his mistress. The girl asked the seller if he had heard anything new about Velisol, but he replied that everything was calm in the village and nothing was happening. Emildora watched Balamus with keen interest. His presence dispelled the usual boredom around, and the atmosphere of new adventures was felt in the air. But suddenly a sly smile appeared on her face. Something caught her attention. However, a cunning smile instantly flashed across her face. She mentally noted that everything was going too well, suspiciously so. She smiled with a hint of slyness and advised the butler that a few obstacles would make everything much more interesting. These words immediately intrigued the servant. While the butler tearfully apologized, he cautiously said that if the village were destroyed, it could become an obstacle to their plans. The girl thought for a moment, then unexpectedly for the seller agreed with his argument. Then she encouraged the clerk, who stopped confused and did not know what to do. Crossing the clearing, Almoder suddenly changed the subject. He began giving instructions on how to prepare for the return to Rebardal. It was clear that he was eager to finish all the business and rest. Meanwhile, in the village of Velisol itself, in the room where the main character was, he stood by the window of his room, lost in his own thoughts. He carefully watched as orcs carried large logs to build new structures. The boy closely followed how representatives of different peoples, orcs, goblins, Alani, and ants, united their efforts to create a common home. The ants carried food, the Alani and goblin wizards gathered fruits, and in a separate field, orcs and goblin warriors practiced combat skills. At that moment, his cheerful little sister jumped up to him. She always looked for a reason to talk to her brother. She happily said that now, since he had become the official head of the village, he would have more time to teach her magic, but Balamus only sighed and refused. The sage smiled and said that he still had many plans, and he definitely knew where to start. The main character, full of determination and inspiration, solemnly announced that he dreamed of expanding the village. Dolorosa sincerely rejoiced at this news. A spark of hope and anticipation of new achievements immediately appeared in her eyes. A strong hand swung and with all its might brought down the axe, so the sharp blade deeply sank into the wood. From the powerful blow, the tree trembled, slowly bent, and finally fell to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust around. The orcs did not waste time, they immediately got to work. Skillfully working with strong hands, they quickly cleared the site for future construction. Meanwhile, the Oruni formed a tight circle, raised their thin hands to the sky, and shining magical circles appeared in the air. Suddenly, the wind rushed through the tree trunks. The trees in the forest suddenly swayed, and, as if under the influence of an invisible force, began to fall to the ground one by one. The main hero stood slightly aside, observing everything around through the lens and barbura. A satisfied smile lit up his face. Belamis gladly noticed that now things were going much faster than when they first started working on these lands. Ilensi, hearing these words, smiled quietly. She felt pleased to realize that now they were not strangers here, but true inhabitants of this land. Barbara pondered what awaited them ahead and asked if they planned to expand their lands. The boy immediately and confidently answered, yes. After that, the main hero shared all his plans with everyone. He said that now they would be clearing the western part so that new fertile fields would appear there. The girl listened attentively and asked if they really had enough fields for everything necessary. The sage noted that besides melons, they hardly had any other vegetables or fruits left. The boy thought, earlier he had not even considered having a varied diet because back then the main thing was just to survive and find something to eat. Over time, he realized that eating the same thing constantly is unbearably boring for everyone. The boy also said aloud that besides food supplies, they would also need to rebuild the wall because the old one was no longer suitable for the new, larger settlement. At that moment, at the request of Belimas de la Rosa, a group of goblins arrived. He sincerely thanked his sister for the help. You thought that would be enough? Madero asked what they would do next. The main hero addressed everyone present and explained that this was why he had called those who know how to build magical homes. After that, he asked them to create housing here and build protective walls to defend this place. Belamis calculated that almost 500 Alranum needed housing. Realizing that building without magic would take a very long time, the boy cautiously asked for help. Alenzi apologized a little confusedly if she had suddenly caused trouble and sincerely thanked the builders. But the goblins immediately replied that everything was fine, they liked working together, and there were no inconveniences. Dalora was full of enthusiasm and was already about to start construction, but the main hero stopped her in time. Instead, Balamas ordered her to destroy the western wall, and the girl clearly did not like it. She could not hide her indignation. Recalling De La Rosa's previous works, Belimas could not resist and sarcastically commented on her architectural skills. This immediately touched the girl. Anger played on her face, and her cheeks flushed. Then Madero, together with Mother, proved to De La Rosa how important it was to complete this task. Madero said that this wall was much higher and more important, so it was a great opportunity to train magic. And Mother asked if she wanted to become stronger. After that, De La Rosa agreed. At this time, the goblin wizards, together with Madero, began to summon magical blocks to use them in construction. Everyone was doing their job. The main hero, together with his sister, dismantled the wall, while Alrani and the goblins were busy near the trees, fussing over something. It was already getting dark outside. By the next day, the village had become completely different, as if it had been replaced. Lency, together with others, enthusiastically examined these changes, rejoicing at what they saw. All the Rondoms were interested in examining the newly built buildings, and they did not hide their admiration. Their grateful, joyful exclamations echoed all around. Balamas thanked everyone, but modestly emphasized that they had done almost the entire task on their own. However, Alenzi did not agree with this. She quietly shared that if it were not for the help of the goblins and the main hero, they would not have been able to survive in this world. The girl awkwardly said that because of this, Alrani would always remain grateful to them from the bottom of their hearts. Smiles appeared on the faces of everyone in the room, and for a moment, a warm mood and a sense of unity among those present prevailed. Delancey felt awkward because she only received help, giving nothing in return. Therefore, she decided to offer her support for new tasks herself. Bellima pondered for a moment over what she had heard. The main hero addresses them with a request to help him plow the fields located on the southern outskirts of the village. The girl immediately agreed and also confessed that she would gladly join other affairs. She was ready to do everything for the sake of her native village. The sage again immersed himself in thoughts, trying to decide what else the youth could be engaged in. Alenzi asked Balamas if they had already decided which plants would be sown on the new fields. Balamas only sighed and shook his head sadly. A final decision had not yet been made. After considering all options, the main hero decided to go to the human city. He hopes that there he will be able to find something important for himself. At that moment, Lenzing was struck by an unexpected idea. He looked at her attentively, full of curiosity. It seems that Aaron had something that could help solve this problem. Bellemis watched the girl's confident actions with surprise, especially when she calmly asked him to wait a little. Seeing her confidence, the boy fully trusted the flower demons and did not doubt their powers for a moment. Soon Alanci, focused and serious, extended his palm forward, on which lay some seeds. It turned out that these bright grains were brought from Alrania. This sincerely surprised the main character and also intrigued the curious De La Rosa, who was closely watching the events. Moreover, they even imagined that before them lay the very sacred grains from which new Alhirns appear in the world. Alanci immediately began to explain. In fact, such seeds exist, but each person can create them no more than 3 times in their life, and they are needed for a completely different purpose. The girl easily explained that Alhirns have a special property. They give seeds that can be eaten. It was these seeds that they had been gathering together the previous day. The main character was increasingly amazed by the unusual abilities of this amazing creature. He began to think that he probably knew less about demons than he had thought before. Allens shared that although they rarely encountered representatives of other races, everyone who tasted these fruits was delighted. Their taste was incredible, and the flavor notes changed depending on the color of the seeds. It turned out that all the features of the fruit are determined by the flower on its top, and it was this flower that gave life to the Alran seed. The girl pointed to her bright red flower and explained that from the seeds of this plant would grow the same red fruits with a specifically spicy taste. The news about the new flavors immediately caused general excitement. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the novelty. Lancy also emphasized that these plants not only have a wonderful taste, but can also withstand sharp temperature changes. Moreover, they hardly wither and fully ripen in just 50 days. These were exactly the details Bellemis wanted to find out. The girl said that Alrani can produce from 1,000 to 2,000 such seeds, and for them, this is not a problem at all. When the main character heard about such a large quantity, he immediately suggested expanding the field to fully utilize all the seeds' potential. At that time, the orcs were working diligently. They were dismantling and stacking huge logs left after the forest was cut down. De La Rosa, without hesitation, immediately got to work. She summoned a large wave of moles that rushed across the entire field and thoroughly loosened the soil, preparing the ground for the new harvest. Thanks to our joint efforts, the first deep and even furrows quickly appeared on the clean field. The Alronsi immediately got to work. In just a few hours, the large field was completely prepared. Surveying the volume of work done, Belamis concluded that this plot was quite sufficient for now. However, Alenzi was quite rightly concerned about how such a large area would be watered. De La Rosa confidently assured everyone that the irrigation issue was already resolved and everything was under control. She immediately suggested a proven method to shoot the nearest cloud with a special water cannon to cause rain, but the main character firmly refused this idea. The boy calmly explained that water can only be filled with magic for ball balloons because otherwise it loses its toxicity. If such water is given to other plants, their fruits will become very dangerous to life. The girl was genuinely surprised to learn about this unexpected property. Valenzia and the boy pondered other ways to water the fields. Taking water from the well made no sense because it definitely would not be enough for such a huge area. Then Alrana suggested, what if we make a pond? It turned out that drawing water from the river was a bad idea since the field was located too far from it. It seemed that the girl had no more options left. At that moment, De La Rosa, cheerfully teasing the thoughtful Belemis and pulling his cheeks, slightly discontentedly remarked that the main character seemed to have already made up his mind, but for some reason remained silent. The goblin girl firmly held the boy by the cheeks and stubbornly did not let him say anything. As soon as she let him go, the main character hurried to share his idea. He proposed to bring water from the river by making a special channel for this purpose. Ellency was very surprised, as the river was far away, and such a plan seemed completely incredible to her. While the girl pondered all the technical difficulties, the boy silently gazed into the distance, as if examining something near the river. Lindsay thought that building the channel would take even more time than they had spent constructing the entire district. Suddenly, Belemis caught her attention. He was briskly rubbing his hands, as if preparing to undertake some important task. She asked if he was even listening to her, but in response, he suddenly leaned forward and pressed his hands into the ground. The hero concentrated, gathering all his strength, and raised his magic to the maximum. He recalled how after a difficult battle with Helerdane, his abilities had become significantly stronger. Now he had no doubts he would be able to reach the river. Lindsay in De La Rosa suddenly got scared when she heard a dull noise that gradually grew louder, and a strong vibration was felt underfoot. Under Belemis's hands, the earth could not withstand the powerful waves bursting from beneath him and began to crack and crumble from this terrible force. The deep crack seemed to come alive. It quickly headed toward the distant river, and frightened birds took flight along its path. Water from the river instantly flowed into the newly dug channel, quickly filling it to the very top. Soon the healing water reached the edge of the field and filled a large pit that had been dug in advance near the boy. He exhaled with relief, as he barely held the magical power to reach the river. Then the hero realized that for such great deeds, he still lacked experience and needed to train more. The young sage, as always, surprised everyone with his actions. Peasants began sowing the fields that they had already prepared in advance. Everyone worked diligently, sparing no effort, and De La Rosa only wanted them to grow up as quickly as possible. However, although everyone worked with great zeal, Belemis's thoughts did not give him peace. Countless questions swirled in his head that needed to be resolved before it was time to harvest. Everyone around considered her incredibly beautiful and strong. She was the mother of both a sage and an incorrigible fool. At this time, someone stood thoughtful on the training field, trying to comprehend the words of the main hero. The boy sincerely worried about their safety, so he firmly promised to personally conduct a full course of combat training for them. Damn it, he fully agreed with this plan, recalling the previous battle when he truly felt fear for his own life. Nearby, another goblin quietly shared the same thoughts, reasoning that if the sage had not helped then, they would definitely have lost. Madara asks the hero what exactly needs to be done for this preparation. Belemis calmly explained that the most important thing for them is to go through the stage of evolution and become stronger by acquiring new special abilities. The news about the probable evolution caused a real uplift in Madaro's mood, although he tried not to show excitement. At the same time, Belemis recalled his unpleasant experience related to the evolution process when he dealt with the mysterious Taylor Rosa. The boy decided that he would start by changing the goblins. He explained to everyone that for successful evolution, it is not enough just to absorb many aloe spiders. It is also necessary to master a certain level of skills in weapon or magic use. Fortunately for everyone, the main hero gathered in this place those who had already reached the required level, or those who were just a little short of the goal. Belemis carefully looked over all the goblins and chose a group of 5 who had already reached the required level. The children were very curious, as the boy was named Navasha and his friend was named Hugo. In his opinion, these two had a special talent in swordsmanship, and without any doubt, could soon become true goblin warriors. Dima is respected among the young goblin warriors for his excellent accuracy and skill in archery. And then, to the general surprise of the girls, Belemis suddenly pointed to Madara. The last name on the list was Shirahem. Unlike Madaro, this news truly brought her joy. He helped both girls begin the path of transformation into goblin mages. De La Rosa had already undergone this change and became a mage. The main character asked the chosen 5 to help other relatives reach the required level for evolution. While they were doing this, he set off alone to hunt aloe spiders. Belemis deliberately repeated his request so that everyone understood the importance of the task. The 5 chosen stood with different feelings. For them, this new role as mentors was something unusual and even troubling. Navasha agreed without hesitation, while Madaro and the boys awaited the new experience with excitement and impatience. The main character said goodbye to all his friends, asking them to help each other, and set off on his journey. Barbara wondered where to find the very cave where the necessary aloe spiders live. The boy explained that these creatures are very important for the growth of goblins. Hearing this, the orc recalled a place in the northeast. However, he sadly added that their squad had already completely destroyed the spiders in that area. Belemis inquired if there were any other suitable places. Barbara immediately brightened up. She remembered the large cave on the eastern side of the forest and offered to show it to Belemis. They went even further into the deep and dense forest. Barbara confidently held the boy's hand and led him to the entrance of the cave, which was covered with moss and thick ferns. The main character thanked the guide and was about to enter alone, but the orc insisted on going with him. Barbara entered the cool dark cave and timidly asked if the spiders she needed could survive in such conditions. Belemis created a small soft ball of magical light in the air. He looked at the walls around and decided that this place was perfect for aloe spiders. At that moment, the young man noticed a large spider lurking on the web behind him. He rejoiced and exclaimed happily that he had finally come across his first spider. The main character quietly began explaining to Barbara the enemy's weak points and how they could be exploited. He asked the orc to be quiet and not make noise, but it was already too late. Barbara couldn't hold back, suddenly groaned loudly, grabbed a heavy stone, and threw it up with all his might. The shell hit the spider right in the very heart. The monster fell together with the stone onto the hard stone floor, and the loud crash from the impact echoed resonantly throughout the entire room, amplifying the roar many times over. Suddenly, from the darkness of the deep corridors came a loud noise. It seemed someone was struggling there. Barbara muttered an apology anxiously, immediately realizing she had made a mistake. With every minute, the steps grew more numerous, and the increasingly loud stomping frightened the orc more and more. Suddenly, dozens of spiders of various sizes appeared on the ceiling and walls. They quickly crawled towards those who disturbed their peace. While Belemis froze, carefully assessing the threat, Barbara was gripped by wild panic. He was so scared that he screamed loudly. The orc covered his face with large hands and kept shouting at full strength, ignoring both the thunder of battle and the noise of the webs nearby. Thick clouds of dust rose into the air from the strong blows. Barbara stood trembling with her eyes closed for a long time, but over time she still gathered her thoughts, mustered courage, and finally dared to open her eyes to see what was happening around. Belemis calmly stood over a pile of motionless spiders, holding swords in his hands. He was thinking about how to use the magical thread to drag his prey to the exit, and decided that he would need to ask the orc to help gather all the bodies together. The lightning-fast speed with which the young sage dealt with the entire pack of terrifying creatures impressed and frightened Barbara even more. Belemis, a little confused, looked at the orc, who was filled with many emotions inside. He was still trembling and honestly admitted that sometimes the main hero truly scares him. Inside a large sphere tightly wrapped with a magical thread, about 30 aloe spiders were hidden. The main hero shook his head and noted that many more would be needed for the development of the entire village. Boar turned to Belemis with hope and asked if this amount would be enough to help all the villagers. Just remembering that they would have to climb into that cave again, the orc darkened visibly. The main hero immediately noticed this and hurried to encourage him, saying that next time he would go down into the cave himself because he already knows where it is dangerous. Barbara sighed with relief, and the boy also sincerely apologized to the orc for those unpleasant moments of fear he had to endure. Carrying the load was not easy, but they resolutely went back to the village. The sage carefully watched how the goblin was becoming more and more skilled in battle over time. Right before him stood the bravest swordswoman of the entire village, Navasha, whom everyone considered a true heroine. The tired goblins fell to the ground one after another next to the girl. What was seen impressed not only Belemis but also Barbara, who was following behind him. Meanwhile, Navasha, ignoring those who had just arrived, strictly announced that the rest was over. The goblins, exhausted and barely standing on their feet, reluctantly got up from the ground, quietly mumbling to themselves from fatigue. The main hero was a little confused and called the girl. When she saw him next to the master, her face immediately blossomed with joy. The boy delicately noted that she was probably going a bit too far with the strictness of the training. However, Navasha stood her ground. Such trials were necessary because they still needed to be ready to defend their native village. Then the main hero openly expressed his opinion. He noted that if people were overloaded with work, there would definitely be those who would avoid training by any means. He praised her for exceptional strength and endurance, but gently added that not all goblins were as strong. Constant overexertion could harm the goblins' health and affect their fighting spirit. Navasha listened carefully to his words and at the same time immersed herself in her thoughts. She glanced at the tired faces around and suddenly, with a slight embarrassment, realized that this time she had really overdone the tasks. But her words were interrupted by a goblin who had just stood up. Gathering all his willpower, he confidently said that he was not afraid of hard training at all. His courage inspired the other goblins, and gradually they began to stand up one by one, showing their determination to move forward. Their determination surprised not only Barbara and Navasha, but even Belim himself. They justified their actions by saying that they were embarrassed to admit themselves as adults and strong inhabitants of this world, just like everyone else. But again and again, they shifted all the responsibility and the hardest work onto the children, onto the wise elder and the young goblins. It was this feeling that pushed them to desire to become stronger, so as never to be a burden to others again. They turned to the girl with a request not to hold back during training and to help them reveal their true potential. The main character was sincerely surprised and touched to see how everyone reached an understanding and became determined. Therefore, he decided to fully trust Navasha's decision in this matter. The girl felt the support and trust of the students, so with new inspiration and strength, she began to continue the training. Although the goblins were tired, they obediently followed her orders and showed no dissatisfaction. When the sun hid behind the horizon, the long and hard training finally ended. Navasha, this time without her stern mask, sincerely praised the fighters for their work. The 5 mentors chosen for this mission met again. They gathered together to share their first impressions and discuss the problems that arose during their first teaching experience. At that time, Madero asked Belemis what exactly he wanted to talk to them about. In response, the main character reminded them of everything he had already said about the process of evolution. They had reached the necessary level, and now only one, the most important step, remained. Despite the outrage of everyone around, he declared with a serious look, "From now on, everyone will have to eat the so-called spider diet." Damn it, he himself felt that everything would happen exactly as soon as the boy chose this 5. In his soul, he had already accepted the inevitable and did not consider it something terrible. Then the boy asked De La Rosa if everything was ready. At that moment, the girl was standing by the cauldron, looking ahead attentively and even slightly crazily, continuously stirring the thick broth. Touching the drink to the tip of her finger, the girl immediately grimaced and began to describe its taste. De La Rosa, as before, with a barely mad gleam in her eyes, was handing the goblins full plates. She enthusiastically praised the dish and convinced everyone that it was tasty, although in her soul she already understood. Both the appearance and the taste of the food remained as disgusting as before. Novasa doubted that this dish was tasty at all, and Madero even suspected that De La Rosa was just joking with them. The other goblins stood nearby in a crowd, watching with interest how the food was being divided. Their faces showed impatient excitement. Bialamis smiled broadly and sincerely encouraged everyone, not understanding what was wrong here. He said that it was already time to sit down to eat, but his words only scared the goblins even more. To everyone's surprise, Navasha was the first to dare to try. She scooped a spoonful of soup and immediately tasted it, but the taste turned out unpleasant, and her face immediately changed. Despite this, she persistently convinced everyone that the dish was very tasty, although she barely managed to say it through clenched teeth. The girl ate persistently, although she barely managed not to spit out the food after each spoonful, and constantly repeated that the dish was very tasty. Dam grew more and more worried every minute, watching her reaction. Navasha was barely breathing from pain, but quietly murmured that if De La Rosa managed to endure it, then she could cope too. Gathering strength with her thoughts, she understood she had to be strong for those who depended on her. She was filled with confidence, and with renewed determination, she began to eat. Her unbreakable willpower and ability to overcome disgust became a source of inspiration for everyone nearby. The rest of the goblins approached the cauldron one by one, singing and jumping with joy. They boldly began to eat the disgusting broth. The main hero was sincerely surprised by their endurance and willingness to endure for the common good. Watching their extraordinary resilience, Belemis mentally admitted to himself he truly underestimated how strong their spirit was. Then he said with admiration that they were true brave ones. "For 4 days I have been eating exclusively spiders. It is not easy, but it has already become a habit." The future goblin warriors felt that their bodies had become noticeably lighter and more agile. De La Rosa observed them and noticed that not only their bodies had changed, the goblins also grew larger horns. The sage praised the young goblins for their progress. Goblin mages also evolved. Now they resembled De La Rosa. They were very surprised by the changes that had happened to them. Having made sure that the evolution of the goblins was proceeding successfully and that 5 experienced residents of De La Rosa were closely monitoring it, Belemis handed over all responsibility to them. Now he knew he could no longer stay here. Many important matters awaited him in the rapidly growing Welis Durali, where his constant involvement was needed. Shouts and rumbling echoed on the training ground. Sweaty orcs fiercely competed with each other, demonstrating their strength in heated battles. Barbara, seized by the energy of the fight, suddenly rushed forward and, shouting loudly, knocked her enemy to the ground. Without losing a moment, the orc, whose eyes still flickered with the spark of victory, immediately called for a new opponent. The comrades, tired from the battle, only exchanged silent glances, not understanding where he got so much restless, almost mad energy. Barbara still could not forget how painful it was to endure humiliation in the terrible spider cave. At the same time, his mind constantly returned to the strange changes that had occurred among the goblins. He suddenly realized that he could no longer let his master down and was now obliged to become a true support for him. The realization terrified him greatly, and at that very moment, when anxious thoughts overwhelmed his head, the main hero called him to himself. Barbara suddenly came to her senses when she heard Belemis's voice. He brought her out of deep reflection. The sage calmly explained the reason for his visit and shared his idea. He spoke about a new chance for the orcs that could change their fate, about the possibility of their evolution. Hearing this news, Barbara could not contain her joy. The young sage addressed the orc with a request to gather all those who wanted to undergo evolution. He wanted to independently and honestly assess their abilities and possibilities. Barbara rejoiced at this assignment and immediately began to carry out the order with great enthusiasm. Soon Barbara brought a whole group of orcs to the training field. The place had already been prepared in advance. The young man sincerely thanked her for the help. While the orcs enthusiastically shared their assumptions, Bellamus carefully watched each of them. The young mage was surprised because he expected to see more candidates. Barbara quickly explained the reason. He deliberately did not bring orc women with him, as they rarely participate in battles. It became noticeable that most were now busy with work. The main hero admitted with slight confusion that it was still difficult for him to recognize everyone by appearance and apologized for this. The sage began his story by explaining that the current development of high orcs had not yet reached its maximum. He briefly told what paths lay ahead of them. They could transform into mage orcs or become armored orcs. Then he began to explain how these types differ. Orc mages possess magic and can cast spells, while those orcs who wear heavy armor have no magical abilities but become much stronger and more resilient. This impressed everyone so much that the faces of the squad lit up with enthusiasm. To succeed, the boy said special ingredients would be needed, for example, blue rats. Also, everyone must have a sufficiently strong level of attack or defense. To begin the trial, the sage decided to determine their strength in battle. He calmly raised his hand, and sparks appeared around his fingers. Condensed magic filled the air. The main character used his skill and created several huge and very strong stone blocks right on the spot. Just in front of the formation of frightened orcs, stones fell with a dull thud. Bellamus explained the essence of the test. If the orc can break the stone with one blow, it will prove that his strength is sufficient for evolution. After that, he handed them the weapons so they could try their strength. One of the orcs, determined, was the first to decide to try it on himself. The goblin struck the stone with all his might, but to his surprise and disappointment, the stone block did not even crack, it only shook slightly. The orc scratched the back of his head in confusion, not understanding why the strength did not work. Failure greatly upset the desperate hero. When everyone who wanted to test their strength finished, Bellamus called them to line up. Now he carefully examined each one, feeling their muscles to determine how well they could defend themselves. The first orc in line tensed his muscles, proudly puffed out his chest, and tried to show all his strength, but the sage was not impressed at all. It was not enough for her. Suddenly Bellamus heard loud shouts and noise behind him that immediately caught his attention. Everyone turned around and saw Barbara, who demonstrated extraordinary strength by breaking one of the stone blocks. Bellamus could not help but praise her for such power. When the orc checked his defense once again, the results were stunning. He was delighted with his success and rejoiced with all his heart. Barbara felt true joy in her heart. Finally, a path to new strength opened before her. Only the rats standing in the way remained to be dealt with. The young sage addressed his loyal orc with a request to wait a little. He informed him that he had a very important and special task for him. The inspection confirmed that only Barbara has currently gained enough strength and defense to evolve. The other orcs, though looking exhausted and somewhat depressed, listened carefully to Bellamus's advice, who strongly urged them not to stop and to continue training with even greater zeal. After that, he called Barbara, and she immediately obeyed and did everything she was told. They went to the forest, to those places they had not seen for many years. They found themselves in a familiar forest near the village of Veronica. De La Rosa, whom her brother entrusted with a special mission to help find the blue rats, joined the group. The main character said that about 300 such creatures need to be gathered for evolution. Upon hearing this, the sister, inspired by her brother's support, enthusiastically set about completing the task. The sage watched her enthusiasm with mild surprise, and Barbara nodded with a smile, showing that she too sincerely rejoiced in such trust and the opportunity to be helpful, just like the girl. Suddenly De La Rosa exclaimed with joy that she had noticed some strange hole. Suddenly the bush near the girl rustled anxiously, and Bellamus instantly tensed, ready for any turn of events. Suddenly some animal jumped out of the bushes, and the main character shouted to his sister to lie down on the ground immediately. Suddenly a huge wild boar burst out of the forest. It was enraged and charged straight at De La Rosa. The girl noticed how the enemy was quickly approaching her. At that moment, De La Rosa remained calm and without hesitation used her ability to open portals. She quickly opened a passage and skillfully sent the enraged beast on a short but rapid journey through the portal. Barbara and Bellamus himself were stunned. They saw how the boar simply flew into the sky. As soon as the animal fell heavily to the ground, Dolorosa was already mentally imagining how she would feast on its meat during dinner. The orc standing next to the sage exchanged a glance with him, a glance full of surprise at her confidence and skill. Barbara mentally acknowledged that Dolorosa fully deserved to be her master's sister. She also aspired to become stronger. Dolorosa herself did not waste time. She quickly urged the others on and reminded them that the main goal was to catch the blue rats. She said that if they delayed any longer, their mother would worry even more. So all three, without hesitation, moved deeper into the thicket and continued the search. Time passed unnoticed, and evening had already come. Barbiru gathered all her courage to swallow a large spoonful of bluish rat porridge, which tasted simply awful. Belamis saw how he was suffering and suggested drinking the potion gradually, spreading it over several days. But the orc immediately refused to wait and insisted on doing everything now. After all the trials he had gone through, especially when he remembered Dolorosa's power, he realized he had no right to delay even a minute. The main hero simply nodded and smiled, understanding well that true strength comes when you strengthen not only the body, but also the spirit. The next morning, Barbara finally achieved what she had long aspired to. He underwent real changes and became an orc in heavy armor. Although the new warrior noticed all the advantages of the scaled armor, something made him feel a certain aversion to it. But when Bella told him that this armor would help him become an orc dragon, his doubts vanished. The sage told Barbara about the extraordinary power and grandeur of the dragon form. It was the highest stage an orc could reach. The old man's words deeply impressed Barbara and further strengthened his determination. The sage assured him that one day he would grow wings, and true flames would burst from his jaws. After this conversation, Barbara developed a strong desire to become a dragon. Although the boy warned her about the difficult trials ahead, he was still convinced that Barbara would definitely be able to handle everything. Despite all the warnings, the orc still believed in the new dream and gave it his heart. Several months passed. Life in the settlement returned to its usual peaceful rhythm. Goblins and orcs trained diligently every day. He was insanely focused on mastering archery. Goblin warriors and orcs trained in hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship, and their progress was already obvious to everyone. Barbara noticed that the people around were changing for the better. In response, the boy shared his thoughts and calculations. According to him, about 70% of the locals had already successfully evolved. Suddenly the training stopped. One of the students quietly addressed the sage. She quietly whispered to him that something important was already ready. Hearing this news, Belamis suddenly stopped the lesson and said that he had to show the locals something very important. His unexpected statement greatly surprised everyone in the class. The main hero personally led the fighters to where the results of their hard work were stored and separately acknowledged the efforts of each of them. In the quiet grove, he solemnly announced that the harvest festival was beginning, inviting all residents to rest well and celebrate this event joyfully. The peasants gathered together and looked at the bright, multicolored fruits with interest, not hiding their admiration. De La Rosa, interested in learning more, began asking those around her what these unusual fruits were called. Now they are distinguished only by the color of their skin. The hero was inspired and suddenly suggested, "Let's call these fruits by one word, Alroy. It is a shortening of Alran." Alani immediately made it clear that she really liked this name. At that moment, De La Rosa could not hold back and, full of impatience, suggested that everyone sit down at the table immediately. Thus began the great celebration. And so the festival began. The locals happily gathered fruits and treats specially prepared for this event. The sage asked how to safely taste fruits that had not yet been tried. Alran assured him that these fruits are tasty even when fresh, and immediately showed how to peel them properly. When Alenka tasted the fruit, she immediately felt its extraordinary flavor. De La Rosa recalled that the taste of fruits can change depending on the color. Other goblin girls curiously peered into the baskets, trying to see what was inside. When she shared her desire to taste something sweet, Lency advised her to choose the pink fruit. However, De La Rosa still doubted. She was curious whether these new fruits could be as tasty as her favorite melon. Taking a cautious first sip, the girl could not hold back and was surprised. She was trembling all over and held the fruit tightly in her hands, which immediately worried everyone around. To everyone's surprise, De La Rosa suddenly smiled broadly and laughed out loud, not hiding her sincere delight. She continued eating with appetite, taking an example from Adaro and Navachi. The girls enjoyed the treat with enthusiasm, laughing cheerfully and tasting the delicacies eagerly. Belamis, in search of adventure, decided to try the bright red fruit, hoping for new impressions. Ebbet bit into the ripe red fruit, and its juice immediately filled his mouth with a vivid flavor. The main character really liked the new taste, and even his mother was delighted along with him. The woman was so surprised that she froze in place for a moment. At first, Mom was very surprised when she felt how spicy this fruit was, but when the initial shock passed, she admitted that she liked its taste and gradually got used to it over time. Meanwhile, Barbara was enjoying the sweet and sour blue fruits, and a sincere smile blossomed on her face. Sheraham immediately felt the rich acidity of the orange. The taste turned out to be surprisingly refreshing. The former leader especially appreciated the slight bitterness of fresh green alroys. The boy could not get enough of the variety of delicious dishes that attracted him at the festive fair. At this time, Allens was sharing all her culinary tricks in preparing fruits with everyone. She explained that fruits could be made not only into jam, but also into a tasty seasoning if processed correctly. She also noted that vegetable soup, where everything is stewed together, is a true culinary art. Balamas kept thanking Oron for the real culinary revolution that his harvest brought to the life of the village. She thanked the residents from the bottom of her heart for their sincerity and kind words. People smiled sincerely while tasting delicious dishes, and the atmosphere around was filled with joy and warmth. Everyone felt like one friendly family. Some time passed, and suddenly it became uneasy near the building. De La Rosa cautiously descended into the deep abyss, firmly holding a ball of bright magical thread in her hands. During this, she suddenly realized that she had not met Medina for a long time and could not help but share this aloud. Belimas, who was walking ahead, in response to her words, said that he himself quite often visits the Queen of Ants. The sage also said that the Queen of Ants appears young only in appearance, but in reality she is already quite old. She has gathered much knowledge and is always ready to share something new and important with him. De La Rosa closely watched the 2 balls of wavy yarn and was not sure if it would be enough for the entire legion. Still, the boy reassured her and explained that ants do not actually need food like humans do. The girl still did not understand, so the main character tried to explain differently. He said that the thread is not needed to feed the ants, but to nourish their core, the thing that gives strength and life to the entire colony. After the great battle, the ant army had only 20 soldiers left. Now they needed to find a lot of food to restore their strength and regain their power. Finally, De La Rosa understood why they set out on this journey. While they continued walking, Balamas pondered how much good the army of ants had done. Thanks to them, a whole network of underground tunnels had appeared under the village and in the forest. Deep down, he still dreamed of one day walking peacefully through the forest, without fearing any dangers. He decided to leave this thought for later, promising himself to return to it when the time came. The brother and sister were so engrossed in their conversation and thoughts that they did not even notice when they had already arrived where they were going. Queen Medina, who was also their aunt, warmly and joyfully welcomed the guests. Belamis unraveled huge balls and clearly explained why they came. They brought materials to feed the core. The queen had already begun to thank them for the help, but suddenly her words were cut off. The young queen was sincerely surprised not only that she was helped, but also by the large amount of fruit she was given. She did not expect such generosity at all. Medina was confused upon hearing such a generous offer, but her brother and sister quickly calmed her down, saying that it was not a problem for them and they really wanted it. Worker ants carried heavy baskets of fruit and headed straight to the center of their colony. Everyone around watched with admiration as the ants carefully took turns tossing pieces of food right into the center. Almost immediately, the first newly born ant crawled out of the core. The flow of newcomers did not stop. More and more people approached them. Medina and Belamis both immediately noticed. The incredibly fast return of strength in the locals was connected to the fact that they ate the brought fruits and nutritious food. De La Rosa carefully counted everything and reported, "We have 59 new ants." The boy noticed such skill with excitement, and his sister immediately asked how big these little ones could grow. The main character explained that how big an ant grows directly depends on how many individuals are in the entire legion. The larger the colony, the bigger the new ants become. He already thought that next time he would take even more food with him to speed up their growth. However, Medina was again worried that such a decision might become too great a trial for the village. Belamis calmed her again. He spoke gently, with confidence in his voice. Now that the errands had helped them, there was enough food for everyone. The Ant Queen decided to personally thank Lancy for the tasty and beautiful fruits she brought. Helen imagined how someday they would return here again together with her and other villagers. The next morning, everything started calmly. Everything went awry. One of the goblins, seized by fear, began to run straight to Belamis's home. It was Hugo who helped the main character to stand up, loudly warning everyone about the approaching danger. The goblin nervously said that near the village gates stood some strange and invisible demons. He had never encountered such creatures before and could not understand their language at all. Hugo confidently said that these creatures definitely came from distant lands. The main character hurriedly got ready, insisting on learning more about the threat. Hugo described their appearance in detail. Long black tails and sharp horns. When the sage heard these words, he immediately understood who these strangers really were. Bellamus climbed to the top of the tower. Glancing at the unfamiliar people below, he instantly recognized them as real imp troublemakers. His assumption turned out to be completely correct, and this captivated Hugo even more. The main character immediately warned the goblin. These creatures should not be underestimated, as the Ampi have incredibly strong magic. Glancing around at the surrounding environment, the sage immediately understood that there were about 50 ordinary demons nearby. He confidently decided that he could handle them alone. Hugo asked what the demons were talking about there, because he could not understand a single word of their language. The boy explained that these amps know many languages, and now they are all persistently repeating the same thing together, each in their own dialect. The brave imp girl, who was the leader of her squad, loudly ordered to open the gates right now and bring the village elder to her. Her comrades cheerfully supported her with shouts. Glancing around the surroundings, Bellamus instantly realized he had to act immediately. Without hesitation, he boldly jumped down from the tower, not even trying to use the stairs. Such an unrestrained move gripped Hugo with a wave of fear once again. The sage descended from the heavens right before the leader of the imps. His calm and confidence radiated a sense of complete control over everything happening. He calmly and confidently told the uninvited guests that in this village, he decides everything himself because he is its leader. Bellamus confidently informed the impish girl that he is the head of this village. Imp carefully examined him from bottom to top, as if wanting to understand what he was capable of. On the tall watchtower, Hugo carefully watched the young sage and felt anxiety. And the village girls stood aside, and with great admiration observed everything that was happening, sincerely interested in waiting to see how it would all end. Having learned that before her was a real person, Lily instantly forgot all her worries and began tirelessly chatting. She enthusiastically told about her acquaintance from the human world, recalling his best qualities with special passion. Her enthusiasm so embarrassed Bellamus that he even began to get nervous. The sage suddenly stopped her, no longer able to endure the tension, and impatiently asked why these mysterious guests had really come. The imp girl immediately apologized for talking too much and introduced herself as Lily. She was genuinely surprised when the main character spoke their language, and in response, he noted that she also knew many dialects well. Lily confidently began listing all the languages she knew and boasted about it so much that the boy instantly got angry. She spoke without stopping, words flowing one after another. The girl admitted that she often could not calm her talkativeness, and because of this, her brother Ridge constantly reproached her. The sage silently listened to her continuous speech, already feeling exhausted and a little confused. The goblins, who stood on the fortress wall and carefully looked at his face, instantly understood everything without any words. These strangers were indeed a serious threat. Finally, Lily dared to get to the main point. She carefully looked at how the village had changed and assessed how great these changes were. She silently, without any explanations, suggested giving them the settlement. Bellamus firmly refused to comply with this demand. Politely but persistently, he asked the uninvited guests to leave his house immediately. At that moment, Lily dropped her mask of friendliness and said directly that she would seize the village by force. The goblins above, although unable to understand the words, clearly felt the tense atmosphere, as if the air had thickened. The main heroine decided to calm her people and firmly reminded them how many defenders stood guard over the village. The girl only slightly smiled contemptuously, not even considering his words. Seeing this, Lily decided to find out who really controlled everything in this place. She explained that the forest was divided into 4 parts. In the north lived the most powerful demons, and in the west, where they were now, lived weak creatures. She proudly told that these fiends came from the distant and majestic north, and now their path had led them to the west. Bellamus immediately realized that nothing had changed, everything remained as it was before his transformation. He pondered that the evolved imps indeed posed a great threat, but at the same time, they were the ones who made him start doubting. The sage said aloud that among all the imps present, none had evolved yet. Only now were they beginning to show their true power. He thought that this group probably once belonged to a strong clan, but they were expelled, and now they were forced to wander the forest in search of a safe place. The imp's agitated response to his assumption confirmed that his guess was accurate. Belimas said that the harsh north was too difficult for ordinary people, so many fled to the peaceful and warm west. Hearing this, a smile flashed across Lily's face, which only confirmed his words. This finally drove Lily out of herself. She exploded, screamed, and angrily poked him with her finger. She boldly declared that she would easily deal with him because to her he was just a child. Belamis mentally noted her unwavering pride and had already begun to build his further plan. He calmly asked her name once more to make sure he understood everything correctly. He proposed to resolve their dispute honestly by challenging the opponent to a duel. The rules were simple. If Lily wins, Belamis will give her the village. If the sage wins, then the unclean must immediately and forever leave these lands. For the girl, such a condition was a real surprise, and she was sincerely astonished. Lily suspected that this might be a trap, and that Belamis was trying to cheat by using her pride so that she would not be afraid to lose to the boy. This blow hit the target exactly. The girl was instantly filled with rage. She got angry at the boy for his insolent behavior and decided to teach him a lesson by accepting the challenge to fight with anger. Meanwhile, the sage rejoiced in his soul because everything happened exactly as he had planned. Lily stubbornly asked him to name himself, and after some hesitation, the boy finally said his name. She strictly warned her relatives not to interfere under any circumstances and promised the sage that she would keep the memory of him in her thoughts for a long time. As soon as the girl used magic, the fight immediately flared up. To everyone's surprise, she suddenly began to loudly and evenly recite a spell. Goblins standing on the fortress walls looked at each other in surprise. Balamis was confused because the girl was still struggling with the spell and couldn't manage it. He thought that it was enough just to imagine what you want, and everything would definitely happen. But when he found himself in the very center of the battle, he realized saying it out loud no longer worked. At that moment, the main hero finally realized the most important thing. The boy noticed that these amps did not know how to properly use magic at all. He was not surprised that they were expelled from the northern forest. With those skills, they wouldn't have lasted there anyway. Although Belamis perfectly understood that he could easily defeat his rival, he suddenly felt sorry for her. But there was no time to think. He finally dared. His magic flared instantly, quietly, controlled only by the power of thought and great determination. He assessed the power of his strike and decided that it was quite enough for Lily. Meanwhile, something strange appeared beneath the girl's feet right out of the void. Suddenly, around her body, with a loud clang, appeared strong magical shackles that immediately deprived her of the ability to move. One of the chains tightly bound her mouth, and she could only growl quietly, not saying a single word. The little imps noticed that their leader was trapped and immediately rushed to her rescue. Balamis immediately warned loudly. If anyone dared to take even a step forward, he would instantly cast a suffocating spell on everyone. At that time, Lily was desperately struggling in invisible but extremely strong bonds. His words made an impression. All the demons stopped as if rooted to the spot, angry and full of helplessness. The sage announced his victory in a calm voice and reminded that according to the rules of the duel, they must immediately leave this place. Lily, just freed from the chains, found herself in the center of the room. She was overwhelmed with anger and a sense of humiliation, and her cheeks burned with shame. The other imp girls immediately gathered around, worried and supporting Lily, fussily expressing their outrage. Then, without saying another word but with visible offense on their faces, the whole group disappeared among the trees. They walked away, loudly expressing their outrage, and Lily, saying goodbye, promised that she would definitely return. Belamis mentally noted that there was an incredible noise around. In the forest near the village, Lily burned with resentment. She could not recover after such a humiliating defeat. She peeked out from behind the bushes in the direction of the village, her face burning with anger. Nearby stood her brother Ridge, trying to persuade her, explaining that any further actions now would make no sense. But Lily was unyielding. She refused to let everything end in such disgrace. Her brother froze in horror, watching his sister. He could not believe what he saw and did not understand at all what she was planning. At that moment, Lily gathered all her determination, clutching in her hand an object that radiated true darkness. She dared to take a bold step to use the forbidden scroll. Lily, full of anger and desire for revenge, nevertheless mustered the courage and opened the forbidden scroll, despite all the threats that awaited her. Brother Ridge, no matter how hard he tried to reach his sister, worried about her and repeatedly said, "Such artifacts exist only for real danger, when life is at stake, not for resolving personal offenses or disputes." Lily, angry and offended, began to boast that she had heard various stories about masters who can subdue monsters locked in scrolls if they have enough magical power. But Ridge firmly contradicted her, stating that Lily did not yet have the level of mastery to take on such danger. Lily ignored all warnings. Now her determination became even stronger. She was confident in herself and ready to prove it to everyone. Ridge tried to object again, but his sister became serious and looked at him sternly. She reminded him of the main rule of their forests among the fleshy: the strong always take, and the weak lose everything. They had already lost their home in this harsh north. Now, to survive, they have to take everything they can from the weakest people of the West, not stopping even before desperate methods. Ridge fully agreed with this harsh logic of survival. But the main reason driving Lily forward was a thirst for revenge. She passionately wanted to take revenge on the boy who dared to publicly humiliate and mock her. She unrolled the ancient scroll so fervently that it seemed almost madness. Imps gathered around, and the fear in their eyes only grew stronger. They all understood that trouble was very close and escape was almost impossible. The scroll, hearing the awakened magic, swiftly rose into the air and began to unfold, emitting a terrifying light. This marked the beginning of the ritual to summon the sealed monster, and Lily was overwhelmed at that moment by uncontrollable awe at the newly born power. And suddenly the whole world was flooded with bright, dazzling light. Meanwhile, the main character enjoyed an unexpectedly calm and quiet morning in the village. Walking along the path, he kept recalling yesterday's strange encounter with the witch robbers, which still troubled his thoughts. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted. A bright light broke through the trees, followed by a terrible roar that made the ground tremble. The boy immediately felt tension. His senses became extraordinarily sharp. Suddenly, from behind the trees appeared a gigantic monster, a giant tiger with long, saber-like fangs. It was extraordinarily large and looked truly terrifying. Velisol saw before him a hippopotamus with surprise and excitement, an extraordinarily strong beast that no one could even imagine in these peaceful places. He could only guess what exactly brought this mighty creature to their quiet land. The sage did not seek to find those responsible for what had happened. He immediately understood that the most important thing now was to protect the village. Without wasting time, he began to develop a rescue plan, deciding to do everything possible to prevent any resident from suffering. But he still could not figure out how to protect everyone around. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected movement. Lily did not even expect this from herself. Standing right in front of the gigantic and frightening monster, she remained completely calm and confident. The other little demons, who were hiding farther away, looked at her fearfully, but there was admiration in their eyes as well. The girl dared to reach out her hand and gently stroked the monster, admiring its strength and beauty. After that, she gave the order to attack the village. The monster instantly obeyed. It raised its huge paw with sharp claws. This frightened Velisol. He felt that something terrible was about to happen. True horror gripped everyone when the huge Hemite suddenly lowered its paw not on the village, but directly on Lily. The girl was scared but managed to jump back at the very last moment, escaping the sharp claws that barely missed her. She froze in place, looking confusedly at the creature she had created, not understanding why it suddenly turned against her. In response, the hippopotamus growled even more terrifyingly, its roar filled with hatred and threats. Lily froze from the terrible roar. Fear gripped her entire body. The other demons quickly came to their senses and rushed to help, trying to pull the stunned commander away from the enraged monster. In panic, everyone rushed to flee to the forest, hoping to find refuge among the dense thickets. But the furious Hemif, restless, chased after them, breaking everything in its path, even trees. Dolorosa, who watched everything from the top of the tower, only sighed with regret. The imps are really unlucky if they angered such a danger. The main hero, seeing his sister on the strong walls of the fortress, froze. He was afraid for her life. Goblinka, standing on the tower, bravely prepared for battle. Her brother worried about her and tried to persuade her not to engage in the fight, reminding her how strong their enemy was. But many local residents do not remain indifferent. They openly say they are ready to help and resist. At that moment, voices were heard from below. Someone was calling the owner of the house. Velisol noticed that near the city walls gathered not only goblins and orcs, but also ants led by Medina, as well as Alani commanded by Lensi. Altogether they united, determined to defend their common home. The main character doubted whether it was right to involve everyone in the dangerous battle, but Medina confidently assured him, "This monster is too strong, and they can only defeat it through joint efforts." Alenzi added that this village has become a real home for them, and they cannot abandon it to its fate. The main character felt genuine warmth from their unity and sincerity. He gladly agreed and sincerely thanked everyone for their support. At first, the sage suggested only observing the situation, hoping that the demons would force the enraged beast to wander further into the depths of the forest. But all hopes vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a frightened pack of imps appeared in the village, with Lily and Ridge running ahead. They were shouting and begging for help. Right behind them, breaking trees, charged a huge enraged giant who had no intention of stopping. Bellamus felt disappointment. His plan did not work, so he decided to act without delay. Without waiting for orders, De La Rosa, together with the brave girls from the village, boldly rushed forward, covering the space around them with joyful shouts of victory. The villagers united and stood together, blocking the monster's path. They formed a wall, protecting the frightened Bissics. The main hero, noticing their courage and understanding that everything was being decided now, loudly called to not give up and fight to the end. Without hesitation, he jumped from the tower straight to his comrades, preparing to lead them into battle. Suddenly, a monstrous giant appeared on the battlefield, and everything around became complete chaos. The imps, frozen with horror, lost control and scattered in different directions. The old sage instantly got to his feet, and almost imperceptibly to the eye rushed forward, moving swiftly straight towards the danger. Like a true lightning bolt, he rose up and with furious speed rushed down directly onto the huge enemy. While the hero was flying, he created a magical arrow that shone with bright light. It inflicted a wound on the monster. Its magical attack made the monster scream in pain and rage. Lily stood aside, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was stunned by what she saw. As soon as the boy skillfully landed, he quickly glanced around. The wounded beast was wildly suffering from pain, but this only intensified its fury. In this chaos, a desperate plan was born in the boy's mind. Although everything seemed simply incredible, there was no other way out. It was necessary to risk everything and take even the smallest chance. Bellamus sharply turned to those fleeing from IPS and showered them with a torrent of mockery, not hiding how contemptuously he regarded their fear. His words still touched someone, at least. Lily could not ignore it. The girl abruptly stopped, and an expression of inner struggle appeared on her face. But in a moment, determination flared in her eyes. She wanted to prove that the people of the North were capable of much. Her courage and willingness to sacrifice herself so impressed the other Bycenniata that they instinctively stopped. Lily, risking her life, began to recite a long and difficult spell, putting all her strength and determination into the words. Bellamus watched her closely, thinking that even if her efforts were not very powerful, it was still better than sitting idly. At this time, Begemot became terribly angry. The sage believed that the plan, in which Lily had an important task, could definitely work. Gathering all his strength, he created a powerful flash of light and directed its beam straight into the monster's eyes. Blinded and confused, the creature began to run chaotically around, having no idea where its main enemy was. Noticing a brief moment of weakness, Bellamus immediately took advantage of it. He sharply flew upward and struck the giant with all his might right on the back. Absorbing pain and anger, the creature roared even louder, breaking the surrounding silence. But the monster recovered extraordinarily quickly. Barely regaining consciousness, it instantly turned and aimed its massive, claw-covered paw at the young wizard. The youth immediately guessed the previous blow was not powerful enough. He sharply jumped aside to be at a safe distance and immediately began to cast a new spell. Suddenly, the space before him flashed like fireworks, and hundreds of arrows of light shot forward, rushing at a crazy speed straight at the giant. Despite the downpour of magical attacks, the monster raised its paw again, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Bellamus was exhausted from constant tension and endless attempts to dodge, and only by a miracle did he have enough strength to raise his weapon at the ready. He delivered several quick and precise strikes, hoping to find a weak spot. However, the beast did not tire and continued to attack with unyielding fury. The sage, in despair, managed to jump aside, avoiding a direct hit. He already clearly realized how exhausting this battle was becoming. Begemot showed true power and seemed tireless, time and again demonstrating his incredible strength. The monster growled so loudly that the ground shook and charged forward again. Its horn, resembling a spear, confidently flew straight toward the boy. Bellamus did not manage to react in time to this deadly attack. He simply had nowhere to go. But suddenly, at the very last moment, someone appeared unnoticed who rushed to help him. Once Begemot was suddenly frightened by something, he jumped back sharply, growled irritably, and noticed with surprise that he was covered all over in fresh paint. The exhausted boy looked back at those who came to save him, and at that moment felt his heart fill with relief and joy. Finally, allies appeared on the battlefield whom he had waited for so long. Avroni, led by Lency, boldly rushed to attack the monster. Side by side with them marched goblin squads, incessantly firing whole clouds of arrows at the enemies, and ahead of all stood the Queen of Ants herself. The inhabitants of Velisol, gathering all their strength and fury, desperately rushed at the giant monster. While the defeated but not yet subdued monster roared so loudly that everything around trembled, every mage fought with their last strength. Magi, breathing heavily, noted with hope. Their joint struggle was finally beginning to bear fruit. The monster was becoming increasingly weaker under their pressure. Goblin and Orc warriors, without hesitation, rushed into the breached hole. They together rushed at the enemy, sparing no strength. They beat and stabbed him from all sides. The heat of battle did not scare Navashu. She showed her unbreakable strength and speed by striking the monster with a deep and precise blow. The huge body of Behemoth was covered in wounds, and Navasha was already preparing to deliver the final blow. But suddenly something strange stopped her. From the shadow cast by the fallen giant's body, a mysterious hand unexpectedly reached out to her. The monster swung its huge tail, trying to chase the girl away and hit her. Madero and De La Rosa were very worried about their comrade. However, at someone's instigation, this story began to grow and become increasingly significant. Barbara, without hesitation for a second, rushed forward and shielded Navash with her body, taking the full blow of the tail. The orc's eyes filled with tears as he pleaded with his lord to finish off the monster. The young sage, noticing the orc's sincere devotion and realizing the importance of this moment, began to utter the strongest words of the spell, for now everything was at stake, and the last chance depended only on him. The orc chieftain approaches the sage and addresses him. The orc in despair appealed to his lord, begging to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, the sage, immersed in a complex spell, felt the tension thickening in the air. However, the monster's gigantic tail sharply swung toward the boy, as if instinctively trying to prevent the completion of the magical ritual. The hero summoned all his willpower, preparing to deliver the decisive strike, while the enemy gave him no moment to rest. York became anxious for the boy and tried to warn him about the danger. Suddenly, someone appeared and intervened, causing the blow to go in a completely different direction. This person turned out to be Lily. Her unexpected and decisive action struck Barbara and Navash so deeply that they could not utter a word after the fear they had experienced. At this time, Belamus was just finishing casting a spell. He concentrated a huge power within himself, which instantly transformed into a holy destroyer, a bright stream of energy that with a blinding glow rushed straight at the giant monster. The blow was so strong that the shockwave raised clouds of dust and pieces of earth into the air. The beam of energy that passed through the monster's body swiftly rose into the sky, cutting through the clouds. When the dust finally began to settle, only the young sage remained in the very center of the battlefield. He was breathing heavily, exhausted from everything he had just endured and from the incredible effort it had cost him. As the fog and dust began to disappear, the defeated monster was already lying on the ground. The main hero finally felt true relief and exhaled a sigh. The city was filled with a genuine festive mood. The inhabitants of Velisol rejoiced at the long-awaited victory, sincerely greeting and embracing each other. But the sage could not fully rejoice. He glanced at the group of imps and looked at them with a gaze in which cold, restrained anger flickered. The other enhancers began to feel awkward under the stern gaze that seemed to pierce them through. Belamus immediately made it clear that everyone would have to take responsibility for all their actions and decisions. At that moment, Lily spoke up. She fell to her knees and with sincerity in her voice asked for permission to serve him. All the warriors around, and especially the wise man himself, were completely puzzled by what had happened. The girl froze in place, looking surprised as he performed magic. Lily was delighted and sincerely begged to be taken into service. Belamus, noticeably confused and nervous from the felt emotions, tried to sharply stop her onslaught, saying that he did not need servants at all, but it seemed no one heard his words. The imp ignored the refusal and rushed forward, almost ready to lick his boots. That was how she wanted to show her respect. The main hero continued to argue emotionally with Lily, who was in love with him. He does everything possible to keep this persistent girl at a safe distance and diligently asks his friends for help. Alenji of the Alron family expressed a very sensible opinion. She reminded that the imps have every chance to become true friends and new residents of Vilas Daryl, just as the Alron themselves once joined the community. Moreover, Alenji noted that their settlement constantly lacks hardworking hands. Alenji's words made Belamus think, and his initial reluctance gradually melted away. Then Belamus recalled how Lily once saved him, and it touched his heart. He decided to talk to the other fortress residents to find out their opinion. To his surprise, Belamus saw that most people were calm about this idea, and some even supported it. De La Rosa noticed that imps are very weak, and in the forest they could easily be in danger. They could quickly perish. From the main hero's point of view, he reached out his hand to Lily, who was still kneeling and glowing with happiness, solemnly accepting IM into their community. He separately emphasized that now they are residents of Welistorali, equal members of the community. not someone's servants or slaves. Hearing this news, the Imps could not contain their emotions. They were overwhelmed with joy and sincere surprise. Lily could not hold back her tears. She cried with joy and gratitude. Overcome with feelings, the girl once again tightly embraced Bellamy's leg. She sincerely promised to obey his orders and become part of the family, but insisted that she would always remain a faithful servant of her master and could not imagine her life without this role. The sun had already risen above the fortress, and the sage was thoughtfully pondering what trick Lily was preparing this time. In the evening, by the campfire, melodious notes of music sounded. The villagers organized a big celebration, rejoicing in their victory. De La Rosa enjoyed savoring the juicy hippopotamus. Bellamy's shared that people in the city highly value his meat and bones. When his sister heard this, she enthusiastically suggested going hunting for the giant monster again. However, the main character firmly refused this idea, reminding how many trials and losses they had barely survived recently. Looking at the energetic merry Lily, the sage smiled, realizing that there would definitely be no boredom here. Another interesting personality had joined Velisdorla's team. At dawn, the birds were already cheerfully chirping, as if greeting the sunrise and rejoicing at the appearance of a new day, bathing in the warm sun rays. Yan, the main character, stretched sweetly, loosening his arms after sleep. He had really rested well. On either side of him, his comrades were still deeply asleep. Behind him, someone with a gentle voice approached, handed him a robe, and politely addressed him, "Sir." The boy, not fully awake yet, thanked and carefully threw the robe over his shoulders. He stood up, feeling confused and not knowing what to say. Behind him stood a girl with horns and a demon tail, waiting silently. Next to the place where he slept, two more girls were quietly dozing. He cast a displeased glance at Lily and immediately asked what she was doing in his house at all. Lily, in response, greeted him cheerfully, noting that she did not have to wake him up. He woke up perfectly on his own and even prayed to her. The boy reminded her that a separate house was specially built for her, but the girl was a little offended and said that a servant should always be near their master and support him in everything. The main character scratched the back of his head uncertainly when he noticed that the girl had become more lively again, and the girls who had been lying on the straw suddenly woke up and immediately asked what had happened here. The woman, holding a Panama hat in her hands, kindly greeted Lilica and offered her to have breakfast with them if she did not mind. At that moment, the girl with the demon tail quickly ran up to Lilica and imploringly asked for help. The lady noticed how skillfully she held the knife and praised her, noting that she worked even better than De La Rosa. The girl only shrugged in response and said that she was just a servant. Another girl who had just woken up looked at them angrily. When breakfast was ready, the lady in the Panama hat finally gathered everyone at the table. The lady tasted the dish and said enthusiastically that it was really very tasty. The girl modestly added that she managed to cook so well only thanks to her help. All four had breakfast together, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere. The lady said that De La Rosa could learn from Lily. The unicorn was noticeably annoyed, but she did not show it and continued to eat calmly. After some time had passed, the main character thanked them for the wonderful lunch, having eaten everything to the last crumb. Seeing this, the girl with the demonic tail joyfully exclaimed, praising him for eating everything to the last crumb. Then she quickly ran to her mother to offer her help. The woman in the Panama hat apologized for the disturbance, and the servant, without removing the sincere smile from her face, reminded that she was just doing her job. De La Rosa openly showed her dissatisfaction and directly stated that Lily annoys her. She also advised Lily to leave here as soon as possible. The lady only smiled warmly in response and said that she likes the girl because she is attentive and kind. However, the lady with the horn seemed not to be delighted with what she heard. Finally escaping the trap, Delaro advised the main character to start training immediately. He silently agreed and set off further with her. But suddenly, quite unexpectedly, Lily approached from behind and with a smile asked where they were going. The young man said that they were going to train and added that she would not be with them this time. She smiled and said she was ready to follow him even to the ends of the earth. To this, he jokingly asked her not to be so strict with him. He immediately decided. At home it was still bearable when she pressed so tightly against him, but in public this was already too much. Now he kept wondering how to behave in this awkward situation. He looked at Lily and asked if she was listening to him attentively. Lily gladly replied that she was listening to every word he said. Since Lily was a servant, people on the street hardly paid attention to her. Everyone was hurrying about their business. The boy heard her answer and said that then it would be better for her to stay at home and help her mother with all the chores, emphasizing that this was exactly what he wanted. The girl with the black horns was surprised by these words. She was about to object to his order, but he did not even give her the chance. He only harshly asked if she could disobey him. Lily was confused, not knowing how to act correctly, as both options seemed wrong to her. Delruz happily ran up to Majuro and Navashi and asked if they wanted to have fun together. The girls only smiled mysteriously in response. Noticing this, the boy realized that everything here was serious, and they had come not for fun at all. The arrows hit the target exactly. The boy with the bow smiled widely, rejoicing at his successful shot. Another young man noticed this and confidently praised him for the excellent result. The main character looked carefully at the boys and immediately understood that they were all ready for battle. They were training, having divided into pairs. Suddenly someone complained that they had been woken up, and the hero turned his head, looking for who said that. Delaro stood with her eyes closed, spreading her arms to the sides. She began creating a magical seal that was much larger than herself. The young man watched this, not believing his eyes. The girl finally opened her eyes and began to create the seal again. Gentle light streamed from her, and the seal itself was wrapped in various inscriptions covering its circles. He raised the seal high up, and suddenly a bright flash of light burst from it, a powerful stream capable of destroying everything in its path. This magical seal is called the Sacred Ruinator. A thick dust rose in the air from the powerful burst of magic. Finally, before everyone's eyes, the beam of light gradually began to fade. Seeing this, the boys who were training nearby enthusiastically began to praise the girl for her skill and ability to use magic. The main character looked at her in surprise and asked when she had managed to learn that. The girl smiled as she watched the magical beam slowly disappear into the air. Dolores smiled awkwardly and said that she had seen it twice already. According to her, that was quite enough to remember such a spell well. The young man could not believe his eyes, and the boys looked at the girl with even greater admiration. He had known before that she had considerable talent, but now he understood her abilities were simply astonishing. The girl sighed quietly and admitted that this work took a lot of her energy. He realized that the Sacred Destroyer is the strongest of all light magics. Its skills are not yet perfect, but only a truly gifted person can reproduce such a technique after just 2 demonstrations. The young man called out to her loudly. The main character asked her if she dreams of evolving. De La Rosa smiled confidently and replied with a question. Will she be able to become even stronger in the process of her evolution? He said that she could quite well buy all the necessary ingredients herself. At first, the girl agreed, but then she changed her mind. Now she wanted to do everything by herself, relying on no one's help. He firmly refused and emphasized that the next demon to be defeated for evolution is much scarier than spiders, so he advised her not to interfere and to let him handle the problem himself. She firmly held her opinion and immediately interrupted Balomas when he began to persuade her to trust him. The girl firmly said that she must find all the necessary ingredients on her own, otherwise others would never believe that she was truly capable of evolution. She said that she was ready to change, and that means she would be able to defeat her demon. The young man was impressed by her willpower. When the girl finally finished her story, she hesitantly asked if it was possible to manage without it after all. The boy initially thought she was just being capricious again, but this time it was clear that she had thought it all through carefully. Without hesitation, the main character said yes and invited her to go hunting for the Hellhound together. Friends nearby sincerely rejoiced for Dolores, and she herself shone with happiness upon hearing the desired answer. As they walked together through the forest, De La Rosa asked the main character who the Hellhound was. The boy smiled and said that it looked almost like a large black wolf. Meanwhile, the squirrel playfully ran after the girl. He asked her if she had ever encountered wolves, explaining that they are relatives of dogs. The girl asked with surprise who these dogs were. The young man could not hide his astonishment and clarified whether she really did not know even dogs, then recalled that there were indeed no dogs in her village. The main character was not surprised. The Flaw's forest was too harsh for such delicate creatures. However, he thought it would be wonderful to somehow start breeding domestic animals. Horses would be a real find, as traveling with them would become much easier. He realized that he needed to carefully weigh and consider this idea, and the girl honestly said that she was glad to be with him on this journey. However, she asked why Lily should go with them. Ahead confidently walked the girl with a demonic tail, quietly humming to herself. The young man only shrugged because he could do nothing. Only this girl knew where the hound lived. Lily stopped, looked carefully at the companions, and pointed with her hand to a cave that was almost invisible among the trees and thick greenery. She said that they had already arrived, and the desired thing was very close. The boy admitted with surprise that he had not noticed this place before, so he asked the girl how she managed to find it. She replied with a smile that she had stumbled upon it by accident. She shared a story about how she once looked for a cozy place to rest and accidentally found a cave. Unexpectedly, a terrible dog resembling a creature from hell jumped out, but fortunately, she managed to escape and stay alive. Dolores confidently walked to the cave and loudly said that she would soon defeat this monster. Lily hesitated and asked if they really had to allow the girl to fight instead of the main hero, since Hellhound is a very powerful demon. He replied that although the girl looked fragile, she would be able to handle the dog. The horned girl was a little alarmed because she was sure that Mr. Bellemus would come out victorious, but De La Rosa was still left. He noticed that he was also worried about her. The girl, quietly trembling with fear, said that if it became really difficult, she would help, but the boy immediately understood. At such a moment, Lily cannot be relied upon. While they were talking, the girl gathered her strength and confidently rushed forward, straight into the darkness of the cave where, according to legend, the Hellhound lived. The main character rushed to run after her, loudly urging her not to run anywhere recklessly. The girl turned around and noticed that it was very dark around. Unexpectedly, the boy who caught up with her suddenly hit her on the head. He clenched his fist tensely, realizing that he needed to act very carefully. Dolores grabbed her head in pain and said she understood everything. Lily grabbed his hand and whispered how scared she was. At that moment, he thought that these girls were complete opposites of each other. From the dark depths of the cave came a terrifying, piercing howl that reached the very heart, making every nerve shudder with fear. The girl with horns, unable to hold back tears, hugged the main hero tighter, seeking protection in him. Dolores boldly stepped forward, for now she knew for sure they had come across what they had been seeking for so long. Before them was the Hellhound. From the surrounding darkness, paws with sharp bony claws suddenly appeared. The Hellhound with a bony skull suddenly jumped at the girl. It opened its jaws wide, ready to tear her to pieces at any moment without hesitation. Delaro instantly directed the fireball spell at the dog, but the animal was very fast. It skillfully jumped aside and avoided the magical strike. Lily watched with surprise how easily the dog dodged the powerful attack. She lunged at the Hellhound more than once, but each time he easily dodged or deflected her attacks, not letting her get closer. Lily clung to the main hero's sleeve in fear, realizing that not even the strongest magic would help here anymore. If the hound came any closer, it could end in real trouble. She felt a desire to somehow help him. The young man asked the girl to calm down and said that she knew well what she was doing. Dolores cast a spell. From her magical seal emerged the head of a fire dragon, which instantly engulfed the hound. The Hellhound flared up with magical fire. The bear dragon's head vanished, leaving only a fiery trail behind that led to the dog. Lily peeked out in amazement, as she did not even expect to be able to defeat the enemy. The girl with horns was genuinely surprised when she realized how great her power really was. A curtain of dust still hung in the air after the recent battle. Dolores smiled with relief inside, looking at the hound. But suddenly she realized that she might have overdone her fire dragon spell. The dog ended up a bit more roasted than she had planned. Hearing this, the young man smiled and said that this time everything turned out perfectly and asked if she wanted to try some. The girl enthusiastically agreed, and the boy offered to cut the carcass. Some time passed, and the main hero carefully removed the skin from the roasted carcass of the Hellhound, then cut the meat into pieces. He served the first piece to Dolores, and she gladly took it. Meanwhile, behind them, Lily was rummaging through her backpack. She handed the girl a bottle with liquid and explained that she had also brought some jam and a handful of red berries just in case. This greatly cheered up the girl. Dolores generously poured thick red alrajam sauce over the juicy piece of Hellhound meat. The smell and appearance of the dish were so appetizing that she involuntarily salivated. Without wasting a minute, she quickly grabbed the piece of meat, greedily bit into it, and said with delight that the taste was simply incredible. She ran her hand over her lips and was surprised. There was no trace of spider vomiting left. The main heroine thought that the appearance of the red alra was very timely. Lily asked if she could take a piece, but the boy explained that the meat was needed for De La Rosa's evolution, so she would have to endure a little. She agreed, although she couldn't take her eyes off the meat and barely restrained her appetite. The girl with the single horn asked how much more she needed to eat. The boy replied that only 2 Hellhounds remained. The matter was almost finished. One last goal remained ahead. De La Rosa noted that after swallowing hundreds of spiders, this greyhound seems like an easy challenge to her. She added that if she can catch one more, she will get a chance to evolve. Lily smiled because next to this couple, even a scary Hellhound seemed like a cute puppy. Here it is, the power of true friendship between brother and sister. The girl felt relieved. Bellemus is not the only boy with talents. De La Rosa thanked for the hospitality, happily petted the belly, and smilingly noted that the food was incredibly delicious. After that, she asked if it was already time for her evolution. Therefore, the main heroine decisively said that tomorrow she would become a witch goblin. She was glad about this and confessed with relief that now she could sleep peacefully. The girl dozed off right at the table, while the boy at that time was looking for a comfortable place to spend the night in the house. The next day in the main character's house, a woman in a Panama hat awkwardly looked at the girl sitting in front of her. She thought for a moment and cautiously said that the girl had not changed at all since their last meeting. What she heard surprised the girl greatly. Dolorosa shared her feelings with her mother. She's sure she has changed and become stronger, and a new strength seems to have appeared in her heart. Her mother only smiled and remarked that maybe her daughter feels that way because her horn has simply grown. Lily also noticed that she had hardly changed. The main character noticed. The girl with horns does not look confused at all, although she is in a stranger's house. The girl with the horn proudly suggested everyone see how much stronger she had become than before, and the woman in the Panama hat advised to have a little refreshment first. Seeing the girl run out of the house, the woman shouted after her, asking if she could hear her. At that moment, the boy realized that the girl was trying to do everything so that everyone would see her new strength. Mom went outside and sternly asked why Dolores was here. The girl confidently raised her hands and loudly announced that she was starting. From her palms suddenly burst a bright flame, which soared high into the sky and in a moment became a huge ball of fire, a real giant fireball. The magical fireball rose high above the settlement, filling everything around with bright light. For the people watching from below, this spectacle was both amazing and eerie. When Lily saw this, she froze in surprise. The magic had become even more powerful than before, as if it was a completely different spell. Lily could not even imagine how much power was needed for such sorcery. The main character noticed that it was truly incredible, perhaps even a little eerie. The girl laughed cheerfully, and her mother did not hide her pride for her daughter. Meanwhile, Lily observed every detail. The lady in the straw hat suggested everyone return home and have breakfast. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, the girl with horns unexpectedly fell to the ground and began doing sit-ups, firmly holding her horns and loudly counting each time. The young man asked what she was doing now. The girl replied that she was training, because after seeing what Dolorosa did, everything became clear to her. Now she decided to choose a different path and act differently. She realized that both of them far surpassed her in strength, and she could not compete with them. Therefore, she doubted whether she could even call herself their servant. She frankly stated that it could not continue like this. The young man responded that she sets a very high bar for servants. He understood that it was really convenient, so he asked her to gather everyone at the training ground after breakfast. The girl had no idea what he was planning. After breakfast, Lily called everyone to the training ground. The main character sincerely thanked her for her diligence and care. After that, he confidently said that he could teach them to cast spells without any magical words, which greatly surprised everyone nearby. Lily was surprised to learn that they were also capable of that, but he explained to her that imps are very gifted with magic from birth, so they learn all this very quickly. Hearing these words, the girl was inspired with desire and enthusiastically asked to start training as soon as possible. The young man raised his finger and a spark flared on it. He said he would not delay, it was time to start training. He explained simply, you need to clearly imagine the magical effect you want to create, and that's the whole secret. At first, he asked the imps to create a simple light. They all tried sincerely, but could not do anything, they failed. Lily looked at her hand and admitted that, although she was trying, she still was not confident. Magic was not yielding to her as she wished. The young man suggested she imagine that he himself was preparing the food, not someone else among them. He admitted the idea seemed strange, but advised her to try doing it that way. The girl focused, stretched her hand forward, and closed her eyes, imagining Mr. Balaam as casting a spell. Imagining this, the girl felt a bright sphere appear on her palm. The main character, seeing this, smiled warmly and praised her. When the girl opened her eyes, she was very surprised by what she saw. When everyone tried to do the same and imagined the young man casting a spell, bright fireflies appeared on each of their palms. Everyone joyfully celebrated their success and eagerly shared impressions of how cool it was. The boy, smiling, said they had learned everything very quickly and jokingly called them real troublemakers. Lily called him and asked for his attention. When he turned around, he was shocked. Before him stood a girl with horns who could control all 4 magical elements. She explained that she had finally understood how to do it. The young man praised the girl, noting that the imps undoubtedly had great talent for magic, but she showed much more than he could imagine. The girl was sincerely surprised by such recognition. The girl was a little embarrassed and quietly asked if she could ever become as strong as his sister Dolorosa. He confidently said that she truly possessed magical talent and assured her, if she studied diligently, she would become even more powerful. The girl blossomed from his kind words and, filled with joy and confidence, promised to do everything in her power. He only asked her not to let him down, and he noted to himself that at first he was surprised by Alirosa and now also by Lily. This aroused his curiosity. He wanted to see how these girls would further reveal their talents. The girl says that it is all connected with her report about what happened in Velisol. The creature asks if there is something that worries her. Amildora turned to him and asked if he had ever pressed ants for no reason. The girl stands in the middle of a large hall and asks the clerk if he has ever crushed ants just like that, out of boredom. The clerk is silent and does not answer. He listened to her silently, carefully looking into every word. Amildora looked at him and said, "She believes that growing and developing is wonderful, but real adventures begin when difficulties appear on the way." The clerk recalled that, as far as he knew, the hippopotamus really posed a great danger. She said that this could hardly be called a problem. Everything was very simple. And she also admitted that she would like something really big, for example, for a whole legion of ants to attack her. She is convinced that this crisis will become a stimulus for Vales de Eula and will help the city develop even faster. Her sandals slowly leave traces on the surface of the water. Looking at her strange reflection in the water, she wondered, how can she bring her plan to life? Clark noticed that his mistress sincerely rejoices when she can spoil someone's mood. She asked again what he had just said, but he quickly assured her that he had said nothing. She smiled and asked what to do with this village now. In the large mirror, the gates of the settlement were clearly reflected. Clark immediately warned, if they interfere in the affairs of the Ancient One, there is a danger that she may perish completely, and she definitely did not want such a development. The girl agreed that it was truly unfortunate, but said that with time everything would pass. The boy only sighed and shook his head in response. She turned to him when he remembered that he had an idea, and immediately asked him to tell what exactly he had in mind. He said that the village leader looked like an ordinary person, but in reality, he was not just someone from the villagers, but the son of Count Istria. His father disowned him and drove him into the forest. There the boy was found by a goblin who took him to the village to give him shelter. The girl, smoothing her hair, admitted that she had known this for a long time. The father drove the little one away and then even asked who could have been so merciless. Then he pondered who would dare to tell the truth. He also said that he had thoroughly studied Belamis's biography and learned all the details about his birth date. Besides this, he managed to find out something about the Count's family. When the Count expelled his son, he later had another child. He turned out to be an absolutely ordinary person. He had not a drop of nobility, no outstanding character traits, nor intelligence or fighting abilities, nothing special at all. Amildora noticed how the Count grabbed his head and said, "Everything you do in life inevitably comes back to you like a boomerang." Clark summarized that if they told the Count about Belamis's achievements, he would definitely want to bring him back. He emphasized that not everyone at such an age gets the chance to become not just the head of the village, but also to command an army of demons. In his opinion, this best confirms his unique abilities. The girl asked if it was really so easy to make the child he had previously driven out of the house the heir. She asked if this would not be a shame for the Count, since he would have to admit that he once deprived his own son of a home. Clark assured that a solution could be found even in this situation. For example, they could say that his child was kidnapped by goblins. Moreover, Clark emphasized that people trust the Count and respect him, so they would believe this story. The girl agreed but added that even if people decided to attack the village, could they somehow harm it? She emphasized that ordinary people do not know how to live in the forest at all. Clark pondered over what the girl said and eventually decided that he should try to find another way. Amildora accepted his plan and this time promised to trust him completely. She also said, let him make Velisdora lose control and rear up. The girl came even closer to him, looked straight into his eyes with her strange, almost wild gaze, and unexpectedly asked if he would give her the chance to fall. Some time passed, and Clark found himself on a small rock in the middle of the night forest. He admitted to himself that talking to girls drained all his energy. He knew well if even once he gave in to her or treated this girl, who looked so innocent, condescendingly, he could disappear without a trace in a moment. He remembered her penetrating gaze forever. He also decided not to lose his dignity. When the clerk was called, he turned around and noticed a dark figure behind him. Addressing this person by name, he said Bass. He handed the scroll to the figure in black, saying that there was a new task for Bass. All the details of the case were contained in this scroll. He took the scroll in his hands, unrolled it, and carefully scanned the text with his eyes. What he read fully satisfied him, so he decided to accept the case. He formed a shining sign beneath himself, and his black lizard-like body gradually changed, transforming into a human form. He turned into a person, a fair-haired young man with a monocle. Smiling, he said that he planned to move. Meldoris asked Belamis to support her, but the same terrifying expression still remained on her face. The estates of Count Estria are located near the Flacy Forest, away from the royal lands. Very few people live in this small settlement. In this place, no one has even heard of poverty. Local life thrives because gold is continuously extracted from the mines. Local men work in the mines every day without resting. The head of the Estria family today is Reincarnation, a young man who rides a horse and carefully observes the surrounding world. A rider confidently rides a horse through the city streets, and loyal knights walk beside him. Suddenly, the girl stumbled right in front of the horse, dropped the vegetables from her hands, and scared the animal. The girl quickly ran up to Mr. Estria and began begging him to forgive her unfortunate daughter. She carefully bent down to the child, gently holding the injured little leg. The man immediately noticed the wound on the girl. He took something out of his pocket and insistently advised her to apply it to the injured area. The girl initially refused, saying she could not take such a valuable thing. But the man assured her there was no reason to worry. He said he has an important mission, to protect the greatest treasure of their community. The girl asked if it was about wealth, and he replied that for him the true valuables are not gold, but the joyful smiles of children. Everyone who was nearby could not help but be charmed by his words and sincerity of heart. His nobility and kindness left a deep mark in everyone's soul. After this, he left the city center and headed to the main building in the settlement, a magnificent structure with masterfully carved decorations. Count Estria sat at his writing desk and thoughtfully pondered what to do next. 2 comfortable sofas stood before him, and fresh flowers gently scented the corners of the room. He crossed his arms on his chest and thoughtfully looked ahead. By law, the eldest son must be the head of the family. He added that his eldest son is only 5 years old, but he still cannot speak well and does not walk like other children, which clearly indicates that the boy has congenital health problems. He also mentioned his youngest son, who is only 2 years old now. It is not yet known how talented this boy will become in the future, but already his main fault is magical abilities that would cause concern even among older children. He remembered that he had already refused this idea before anyway. If he had done everything according to the law and handed over power to his eldest son, their lineage would simply cease to exist, and he could not allow that. The Count carefully examined the portraits of his ancestors who once ruled their family. He mentally asked himself how they would act in such a difficult situation, as he saw only one possible way to resolve it. The young man tightly closed his eyes and began to tremble when he realized that he might have to raise his hand against his own son. But at this difficult moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the butler who entered the room and announced that the guest had already arrived. The man asked who had come to visit, and the servant replied that it was Bass Robertson. The Count was surprised, as he had never heard that name before, and immediately said that he could not receive new guests at the moment. The old man said that one man told him, in the Flasogi forest he met a boy who looked about 6 years old. The grandfather admitted that he does not fully understand all the details, but still feels this could be something truly important. Hearing these words, Estria paused for a moment. He realized that perhaps this guest was his son, whom he had once driven into the forest. Without wasting a second, Estria jumped up from the chair and ordered the butler to bring the guest to him immediately. A young man with light hair and a monocle appeared in the room. He greeted Australia kindly and, smiling slightly, gave his name. The man asked if he really saw the boy. Bass nodded in response and said that this information was reported to him by a subordinate. Besides this, Bass added that it seems the boy grew up among goblins. The Count asked if something similar had happened before. He was told that alarming rumors about demons had long been spreading in the village. He also noticed that among all the gossip there are very decent people. In his opinion, the boy was simply lucky to come across such. Then he smiled and remarked that it was only his assumption. Meanwhile, the Count pondered what exactly the interlocutor meant when he spoke of very moral demons. He noticed that he had never before heard of a goblin raising a human child, so he decided not to trust this stranger. The Australians immediately warned him, "If you're going to lie, better not waste our time." Boz just smiled and said he trusted his assistant, and he himself always speaks honestly. The man crossed his arms over his chest and confidently said that he could not trust the stranger. He cautiously asked if he realized what a difficult situation they were in now. Robinson smiled and suggested that his reliable people find out the necessary information. He promised that as soon as he found out where it was, he would definitely inform the others. The Count noticeably became nervous and asked what exactly he wanted to achieve with this and why he was telling about it at all. The boy said that it was indeed an interesting question and explained. The goblins themselves chose this child as their leader, and since then their village began to develop rapidly. He also said that the village is growing so rapidly that its inhabitants might soon dare to attack other settlements. Therefore, the local feudal lord needs to be ready and take measures. It was for this reason that he informed him about it. Asterius could not believe it, so he asked again, emphasizing that the child was only 6 years old. He could not understand how this could be at all. Basig read along with him and added that the boy had so much strength and talent that it was hard to call him just a child. He also noted that not only goblins live in their village, but also Orcs together with orcs. He looked carefully at the count, seriously pressed his lips, and firmly said that such a situation could not be left unanswered. Then he clarified if he understood everything correctly. The man before him looked truly surprised. The wooden sword slipped from the knight's hand. The knight fell heavily to the ground, and his armor clattered loudly. The girl with long hair stands before him, confidently holding the sword she had just won over her opponent. When the knights saw this, they could not hide their delight. Never before had they witnessed such a level of sword mastery as this girl possessed. Lisa quickly tidied her long hair, disheveled after the battle. She lowered the wooden sword, and her armor gleamed in the sun, reflecting its rays. The butler approached the swordswoman and said that Count Renest urgently wished to see her. The girl looked at him attentively, and then he added that the count had a special task for her. De la Rosa asks about strength and unexpected power. The dark-haired girl only smiles mysteriously in response. The main character explains from the very beginning. As the title suggests, this spell is intended to enhance physical strength and magical abilities, and today he will show the class exactly how to learn it. The girl asked what exactly the boy meant by physical abilities. The boy explained that it means being able to run fast and jump high. De la Rosa, smiling, admitted that it was really interesting and decided to take note of the idea. The girl with the bangs added that this is exactly what one should do if they want to escape from terrible enemies. He inquired whether she had noticed how he uses this spell, and remarked that mastering such powerful magic of the Sacred Destroyer is a true achievement for anyone. The main character said that she should already know how he applies the spell to enhance his physical strength, but De La Rosa sincerely admitted that she still did not understand anything. She recalled how he suddenly accelerated and ran so fast that he even used magic. It seemed to her that this was some special human ability. However, the boy only smiled in response and said that she was actually overestimating people. The girl with black hair asked how they could learn this. The boy explained that everything works the same way as with any other magic. He reminded them that they only need to imagine their strength growing, and that would be enough. After these words, he focused for a moment and closed his eyes. The girls closed their eyes and tried to promise themselves that they would try. The boy thought to himself that for De La Rosa, this would hardly be a problem. She had already learned to cast spells more than once just by watching others. The girl closed her eyes and tensely imagined a powerful force growing inside her. Noticing the mysterious expression on her face, the boy asked in surprise what she was doing. She admitted that it was hard for her because it was easier to imagine the magic of water or fire, but there was nothing like that in this spell. Hearing this, the boy was surprised. After that, the girl asked to be shown exactly how to do it, and she agreed. The main character focused intently and tried to use magic to strengthen his body. De La Rosa frowned, looked at him intently, and honestly admitted that she did not understand anything. Then she asked, "Show me how to do it." Suddenly the boy jumped up sharply, so high that everyone around was truly shocked. The main character sharply jumped onto the roof of a tall building near the village gates. He loudly asked if anyone understood anything. The girls exchanged glances, surprised by his action. He noticed that even Delaro is not omnipotent in sorcery. She also has her weak points. For him, this turned out to be an important lesson. He recalled how he once eagerly studied books and realized that feeling of excitement and curiosity is still with him. He recalled those days and realized, only by overcoming all trials could she find the true value of everything she had. The girl looked at him and honestly admitted that it all seemed very confusing to her, and she did not understand anything. She cautiously asked if he also found magic difficult. He nodded in agreement, saying that difficulties happen to everyone, and this shows that a person is truly alive. Right now, she is going through a difficult time, but the girl admitted that she still cannot understand anything. Suddenly, someone called the main character. When he looked back, he saw a girl with dark hair in front of him. It turned out she had just tried to cast a spell, but something went wrong. Because of this, she began to fall right onto him. She suddenly fell right onto him, raising a cloud of dust on the roof of the stone building. She immediately began to apologize, and the boy anxiously asked if she was unharmed. Delaro became upset when she saw that Madero had already mastered everything faster than her. However, the dark-haired girl immediately tried to calm herself and said that everything was fine. She confidently thought, "I will definitely figure everything out." In response, she was supported and told that she would surely succeed. Some time passes, and she is still standing on the training ground, carefully and persistently repeating every movement exactly as he taught her. The boy told Madero that she could already go home, and he himself would stay here until De La Rosa calmed down. The girl reminded him that Arisa was also worried, and the boy agreed, asking to inform his mother that they would be a little late. Thus passed the days in continuous attempts to master this spell. Night fell over the city, and the boy with the book settled on the roof and watched everything around from there. He began to feel sleepy. The girl raised her eyes and noticed that he had already fallen asleep next to her. She quietly admitted to herself that she was very tired and had not at all thought that everything would turn out to be so difficult. She said that probably today was enough and looked at him again. She recalled that once the boy told her, he also experienced something similar, and only by overcoming all difficulties can one understand the true value. Taking a deep breath, the girl tried to gather her strength and not give up. She said with full confidence that as long as Balamis continues to fight, she will not be able to give up. Moreover, she was the older sister. The mother, looking at her smiling daughter, wondered, who does she resemble the most? Waking up, the boy was surprised to realize that the girl had indeed managed to create the spell. She was on him, completely exhausted, and looked very tired. Without hesitation, she immediately promised not to train so hard anymore. However, he only nodded and quietly suggested she turn around to see something. As the night gradually receded, the sun began to appear in the sky, quietly covering the surrounding endless forests with gold. De La Rosa and the young man stood side by side, greeting the dawn together, admiring how nature around them awakened to life. She stood on the very edge of the roof of a tall building, attracting the gazes of everyone around. People from the city looked up with admiration, not taking their eyes off her. The main character was surprised because despite the sleepless night, she still had a lot of energy. Suddenly, a boy ran up to him and spoke loudly. The boy approached him, trying to comfort him, and asked what had happened. The townspeople immediately began discussing this man among themselves. Anxiety quickly spread among the people. The boy said that near the village, by the gate, lies a wounded man. This alarmed the main character, as well as all the other villagers. One of the peasants said that a wounded man fell near the village gates and is now lying there, motionless. When the young man heard about the stranger, he was very surprised, but he was even more puzzled by the fact that this person was wounded and bleeding. When asked what to do next, he was completely confused. He became curious, who was the man that came into the forest accompanied by a whole pack of demons, but he decided not to worry for now. Everything would definitely become clear in time. He firmly said that the wounded person needed help and ordered to bring her to the village. Several strong boys immediately hurried to the gate. In a small hut on a straw bed lay motionless a young man who was unconscious. On the girl's abdomen was a deep torn wound from which blood constantly oozed. It seemed that even in unconsciousness she felt pain. Everyone around looked anxious and worried. De La Rosa noticed that Night was no different from the main heroine, just as simple as everyone else, so she asked if she was okay. Lily looked anxiously at the wound and said that the situation was critical, blood was flowing heavily, and if nothing was done, it could end badly. The peasants, gripped by anxiety, looked with horror at the severe wounds on the body of the girl lying next to the caveman. The main character, without hesitation, pushed through the crowd and authoritatively ordered everyone to step aside. He stretched out his hands to the wound and applied a healing magical seal on it. Soft light shone from under his palms, forming a protective circle around it. Only a few minutes passed when, before everyone's eyes, the fresh and bloody wound began to quickly close and heal. All the residents who gathered watched in amazement at the boy's skill and how their abilities instantly healed the wound. People openly admired and admitted they had never seen anything like it before. The main character realized that things do not end there. Simply patching the wound is not enough. It is also necessary to restore the lost blood and return vitality to her body. He added that the difficulty in learning healing magic is not the only reason why many wizards avoid it. There is another thing that frightens many of them. This sorcery requires special attention. Just one mistake, and the patient can tear apart from the inside. Thus, simple medicine instantly becomes a deadly poison. The main character noticed that the woman with the sword was really lucky. He happened to be nearby just when it was needed. When the danger passed, he confidently declared aloud that she was now safe. He looked at her and said that she had not yet come to her senses, but her life was fine. De La Rosa noticed the blush appearing on her cheeks, and Lily smiled and praised the boy, saying he was a real good fellow. One of the villagers wondered how it happened that a wounded person suddenly appeared near their gate. The young man realized that he needed to find out everything directly from her. Most likely, she was an ordinary traveler who had accidentally encountered a demon in the forest. That seemed the most logical. With these thoughts, she went on. The girl opened her eyes, saw the main character in front of her, and asked if he was a child. She quickly got up, but a sudden sharp pain from an old injury reminded her of itself again. The main character anxiously asked the girl if she was all right and was about to tell her not to get up. Suddenly, he heard her stomach loudly growl. The woman noticeably blushed and, stammering a little, admitted that she was probably very hungry. The young man only smiled warmly in response. The boy asked De La Rosa to bring food and water. After waiting for the girl to refresh herself, she bowed deeply and sincerely thanked him, promising to always remember this kindness. The young man, folding his arms on his chest and smiling, calmly said that nothing serious had happened and there was no reason to worry. Seeing his confidence, the swordswoman remarked with surprise that he was still very young but already very strong. The knight in shining armor smiled slightly and quietly said, "Her name is Lisa Ludlet." The boy heard her words and also said his name. He also wanted to find out what had happened to her, and she agreed to share her story. She shared that her path lay through the Fleezer forest to reach the required point, but suddenly on the way, demons attacked her and seriously wounded her. But suddenly she noticed that the wound had disappeared. She asked in surprise where she should go next. The main character explained that he was the one who helped her recover. The girl was very surprised and did not understand how he managed to perform such a miracle. She decided to ask how exactly he had done it. The boy only smiled mysteriously and replied that it was simply magic. She was even more surprised when she heard that magic could be used for healing. She immediately asked where they were currently located. Bellemis replied that they were in Dorali in Wella, which impressed her even more. She could not believe her ears and asked him to say it again. The man repeated the name of the village once more. Finally, she understood everything, turned around, and looked at the girl with a horn on her forehead. At that very moment, it dawned on her, goblins live here. The young man apologized for not warning her earlier and asked her not to worry. He explained that this is a village of demons, but its inhabitants do not feud with humans, so there is nothing to fear. Having listened to him, the swordswoman said that he is the only resident of this village. She also added that she had already arrived exactly where she had long planned. She firmly closed the door behind her, drew her sword, and pointed it at De La Rosa. Calmly and confidently, she explained that there was no need to worry. She had come to save the main hero from the evil of the goblins that reigns around. Her unexpected appearance stunned everyone present. The knight raised her sword and loudly declared that she had come to save the main hero from the treacherous goblins. De La Rosa felt fear when the sword was pointed directly at him. The boy standing behind the swordswoman was confused and did not understand at all what she was talking about. He immediately asked what all this meant, and she replied, "You are the eldest son of Count Asterius, whom I serve." The boy was confused, as he had heard such words for the first time in his life, and honestly admitted that he did not understand what was going on. The girl noted that there was nothing strange about this, since he was kidnapped barely after he was born. She also recalled how she herself had been assigned the task to find him. Lisa entered Count Asterius's office and cautiously asked if she had been called. Rinnies, without turning, was thoughtfully looking through the large windows at the landscape beyond them. Without looking in her direction, he sternly informed her about an important mission entrusted to her. Then he quietly added that everything she was about to hear must remain her personal secret. Kasaki glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and leisurely said that perhaps his son, whom the goblins had taken as a baby, was still alive. Lisa asked in surprise if he was really sure. The boy said he heard this news from not very reliable sources, so he couldn't promise anything, but if it turns out to be true, it is really unexpected. He sincerely admitted that it was not easy for him to allow her to go on such a dangerous mission without any proof. After that, he asked if she would agree to look for his son. Mechnitsia confidently said that such an opportunity should not be ignored if it really matters to him. She suggested entrusting this matter to her. Having finished her story, she explained that it was this very tale that brought her to this village. Having listened to the girl's story, the main character could not believe what he heard. He wondered, could it be that they really left him alone in the forest? Lisa admitted that she was not entirely sure if he was really Renest's son, but looking at the color of his eyes, hair, and other similar features, she almost had no doubt. The young man looked at her with distrust in response. He remembered that day in the forest and wondered, what if the girl was right and he really was Count's son? However, he clearly remembered it was then that they left him. Recalling that day and her words, he felt that something was wrong here. She looked carefully into his eyes. The main character noticed that the girl often confused something and said it aloud. In response, she looked at him in surprise. The young man promised to explain everything, but first politely asked her to lower the sword. Delirose carefully watched the tip of the sword that the knight in armor held, aiming directly at her. She did not look away, even when she saw that the knight began to doubt his actions. The peasants surrounded the house. The main character told Lisa how everything really happened. She was genuinely surprised when she found out that he was expelled. In 2005, he was found by goblins, and he nodded to confirm it. However, the girl immediately objected, saying that it was impossible because goblins are treacherous creatures. De La Rosa asked in surprise why he did not understand what she meant. Then the boy explained, she simply considers all goblins to be evil. Hearing such words, the horned girl instantly exploded with indignation, declaring that it was all untrue. And Lisa, intrigued by the situation, asked who the goblin standing next to the young man was. The boy shared that the girl's name is De La Rosa. She is the daughter of the goblin who gave him shelter. To the boy, she had already become almost like a sister in this village. At that moment, the goblin, somewhat displeased, shifted his gaze to the woman with the sword. The armored knight firmly said she could not imagine how a goblin could save a person. The young man quietly replied that it did happen, and that was a fact, even if she did not believe him. The villagers watched them anxiously, following every word of this sharp conversation. In 2009, Lisa strictly inquired whether he really thought Mr. Renest was lying. She also said she would not allow the good name of her master to be disgraced. Lisa sharply asked if this guy had at least any evidence. The boy noticed that he respected such unwavering dedication to the cause, but at that moment, it became a certain obstacle for him. The girl asked him to provide some more evidence. To this, the main character replied that the fact he is now next to her and living without any sorrow is already the best proof itself. He even joked that if he had really been kidnapped, they would have made him work hard or even eat him. The girl asked in surprise if that meant he was raised by goblins and doubted whether he was making it all up. The main character noticed, well, if he really is a vile servant of cruel, merciless goblins, then what sense does it make for him to ruin her life? Why does he let her stay here with a sword in her hand and not even try to take it away? He said that it was the goblins who found her and brought her to the village. If she had come to her senses earlier and grabbed the sword, those goblins might not have returned alive. After many doubts, the main character finally dared to ask her, so do we really look like villains? De La Rosa frowned warily and looked closely at the girl. Lisa came to save the boy from the demon village. Hearing his words, she paused for a moment and pondered. Finally, the girl in armor hesitantly admitted that she was actually not sure if she could trust his words. After that, she cautiously said that she wanted to make a small request to him. The swordswoman calmly suggested that she stay in the demon village for some time. She noted that when the guest lives among them for a while and observes their life, she would be able to make her own decision on how to act further. The main heroine exchanged glances with De La Rosa, as they did not expect such an offer at all. Everyone who met the main hero sincerely greeted him, and he responded with a cheerful smile and wished everyone a good morning. De La Rosa walked beside him. Lisa looked at this scene with surprise. She was confident in her decision not to be deceived. She understood well, there are no good demons, even if they seem gentle. After all, these creatures had taken the son of her mentor, so caution was the most important thing for her. The main heroine approached a small monument and explained that this was the heart of Velisol. The name of the city was carved right on the stone. Behind the monument stretched fields where various plants grew. The girl gestured towards the fields and asked how the demons organized agriculture. De La Rosa looked a bit worried. The boy added that beyond their village there was an even larger farm. Behind the boy, a girl dressed in beautiful clothes approached. She greeted and asked if their new guest was feeling better. The boy looked around and said that he still needed some rest. Then the girl advised not to forget to eat well. The girl in elegant clothes smiled warmly, handed her a large fruit, and said that it had just been picked from the field. Lisa took the fruit and asked the boy what the girl had said. He explained that she invited Lisa to try it so that she could taste this flavor. The swordswoman thanked him, took the fruit, and began to examine it carefully. Suddenly, she guessed that this fruit was poisonous. When the girl realized this, she and the knight in armor began to look at the main hero and the lady with suspicion. Without thinking long, De La Rosa asked if she was going to eat it, then said that if not, she would handle it herself. Without hesitation for a moment, De La Rosa cheerfully ate the fruit and immediately praised its taste, saying that it was very delicious. Lisa immediately warned that this fruit is dangerous and can poison. However, the boy only smiled and assured her that there is no reason to worry. He said that these fruits are grown using a special technology, so there is no poison in them and there is nothing to fear. Moreover, he added that he understands well why she is cautious about this. The boy noticed that if they really intended to poison her, They would have done it yesterday when they brought the food. Moreover, no one would have tried to save her life if they truly wanted to harm her. The main character again handed her a fruit and assured her that they had many more like it. She thanked him but politely declined. The boy just shrugged and reassured her. There was no reason to worry. Then he invited her to go to the training ground together. Some time passed, and the boy took her to the training ground, where the villagers were diligently training. Mitch already understood the same thing I did. Among the people here were almost all soldiers. He asked who they were going to fight. The boy replied that they were not at war, because everyone here is like one family. Besides, there are many dangers in this forest. You can even encounter hellhounds here. She has already been convinced of this herself. But the main character calmed her down, explaining that the peasants would not do anything bad to anyone if they themselves were not provoked. The girl listened to his words. One of the women who was nearby asked about the man's condition. The young man replied that his wounds were already healing and he was gradually recovering. The girl with lively eyes joyfully said that it was wonderful. She had long dreamed of testing her strength in a duel with her. She also added that the man looked very experienced. The young man approached Mechnitsa and confessed that he had long dreamed of fighting Lysa in a training match. He also added that, in his opinion, Navasha is the strongest swordswoman in the entire village. The knight without hesitation agreed, took the wooden sword in her hands, and confidently said that now it was her weapon. The boy was momentarily surprised, but decided not to object. She said firmly that no unnecessary words were needed, only the sword would reveal the person. Navasha asked what the girl said, and she replied succinctly that she agreed. Two fencers silently engaged in a fierce clash, although they were fighting with wooden swords. The young man tried to stop them and say something, but his words went unnoticed. Delaria began loudly cheering Noshi, shouting in his support. At that moment, the best swordsmen of the village gathered together and delivered a strong blow. Lisa blocked the strike and noticed with surprise. The opponent was short, but his strength turned out to be unexpectedly great. This did not at all correspond to her ideas about goblins. Navashi dealt another blow and realized this girl was not ordinary. For the first time, she met a rival who maintained such calm on her face. Two strongest warriors met in a fierce battle, sparing neither themselves nor the opponent. But suddenly, the sword of one of the knights snapped in half. Half of the wooden sword flew off with a noise, raising dust in the air. Lisa calmly looked at her opponent. Navashi smiled, extended her hand for a handshake, and praised the girl, calling her a real champ. She said that when the girl recovers well, she will gladly compete with her again. The knight's silence quietly passed by them and dissolved into the darkness. The girl in armor noticed that the goblin was trying not to approach the wounded area on her body. Thinking about whether Lisa follows the knight rules, Navashi quickly dismissed these suspicions. She already found it difficult to understand what was happening with Lisa. Meanwhile, Lisa explained to the boy that she wanted to be alone to calmly think everything over. The girl sat on the bench and thought aloud. She felt that if you looked at the village from the inside, all their deceptions would immediately be revealed, but everything happened quite differently than she had hoped. A boy sat silently next to her. She noticed that the village, which had previously seemed like a dwelling of terrible demons, now looked to her like an ordinary, noisy little town. The local residents calmly went about their daily affairs. The main character smiled and replied that he was pleased to hear such words from her. He promised that her eyes did not deceive, and he would definitely prove it in reality. She looked at him intently. From afar, several townspeople called the boy, and one of them came closer to share the joyful news. His friend had a baby. Nearby stood a woman holding an infant. The young man sincerely congratulated them on the new addition to the family. De La Rosa came closer, looked at the child, and joyfully said that the baby was very cute. The swordswoman intently examined the infant lying before her. Tiny horns were visible on the child's forehead, and small fangs peeked out from beneath the lips. A woman holding a child noticed her gaze and asked if she had ever seen an Orcish child, then offered to hold the baby. The girl did not understand what the Orcish woman said, but the boy immediately explained everything to her. The orc handed her baby to the girl and asked her to hold him for a while, noting that he was the most charming child in the world. At first, the swordswoman hesitated and did not want to take the infant in her arms, but eventually she dared and carefully hugged him to herself, closely examining the little face. The child beamed with a smile, nodded enthusiastically in his mother's arms, and cheerfully murmured something of his own, childishly. The girl watched him, carefully looking into his face. She smiled gently, holding the baby in her arms, and the main character looked at this scene with warmth in his heart and smiled too. De La Rosa raised her hand and quietly asked. She also wanted to hold the baby. When the boy came home, he asked the girl how her day in the village went. She did not answer his question, only said that she felt hungry, and cautiously asked if she could try the fruits from the basket. The main character took the fruit in his hands and handed it to the girl. She looked carefully at the fruit, then took a bite for the first time and began to eat. Lisa tried a fruit she had never tasted before. Her face broke into a smile, and with her mouth full, she enthusiastically said it was extraordinarily delicious. The main character admitted that he was very pleased to hear such words from her, and then greeted her in the Velisol language. Dolorosa, who was standing next to the boy, smiled happily. Someone said that a woman had given birth to a child. She held her newborn baby in her arms and looked at him in surprise. The exhausted woman stretched out her hand forward, asking what had happened, and with tears in her eyes begged to be allowed to hug her child. Maid anxiously assured that he had not shouted even once, and asked to be pinched on the heel. The other maid said she had already tried to do that. Suddenly everyone realized. Although the baby still had not cried, he was still breathing. The baby moved his fingers, and with surprise realized that he had really managed to use transformation magic. Suddenly he understood that this girl, who gently held him in her arms, was his mother. She looked tired but smiled happily, looked tenderly at her son, and was already thinking about what to name her baby. Suddenly the door burst open with a bang, and the Count entered the room. Without wasting time, he asked if the lady had already given birth. The maid cheerfully informed the man that he had a son and the baby was completely healthy. The man easily understood her words. When the newborn first saw his father, he thought, "The father has a noble appearance. Could he be a king, perhaps?" The girl asked with a smile what name they would give to the baby she was holding. However, the Count stopped her and asked not to rush, as he first wanted to check what abilities the child had. She became worried. Meanwhile, the child pondered his father's words. If nothing had changed during this time, it meant that it was about a special power that every person has. He explained that that was why newborns were immediately examined. It was hard for him to believe that someone could behave so cruelly, not even giving the child a name. The father reached out his hand to the baby. The mother became anxious and reminded the man of his words, which he had said even before the child was born. She wanted to ask him not to act that way, but the man suddenly interrupted her and firmly stated that it was not up for discussion. He firmly said that if the child developed evil or dangerous powers, he would mercilessly leave him in the demon forest. The girl pressed the baby to herself, not believing in the reality of what had happened. The baby heard her words and quietly cried, wondering how the father could abandon his child just because of her special abilities. The man noticed that the boy seemed to understand everything from their conversation. Therefore, he apologized to his son and explained that such rules were established in their family. I also want to say, leadership should pass to the eldest son of the previous head, but if this son has dangerous abilities, he should not lead the family. The girl began to object, saying that leaving the baby in the forest was wrong. She believed that he should have been left at least in the city. However, the father rejected her words, explaining that this would only complicate things in the future. In his opinion, the child should have been gotten rid of right there, on the spot. The man took out a knife and confessed that his conscience was tormenting him. He looked at them intently. He explained that first he had to examine everything, and if all was well, there would be nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the baby was intently staring at the knife. The cow came closer and asked permission to take the baby by the hand. Carefully making a small cut on his finger, she saw a drop of blood appear. It was striking that the baby did not cry. At that moment, the girl was holding his hand tightly. Behind appeared the butler, holding some object in his hands. The baby immediately understood. It was a stone for determining natural abilities. For ordinary people, such a valuable thing was an unattainable dream. The man carefully lifted the child's finger, cautiously dropped a drop of blood onto the stone, and watched intently to see what color the stone would shine. Only a few seconds passed, and suddenly the stone with strange symbols shone with bright blue light. The child's father could not hide his surprise, so much was he impressed. The girl pressed the baby to herself and cried with joy. The baby looked admiringly at the amazing magic, and the father, barely holding back his emotions, said that the stone shone with bright blue light. The Count, standing next to the bed where the mother and baby were resting, said that the blue color was a great flaw. The baby was surprised to hear this. How can magic be something bad? He could not understand what had happened in this world. The father stretched out his hands to him and quietly asked for forgiveness. The girl with tears in her eyes begged him to stop, asking how he could treat a newborn child like that. The maid tried to calm her, but the Count, without hesitation, took the baby away. The man stated that this child was not worth living. He also added that she had no special talents. The hero once again relived in his memory the moment when his mother begged him not to abandon everything and to stay. Her penetrating words would not leave his mind. In a quiet, barely audible voice, the boy asked, "What to do if he has absolutely no talent?" He raised his eyes to the night sky, where the moon shone brightly, and promised himself to always remember everything that happened that day. The man shared that it was Count Asterius who once expelled him to the forest, and now he does not understand why he suddenly became needed by the Count again. In the morning, the swordswoman approached the village gates to say goodbye. She sincerely thanked everyone for their hospitality and admitted that now she was sure the boy spoke only the truth without any trickery. The young man smiled and said he was glad to hear that. The villagers gathered to see her off on her journey. Lisa also noticed that he demanded too much, but understood that the goblins had kidnapped him by accident. It was just an unpleasant mistake. Despite everything, the girl suggested to the boy to return to the manor together. The girl also said that the main hero would definitely become a good count. These words sincerely surprised the boy. Despite all these circumstances, the boy firmly said that he was not the son of Count Asterius, but actually the son of Erisa from Velisol. The boy noted that the peasants would have a hard time managing without him, so he could not leave everything and just go away. Lisa said with a smile that she understood everything perfectly, and added that in that case she was returning to the manor. The main character watched the girl go, noticing that she had fully recovered and now everything would be fine with her. Doloresa waved to her and joyfully called out that she must definitely come visit them again. Having spent the whole day in Vilas Dorti, Lisa returned to the Count's study to tell him everything she had learned. She calmly finished her story, reporting that the report was ready, while the Count listened attentively sitting at his writing desk. The man listened carefully to her story, then asked again, did the main character really say he would not return? It was important for him to be sure that these words truly came from him. The girl explained that Bellemus decided to devote all his time and effort to the development of the village and became its leader. Upon hearing this story, the Count was surprised and asked why, after everything, she dared to return to the estate. The man looked sternly at Lisa and asked why she simply did not take him with her by force. After these words, Lisa became confused and noticeably nervous under his sharp gaze. The embarrassed swordswoman timidly admitted that she had a question. He asked her what exactly she wanted to find out. She asked without hesitation if the boy was really taken by goblins, as the Count had said. The man was surprised by the question, but it showed no expression on his face. Knight confidently told that everyone in the village was already talking. They found the lost boy in the forest and took him in. Renest was silent for a moment, then asked what she meant when she talked about trust in them. The girl replied that it seemed to her they were not really lying. The man suddenly jumped up, looked at her in surprise, and exclaimed if she was in her right mind, since now it was about real terrifying demons. Lisa confirmed that it was true. She believed in it so strongly that she couldn't even take Bellemus by force. She said that maybe everything would have turned out differently if the Count had not abandoned his own daughter in the forest at the time. The man did not answer anything in response, he just remained silent. The swordswoman cautiously expressed the assumption that Bellemus might not be his son. She noted that they really do have similar eyes, hair, and other features, but considers it a mere coincidence. Her words clearly worried the man. She thought about how much she wished for peace and quiet to always be in Velis Dorali. She also noted that Mr. Renest is a wise man, so he would probably understand everything correctly. The man stood up and approached the window. He quietly said that he understands her feelings. After a brief pause, he added that perhaps it was time to tell the whole truth. She looked at him attentively, waiting for him to continue. The Count stood by the window, looking intently into the distance. He quietly said that the goblins did not take his child, but he himself did not abandon the child either. Lisa asked in surprise what he meant. He told that one of his knights betrayed him and kidnapped the child. Moreover, when he was finally detained and interrogated, he confessed that he left the child in the forest. Unfortunately, the baby could not be found. Rennies admitted that he never even imagined that the goblins found him. He also said that no matter how hard he tried to search, it all turned out to be in vain. With teeth clenched in sorrow, he admitted that when he decided that his son had already been taken by demons, he was forced with a heavy heart to order the search to be stopped. The girl listens to him intently. The man continues speaking, clarifying, if a subordinate betrays his lord, it is a great shame for the Count, and such guilt is better hidden. Standing by the window, the Count said that the real reason for the servant's execution was completely different, and the child's death was explained by another case. The girl listened carefully to the young man and asked why the knight wants to take the child. The man said that during the interrogation it was revealed, everything was driven by hatred towards the Australia family. He did not even suspect such a thing, and admitted that it was his mistake. Lisa objected and suggested that the matter might be about the execution of Mr. Ambus, which happened 6 years ago. She noted that the real reason was never revealed back then and asked if he was really the one who was executed. Renest confirmed her assumption. The swordswoman was shocked and asked why he hadn't told her about it earlier. He apologized and explained. His subordinate was not only a colleague, but also a friend, so he didn't want bad rumors to spread about him immediately after the execution. He also said that, having learned about his son's life, he intends to bring him back and ask her for support in this matter. The girl said she understood his point of view, but still insisted. This is exactly what his son does not want at all. The man decisively turned to her and stated that his son is an ordinary child and therefore must live among other people. He is sure that only here the boy will find true happiness. Lisa immediately admitted that she understood everything, but believed that rescuing a son who was kidnapped by force was somehow wrong. Rhinus agreed and suggested first talking to him once more and trying to convince him. If they succeed in convincing him, that would be great. But if that doesn't work, they will start the attack at full force. He turned away and looked out the window. The man firmly said that this was his final decision. Lisa could not believe her ears. She was shocked by what she heard. Without looking Lisa in the eyes, the Count said that he fully trusts her swordsmanship. The girl had no other choice, so she quietly nodded in agreement. When the girl returned to the demon village, she told the main hero about all the events that had happened to her. The young man sighed heavily and confidently said that he would not change his mind. He would not return to the Count's family. In response, Knight noticed, if she herself cannot persuade him, then Renest will try to force him by force. The boy asked Lisa if she really planned to send in troops. Lisa replied that she would most likely do so. Then the boy inquired whether she trusted the Count's words. In response, Lisa asked him if he himself thought the Count was lying. The main character confidently looked her in the eyes and confirmed his words. Then she asked why he thought so. The young man objected, saying that she was lying, as he remembered that day in detail when he was left. No detail had faded from his memory. The girl looked at him in surprise and could not understand what he was talking about. The main character confidently said that he vividly remembers this day. It still stands clearly before his eyes as if it were only yesterday. The girl was impressed by his words. She looked at him distrustfully and asked if he really meant that. He nodded confidently in response. He said that he was thrown into the forest by the Count's order. The reason was one, the boy was born with magical abilities. Because of this, the Count decided that such a child had no place among the living. Lisa confidently said that this is impossible. She also added that magical abilities are undoubtedly considered a sin. But even despite this, it was hard for her to imagine that Mr. Ernst could do such a thing. She hesitantly lowered her gaze, and the young man immediately understood. She did not trust him. The main character invited her to listen to his memories about the Count. He told her about his mother and about the knight who did all the hard and unpleasant work. It was that knight who once took the boy to the forest. The boy continued to tell her in detail about these people for some time, and in the end, summarized that this was exactly how they looked back then. The swordswoman noticed with surprise that all the details matched. The stories about Renest, his wife, and even Mr. Ambas turned out to be true. She asked in surprise where he had learned all this. It turned out that the Count was still alive, but his wife and former boss had already died. The young man was shocked and asked again if it was true that his mother was no longer alive. He was told that his mother died 3 months after his birth. The main character recalled how his mother screamed in despair when the Count took him away from her, and now he understood why everything turned out that way. He suddenly remembered how brief their connection with his mother was, and the news of her death painfully struck him. A look of sincere sorrow appeared on his face. De La Rosa, who was nearby, noticed this and addressed the young man, but he only smiled and said that he was fine. Then Lisa asked why the Count wanted to bring him back if everything was fine. The young man replied that she herself should understand the reason. The swordswoman remembered her eldest son Renest. She recalled how she once worried about his health, but sincerely believed that with age everything would improve and the worries would pass. She also noted that the Count seemed not to expect such a turn of events. Moreover, she said, if Balamas returns, he will become the eldest son in the family, and the current heir will lose this right. Now he can no longer act as before, because once he already abandoned his son. The girl wondered why Renest gave only coldness and caution instead of warmth from his parents. She also noticed that even Balamas did not want to return, yet still tried to force himself to do so, as if with his last strength. She tightly closed her eyes, trying to drive away this thought, because she did not want to believe that Lord Asterius could be so insidious. The young man confidently said that he was not going to return under any circumstances. Immediately after that, he remembered that he had one more small request. He ordered her, when she returns home, to inform everyone that he died from a sudden illness or a tragic accident. The girl looked at him in surprise, and the boy calmly added that she would probably find some way out. The main thing now is to eliminate the cause of the attack on their village. She asked if he advised simply lying. The boy nodded in response, saying that this would be best. The knight pondered this request for a long time, but eventually decided to agree and promised to fulfill it. Standing up, she promised to tell Renest everything that had happened. The boy thanked her and noted that now they owed her. Lisa politely bowed and finally left the room. Dolorosa waved goodbye to her, and for a few seconds silence reigned in the air. At that moment, someone was watching them attentively from behind the house. Lily peeked out and asked if she could really leave now. The young man cautiously inquired if she had heard anything unnecessary, but the girl with horns assured him that Lily was a simple maid without any suspicions. She thought that lying to the Count was the right decision, but even a simple request to stay could have worked even better. The boy noticed that the man would only use this as a new reason to raid the village again and reclaim the darkness. Lily honestly admitted that she was wrong. Even if she had lied to the Count, it would not have guaranteed their safety. The young man agreed with her words and noted that they needed to come up with a plan in case they were attacked. The main character shared with everyone what had happened and noted, if circumstances turn out the worst, he himself will go to Renest and surrender. Hearing these words, the woman in the straw hat firmly replied that she would never agree to such a thing. The old man asked Balamas if he wanted to stay among the people, but the boy refused. He explained that his true home was this very place. Dolorosa scowled fiercely and said firmly that she would never forgive those who wanted to separate her from her brother. The woman emphasized that Mr. Belamis was very much needed in the village of Vilas Doral. The blonde said that it was thanks to him that everyone was able to unite and become stronger. Lily, with tears in her eyes, quietly asked, "If he is gone, whom will she serve then?" Nearby stood a demon silently watching the girl sob. The orc said that if these people decide to take the boy by force, they will fight back and show what they are capable of. Navshi also supported the orc and assured that they will never give up the boy. When he heard the confident words of the peasants, he sincerely thanked them. Without hesitating for a second, he firmly said that the main character would not leave the village under any circumstances. Then he added that it was time to prepare for battle. The Count at that moment was thoughtfully looking out the window, examining the landscape. One of the peasants asked the boy what the number of the Elder's army was. The main character said that no one knows the exact number, but maybe there really are thousands, or maybe all 10,000. Among the peasants, unrest began to grow. There were already so many of them gathered that someone joked, "Soon there will be no fewer of us here than there were ants in this place once." He also noted that people are not adapted to the dangers of the forest and are hardly ready to face the local monsters. However, some of them will die before reaching the village, so there is no particular reason for fear. He immediately understood that the danger from their side was quite real, and this could become a big problem. Therefore, something needed to be quickly thought up. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard from the crowd. She advised first sending her army of ants into battle to weaken the enemies. She noticed that now there were more ants thanks to the village, and this could come in handy for them. The young man looked at her and said that then they would have to endure many trials and pain. The girl explained that soldiers from the Ant Legion without the main corps resemble hands and feet without a body. Moreover, these limbs can regrow, so it does not cause them real harm, and the boy asked if she was really sure about that. She said that as long as the core is whole and intact, her people have the opportunity to live and grow. But it is sad to realize that they will have to part with many friends who recently joined their community. She confidently said that everything had been prepared for this, and also decided to stay in the village to help organize the defense. The girl asked for permission to help, and this greatly surprised the boy. He paused for a moment over her request but eventually agreed, suggested starting, and asked how many legionnaires were in their unit. Medina replied that there were about 700. Hearing such words, the main character was surprised and asked if he could be entrusted with the research of this area. Medina nodded and said that a general who has amazing speed and reacts instantly to everything recently joined them. The young man nodded approvingly, as if to say it was indeed a good idea. He also noted that the council was located in the west, so he asked its general to carefully monitor all the roads the army might advance along. She agreed. The girl noticed that everything the general sees immediately appears in her head as well, so she will be able to quickly inform the boy about any changes. The main character was genuinely surprised to see such unusual abilities and admitted that they might come in handy. One of the orcs approached Belamis and cautiously inquired about the next actions they should take. The young man suggested everyone continue training and prepare for the upcoming battle. The villagers agreed with his proposal. He also stated that from now on he would work on strengthening the village's defense and invited everyone who possesses earth magic to join in. De La Rosa and Lily immediately expressed their desire to help. The Count could not believe the girl's words, so he asked again if his son had really died. The knight confirmed this sad news once more. He slammed his fists on the table and sharply asked if she really told the truth. The girl nodded affirmatively and said that it was indeed true. The demon was seen very close to the village, and it was he who killed that man. She explained that the forest around was very dangerous. But the man could not believe what he heard. He desperately grabbed his head with his hands, thanked her for everything, and ordered her to leave. She looked at him. At that moment, the butler entered the room and informed that Mr. Bass had come to Renest. The man raised his head, looked surprised, and at first said he had no time for this now, but then he suddenly changed his mind and allowed him to enter. The Count thought that all these problems arose because of Bass and decided he would honestly tell him everything. Maybe then his soul would feel calmer. A man with light hair entered the room. He politely greeted the Count and immediately noticed Mrs. Lisa. She quietly raised her eyes to him. Bass smiled and said he had already heard the news. The boy from the forest village was found to be the Count's son, and this surprised him greatly. The man asked if he had already been brought here. Renest told him that his son had died. He was very surprised, but the child's father confirmed once again that it was true. Without even listening to the end, the light-haired man immediately said that it was impossible. Sari looked at him with interest. Lisa was confused and began to get nervous. Renest hurried to say that the knight had already confirmed everything, but the knight himself objected and said it was not true. He sharply looked at the girl and seriously asked why the child had died. She was confused, began to stumble over her words, and quietly answered that the baby was killed by a demon. Bass waved it off, calling it nonsense, and added that that boy was so strong he would have even defeated a hippopotamus. She emphasized that demons live in the western forest, but even they are much weaker than him, because she had seen it with her own eyes. He slyly smiled, met her gaze, and asked if she really had lied about the death of that boy. The girl turned away in fear. The sofa rose from the table, asked to stop, and confidently said that Lisa would never lie to him. Bass noted that Count San managed to unite entire demonic tribes by his own efforts, and emphasized that this would have been impossible without his exceptional talent for persuading others. He noticed that his son managed to outsmart Mrs. Lissu and made her tell a lie. The man himself at that time only silently watched them. The girl looked away briefly, her anxiety visible to the naked eye. Rinnies noticed this and mentally noted that under other circumstances he could have trusted her without any doubts, but the thought that his son might be alive gave hope that the Astriasan family could continue. The boss explained that faith is a personal matter for everyone, but the fact remains, the problem will not disappear on its own. Even if his son is no longer there, the village of Velistero will continue to exist. He also noticed that the village would continue to be a great threat to the people living here. The Count had the opportunity to change nothing, but then in case of trouble, all the responsibility for what would happen to the city would fall on him. Lisa was very worried and begged Renas to calm down and not act hastily. She convinced him that the demons from that village posed no threat and asked him not to start hostilities with them, as there was no point in doing so. Bass smiled and asked why she defended them so zealously, even providing such convincing arguments. He added that her behavior seemed quite suspicious. After that, she explained what she meant. The truth can only be known when you see everything yourself. The man sank into thought. Lisa, together with the blonde man, attentively await what exact answer Count Asterius will give in this difficult situation. The man froze thoughtfully, recalling the infant he had long abandoned in the forest immediately after his birth. His heart grew increasingly anxious, beating more and more frequently and loudly. Unfortunately for the swordswoman, Count Renast confidently said that preparations must be made for the invasion of Velisterol. The main character proudly announced that everything was prepared. On the high wall protecting the village, the villagers were already standing. All preparations for the enemy's attack were completed. The boy briefly summarized what they managed to do, built another wall, erected 15 towers, and dug a small moat right by the outer wall. He confidently said that in the last 20 days they had really achieved a lot, emphasizing their work was not in vain. Moreover, he added that now even an army of 1,000 people would not be able to easily capture them. The young man noticed that this work was useful not only for the village, but also for the mages themselves. By constantly applying their abilities, they could become even stronger. Navashi smiled and said that they were not cowards either. Then she added, while some admired magic, others trained diligently without knowing rest. Together with La Rosa, she confidently and with a smile said that defeating these miserable people would be very easy for her. The main character reassured everyone by saying that the attack on the village was not yet confirmed, so there was hope that everything would be resolved without conflict. The dark-haired girl whispered fearfully that she really hoped so because she did not want to get into a fight with others at all. Navashi suggested arranging a sparring match since they had already finished all their tasks, as they needed to train a bit. In response, Delero promised to show her how room magic works. The short-haired girl grabbed the boy's hand and quickly pulled him toward herself, loudly declaring that she would be first. But his sister immediately intervened, also took her brother's hand, and insisted that she should be first. The main character stepped aside and said not to quarrel over trifles, reminding them that he had already agreed to train with Navashi. Hearing this, De La Rosa became upset. Suddenly someone called out to Mr. Bellamus and exclaimed anxiously that trouble had occurred. All four immediately turned toward that voice. Medina stopped near the office, breathing heavily after a quick run. A guy approached her and asked if everything was okay. He realized that something was wrong, looked carefully at the girl, and asked if the enemies had already appeared. The girl silently nodded, confirming his fears. She tightly closed her eyes and, connecting to the collective consciousness, saw the same thing as one of the ant generals. It was then that he reported the enemies were already approaching from the west. On a wide tree branch settled a great female commander. She carefully watched everything happening around. The woman said that a whole army of people had entered the Flazer's forest. In her imagination, Medea saw this army and said that there were about 7,000 knights. Everyone in the room froze sharply upon hearing their number. No one expected such an answer. The young man immediately guessed. It seems Lisa could not convince the count, although she was not one to deceive. He said that in such a situation one should act according to the plan. Then he gave the order to release the army of ants so that they would try to reduce the number of enemies and buy some time for everyone. He said that if they manage to capture the enemy, it will greatly boost the fighting spirit of their soldiers. He also reminded them to warn the fighters, this forest belongs to demons. Medea accepted his order and said that to command the legion from afar she needed to concentrate, so she would return to the nest. De La Rosa asked what they should do now. The boy paused for a moment and said that they have no right to stop while Medea's warriors are fighting on the front. He also ordered Navasha to gather all the goblin warriors and prepare them for battle. Meanwhile, as they assembled, he began quickly teaching Derail and Deliars the basics of defensive magic. The boy noticed that Lily and Alancy also needed to learn this. The girls smiled and said that they would be called soon. When everyone else fled, he remained alone and realized that it would have been better not to get involved in this war. The main character stopped and looked intently at the forest beyond the village. He thought that in this place one should not hope for mercy. He punishes his enemies without hesitation, even if it is someone from his own family, like, for example, his own father. The Count proudly rides his horse, the armor shining in the sun. Bass smiles and Lee looks noticeably anxious. An army of 7,000 soldiers, led by Count Renect, was overcoming dense forest thickets, gradually approaching the village of Velisol. Asturias looked sternly ahead and decisively led his army to attack the demon village. Suddenly, he noticed a detachment of mercenaries standing right in their way. When he was at his estate, he told about the preparations for the invasion. Lisa was shocked and could not believe her ears. Bass only smiled in response, adding that it was indeed a wise decision. He also noted that if he had already decided to go to the village, he wanted to offer work to him and his friends. The man asked who he was, and at that moment Bose remembered that he had not introduced himself yet, so he informed that he was the leader of the mercenary detachment. He smiled and said that destroying demons was their specialty, so they would definitely be needed by the Count. Renest immediately asked about the cost of the mercenary services and how many were in the detachment. The blond man replied that there were about 1,000 warriors, and the payment for their work was 50,000 rin. The Count was surprised that the price was so low and asked why it was so cheap. Bass only reassured him, saying not to worry because the quality of their services was much better than this price. The man remembered this conversation when he took up writing again. He also noted that he was not sure about the real usefulness of these things, but he believed that 50,000 rin was not such a big price for such a purchase. Even at that moment, Renest could not believe that it was Bass who would lead the mercenary squad. The man only smiled, looking at the Count. After that, he looked carefully at Lisa and asked if she was all right, noticing that she did not look well. Lisa hurried to reassure him, saying that she was fine. The girl wondered if she had acted correctly and whether she should have shown more confidence to convince Renest. At the same time, she pondered if there was another way to resolve this situation. She remembered the girl who had led her to the monument and thought, was it really right that because of her, Darrell Veli now had to die? Lisa recalled that she had sworn to faithfully serve the Count's family, so following Lord Asterius's orders was her knightly duty. However, as a true human, she could not act so cruelly, it would be unfair. The knight once again recalled how these demons had treated her kindly, helping her, healing her wounds, and caring for her hunger. Now she was no longer sure if she had the strength to raise her sword against them. The girl suddenly turned at a terrifying scream and saw horrible creatures resembling giant ants appearing around the knights. They fiercely attacked the warriors and mercilessly killed them. After they defeated several monsters, the creatures hurried to flee deeper into the forest. The knights noticed this and immediately rushed to pursue them. Lisa shouted loudly to them not to follow the monsters. She firmly said that if they went after them, they could fall into a trap. Therefore, she ordered the soldiers to stay in place and hold formation. Bass noted that before them was a real legion of ants, formidable and terrifying opponents. They were as organized as they were, and each ant was perfectly oriented in this forest, knowing every blade of grass around well. The knightly army confidently moved through the dense forest, not noticing that entire legions of ants were watching them intently from the treetops. One of the enemies tried to attack, but the swordswoman swiftly delivered an accurate strike with her sword, saving one of the soldiers. Other monsters began climbing down from the trees, preparing to rush into battle. The girl shouted loudly to warn of the danger from above and ordered to attack the enemy. The ants moved so coordinated, like a real army, and this began to alarm the swordswoman. Lisa saw how the monsters had already aimed at Bass and immediately shouted to warn him about the danger from behind. But the mercenaries of the fair-haired man killed everyone who tried to approach. No enemy managed to get closer than a meter to him. Bass lifted the head of the just-defeated monster from the ground, looked it straight in the eyes, and calmly said that there was no point in resisting anymore. The swordswoman froze in surprise, not believing what she saw. The man glanced into the lifeless eyes of the defeated monster, then turned to Medea and asked what else she could surprise him with. Suddenly, from the very center of the forest comes a loud, piercing scream. At this sound, frightened birds instantly take off upwards, scattering in different directions. Lisa anxiously sees that the opponents have prepared a trap for her again. The warrior woman instantly rushes forward, holding her sword at the ready. She tensely scans around, searching for where a threat might appear, but one of the soldiers, noticing her haste, anxiously tries to stop her. The girl stood confused and overwhelmed by fear. Lisa suddenly stops in front of a huge pit that seems to lead to the very heart of the earth. Large clouds of dust rise from it, and soil slowly crumbles at the edges. The warrior woman suddenly stops because a thought comes to her mind. Ahead, there is probably an ambush. Basai and Lisa approach the very edge of the cliff. The girl looks down anxiously, hoping that the warriors who fell there are still alive. Bass indifferently looks at the trap and immediately notices that the pit turned out deeper than expected. At the very bottom of the pit lie motionless warriors. They have been buried by earth. Pieces of broken armor are scattered over their bodies. The man notes that if they have to constantly be vigilant and cautious at every step, the journey could stretch out to a whole month. The girl thoughtfully considers his words. The heroine sadly notices that their warriors lack the strength to move forward. The boss quietly agrees, acknowledging that the situation is indeed difficult. Lisa looks around carefully and realizes that the flea forest is much more dangerous than they expected. She immediately suggests stopping the advance. The warrior woman advises to temporarily retreat and assures that she will later approach Count Rhaenus with a proposal to start a new offensive when everything is well prepared. Bass, with a barely noticeable smile, confidently snaps his fingers and announces that the solution does indeed exist. As soon as the bassist gave the signal, men in black cloaks emerged from the darkness. They were ready to act immediately. One of the sorcerers stretches out his hand and quietly begins to whisper magical words. The second man pulled his hood down so low that his face was hidden in shadow. He looked ahead intently and watched everything around tensely. From under the hood of the third sorcerer, an eye glimmers. It is clear that he is fully immersed in the spell and intensely focused. The fourth mage, gritting his teeth from tension, loudly shouts a magical spell. Ver covers his face with his hands, trembling fearfully from the bright flash that suddenly burst from the magic circle. Magical traps began to appear on the forest path, leaving even round holes on the ground behind them. Bass explains that with the help of magic, now all traps in the forest have become visible. The girl sees with surprise that it really worked. Lisa reproaches the mage for not using the spell from the very beginning. The mage calmly explains that such a spell requires a lot of energy. He turns away and says that this is exactly why they did not rush to do anything. The warrior looks at the man with confusion, trying to understand who he really is. Behind Boz stands a whole line of his mercenaries, and this surprises everyone present. No one has heard of these warriors before. The girl does not hide her surprise. After all, 50,000 rin is quite a small amount of money for such a strong team. Lisa stands confused and cannot comprehend what is happening around. It is hard for her to believe that such a thing could really happen. There is activity in the military camp. Every soldier is busy with work. Near the fire, food is being prepared, and nearby other warriors carefully inspect and arrange spears near the warehouse. Suddenly, the camp is unexpectedly attacked. The soldiers look around in confusion, not yet having understood anything, and at that moment, demonic ants burst inside with a piercing scream, raising their weapons above their heads. The soldiers stood in a line, tightly gripping their weapons. Fear was visible on their faces, which they tried to hide. A gigantic serpent with unspeakable power breaks through the crowd of soldiers, scattering them in different directions. On the battlefield lie motionless bodies of warriors, and around them are scattered spears and various weapons. On the fortress wall, one can see a coat of arms depicting two crossed swords. Medina reported that they managed to stop 3,000 enemy warriors, but their squad has almost exhausted all strength, so holding back the enemy further will become extremely difficult. Balamas assured his interlocutor that she did an excellent job, even when she began to apologize. The young man notices that the squad has been repelling enemy attacks for 2 weeks already. They are probably completely exhausted. Hearing these words, the girl cannot hide her excitement. The young man looks around carefully and notices, after previous defeats, the enemy is severely weakened, about 4,000 remain. At the same time, he realizes that only 500 warriors are with him on the battlefield. Despite Medina seriously undermining the enemy's fighting spirit, Balima admits he is not sure that the enemy can overcome their numerical superiority. The young man addresses everyone around and warns that the enemy is already close, almost at their gates. He urges everyone to hold firm and fight with all their might, not to give up. Belamis ordered everyone to take their places, then said he had one more important piece of news for everyone. The soldiers move forward swiftly, and at that moment the boy shouts so that no one loses hope or surrenders. Lisa, hiding in the forest, intently looks at the majestic fortress walls rising above Velisol. Among the warriors stood a girl. She recognized the fortress and mentally recalled its name, delving into her thoughts. The enemy army had already gathered right under the gates, and the warrior woman bitterly thinks that she had imagined returning home quite differently. From the top of his tall castle, Belamis addresses the knights, asking for what purpose they have come. A young boy grips his sword so tightly that his fingers turned white, and shouts angrily that if these strangers came with swords, they should not even dream of mercy. The girl is silent, watching the development of events with concern. Pain and a wave of inner tension flashed across her face, arising somewhere deep in her soul. Lisa recalls the moment when Navasha enthusiastically noted her strength and promised that as soon as she recovers, they will definitely meet again in battle. In the girl's memories, a small goblin baby wrapped in a soft blanket appears before her. It smiles at her and chirps joyfully, as if very happy. Belamis extends a small cake, smiling warmly and inviting her to take the treat. The girl closed her eyes and imagined how delicious this dish would be. Count Estria looks intently straight ahead, frowning and holding a flag with a clear symbol in front of him. He decisively drew a sharp sword from its sheath. Lisa, with a firm gaze, raises the shield and confidently gives the order to seize Velisol. The enemies move in a tight column straight towards the walls of the fortification. From the tower, the defenders carefully watch their actions. The young man sadly lowers his eyes and in his thoughts addresses Lisa with warmth and regret. Suddenly, a huge magical circle appears above the tower, a black sphere wrapped in several rows of runes. This is a very powerful spell from the highest level of earth magic. The warriors below watch tensely as this dangerous element inevitably approaches. The soldiers look up fearfully when suddenly they hear a strange noise and feel something mysterious approaching them. The huge magical circle hovered right above the battlefield, immediately drawing the attention of all the fighters. The warriors looked up in surprise, not understanding what kind of threat this mysterious phenomenon could turn into. A giant meteorite falls from the sky with a roar, crashes directly into the ground, and causes a powerful explosion. Tongues of flame flare up everywhere, and fragments scatter in all directions. A soldier is trapped by debris. His face is contorted with terrible pain, and his mouth is wide open from a scream. One of the soldiers is suddenly wounded by a fragment, and he receives a serious injury. Covered in blood, with a battered face and teeth clenched tightly from pain, he does not lose consciousness even after a strong blow from a stone. After the powerful impact, the battlefield is enveloped in thick dust and smoke, and everywhere around lie fragments of swords, wounded warriors, and pieces of broken armor. At the spot where the strike hit, a large pit appeared. Many fragments lie around, and dust still hangs in the air. Several soldiers standing ahead carefully observe what has happened. Soldiers, overwhelmed by fear and confusion, report heavy losses. One strong blow took the lives of many of their comrades. Lisa, confidently looking around and pronouncing words loudly and clearly, encourages everyone not to lose courage. She urges not to give up and makes it clear that she is ready to fight to the last. The female commander confidently leads her army into attack. Her troops with swords at the ready rush forward swiftly, all united by bravery and determination on their faces. They advance as one invincible force. Belamis confidently and focusedly pronounces the name of a powerful spell. This is a sign that a super-powerful magical attack will soon begin. The earth is broken into parts, deep cracks stretch through it. These are traces of a powerful blow of extraordinary force. Debris flies around, and flashes of magical energy swirl in the air. The boy with an icy gaze calmly names the magical spell he has just used. At the sight of the strike, everything around is covered with thick dust. Injured soldiers who suffered from the attack are scattered on the ground. Spells fly from all directions on the battlefield, and powerful explosions shake the air and raise thick clouds of smoke. Thick dust rises around, and the knights lie on the ground, felled by powerful blows. Several knights panic and flee, while Lisa vainly tries to stop them, loudly calling them and trying to draw their attention back to herself. A woman in shining armor stands and looks in surprise as soldiers quickly approach her from the battlefield. One of them suddenly notices her and freezes in surprise. The young man carefully watches as his enemies, gripped by panic, hastily retreat. They try to hide in the thick clouds of smoke and dust raised after his powerful attacks. De La Rosa ponders. Everything happened too easily, and this arouses his suspicion. The young man with a focused gaze recalls the recent past and understands that the enemies simply did not properly appreciate them. However, at the next meeting, the opponents will most likely not repeat this mistake and will come out to the fight well prepared. A light mist still lingers on the battlefield after the recent attack, so Belamis realizes that he must remain alert. Not much time passes, the noise subsides, and the forest sinks into silence and calm. One of the allies notices Belamis, waves to him, and calls out loudly. Belamis turns his head and looks at the comrade with slight surprise. The young man with a focused face notices something unusual. This makes him wary and look around carefully. The ground near the castle walls began to move, as if someone is deliberately filling the moat around the fortress. The boy quickly leaves the observation post, while the others remain on the tower, carefully watching everything that is happening. The main hero suddenly notices something, sharply looks around, and immediately becomes alert. From the tower, he sees 3 people secretly hiding at the edge of the forest. This immediately arouses his suspicion. 3 sorcerers in black cloaks appeared in the forest. They were the ones behind those magical attacks of the enemy. The young boy directs a strong stream of energy from his magical bow. His eyes flashed with surprise. Meanwhile, under the castle walls, one of the enemies brought a wooden siege tower right up to the fortress. Belamis looks carefully from above and sees how the enemies are pulling siege machines, preparing for the attack. From the height, it is clearly visible how the enemy, in large numbers, has completely surrounded the fortifications and is using their numerical advantage. The hero, looking forward intently, understands. In fact, everything is just beginning and the real fight awaits ahead. The warriors quietly approach the enemy fortress, carefully place the assault ladders, and having put down their weapons, decisively went on the offensive. One of the attackers enthusiastically declares that their main goal is to capture the fortress. He is sure that evil demons are inside, hiding from them. Belamis's comrades immediately became alert, anxiously watching the events unfolding before the inevitable attack. Soldiers rushed to the fortress with loud cries, carrying assault ladders to overcome the high walls. The demons roar wildly, trying to get inside. There are so many of them that the assault seems like an endless wave. The main hero closely watches the enemy moving closer and closer, trying to predict what will happen next. A squad of soldiers with weapons, shouting battle slogans, climbs the ladder onto the fortress walls. They received a clear order: leave no one alive except the boy. One of the warriors climbing up suddenly stops, frozen with fear. His wide-open eyes reveal horror, and his face is covered with cold sweat. It seems he either heard or saw something terrible above. Unexpectedly, Barbara appears before him. She smiles mockingly and declares that she has brought a souvenir for them. Confidence is readable on her face. It is clear that Barbara is ready to give a worthy response. The orc stands on the wall, easily lifting a heavy stone above his head, and with a fierce look sternly orders the enemies to retreat and return to their lands. With a rumble, the heavy boulder falls down, destroying the stairs and scattering the enemies in different directions. Soldiers fly down along with the debris, unable to keep their footing. The enemy commander gives the order to shoot the orc standing on the wall. Archers simultaneously draw the strings of their bows and send arrows into the sky, aiming precisely at the enemy. The orc's strong body confidently withstands the hail of arrows, but he does not even flinch, as if feeling nothing. Not a single arrow could pierce his thick skin. The orc reacts with terrifying cold-bloodedness, which is frightening. The orc, with anger and pride in his eyes, says that this attack is a trivial matter for him. The soldiers who were climbing for the attack were stunned. Their advance had no effect. Panic and confusion appeared on their faces because none of them had any idea that the opponent would turn out to be so invulnerable. Orcs throw huge stones at the enemies from a great height. Heavy boulders whistle and rumble loudly as they fly down, knocking soldiers off ladders and forcing them to stop. Suddenly, one of the defenders begins to look around. He hears cries from behind. Surprise and anxiety immediately appear on his face. Seeing his comrade being attacked, the orc instantly breaks forward to come to help. True chaos and a fierce clash reign on the fortress walls. The enemy deliberately strikes where there is no defense, aiming to inflict as much pain as possible. The warrior suddenly shudders from sharp pain. He was unexpectedly attacked. An expression of anger and anxiety appears on his face, as the attack was a complete surprise. The orc unexpectedly falls into an ambush. Enemies press from all sides, and their weapons brightly gleam in the rays of light. They strike relentlessly. Feeling his own strength, the orc quickly realizes that there are too many attackers, and the situation rapidly gets out of control. One of the soldiers with madness and fury in his eyes rushed forward. He raised his sword and swung it right in front of the orc, trying to hit him in the face as if he wanted to gouge out the enemy's eyes. The soldier shouted loudly that even strong scales would not save the orc and was already about to deliver the decisive blow. They were suddenly attacked. Suddenly, someone's hand strikes the attacker in the face with extraordinary force, breaking his nose and crushing his helmet. Balamus spins wildly in the whirlpool, catching the soldier and tossing him high into the sky. His rapid appearance immediately turns the tide of the battle. Barbara froze in surprise, and the opponents were gripped by panic. The soldiers stare in shock at the boy who just lunged at them. One of the soldiers, pale with fear, suddenly recognizes him as the son of Count Renest. Another cannot comprehend that before him is an ordinary human youth. The young man looks ahead intently and confidently, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Suddenly, his sword cuts through the air with incredible speed, leaving a bright trail in the sky. After the attack, enemy warriors fall to the ground one by one, and the young man, having finished his move, is already kneeling. Behind him, an orc, struck by what he has seen, cannot take his eyes off this scene. The orc smiles relaxedly, and Balamus is glad that Barbara survived. Having made sure the situation is under control, the young man says he is moving on and leaves the defense to reliable comrades. The orc confidently assures that he will handle all the remaining enemies himself. Alensi focuses intensely, pressing her lips tightly. A strong stream of flame bursts from the magic circle, which she directs straight at the opponents. Suddenly, flames burst from the sky and fall directly onto enemy soldiers, engulfing the entire battlefield in fire. Cries and groans echo everywhere. The enemies vainly try to escape the hot fire that consumes them. The girl realizes with relief that her attack was successful, but suddenly something strange catches her attention. She unexpectedly turns around, feeling surprise at the new danger. A giant battering ram with a metal tip crashes through the fortress wall with a roar. Stones fly in different directions, and a cloud of smoke bursts from the breach. The attackers begin a decisive assault, using a siege engine to break the fortification's defense. The battering ram was rolled back to the wall, preparing for a new assault. The commander orders not to stop and to move forward. Ilansi watches everything happening with excitement. She is convinced that the enemies must be stopped as soon as possible, otherwise the battering ram will completely destroy the wall. The woman had just opened her mouth when a group of people appeared nearby. They were quickly heading straight to the breach. One of the defenders sighed with relief and said that reinforcements had already arrived. They just made it in time. Navasha led the defenders forward. They were inspired by a powerful shout and rushed to the tower together, full of determination to fight to the very end. Their courage was visible in their decisive steps and strong cries. Meanwhile, from the other side of the field, the enemy army was moving. Its warriors, with swords drawn, rushed forward swiftly, carrying out the order to exterminate all goblins. The girl dashed forward rapidly and struck lightning fast. Her sword flashed through the air with furious speed. The goblin girl strikes the enemy with her foot at furious speed and simultaneously leaps upward like a green lightning bolt. The soldier who is hit does not even have time to realize what is happening. His eyes open wide with fear and surprise. He already understands that he will not be able to avoid the attack. Navasha quickly and confidently surveyed her opponent, assessing him with a glance. The girl, with determination in her eyes, swings her sword powerfully, finishing her attack. Her enemy flies upward, loses his helmet, and then falls helplessly to the ground, suffering defeat. Soldiers panic as they watch their comrades fall one by one to invisible blows falling from the sky. One fighter, gripped by fear, shouts that he cannot understand this. The enemies are too fast and incredibly strong. Navasia easily and skillfully overcomes the enemy without even slowing down. She is calm and confident like a true experienced fighter. For her, this is a usual skirmish where she effortlessly surpasses opponents with speed and skill. The soldiers stopped in amazement. They could not understand why the creatures they had previously considered weak suddenly turned out to be extraordinarily powerful. The ram crashes with a roar, and the enemies scatter in all directions along with the debris. From the clouds of dust and smoke, suddenly comes a voice that mockingly repeats the enemy's recent insult about low creatures. Bellemus warns opponents not to even try to underestimate them. The orc looks attentively and seriously, without taking his eyes off. Navasha looks confidently and without fear. The young man is convinced that all those who are now defending this place are the strongest warriors of all Vilas Durala. Before the eyes opened a peaceful scene, sky and forest, around reigned silence and peace. The territory of the temporary hospital was overcrowded with the wounded. Soldiers lay directly on the ground or on simple stretchers. Some groaned heavily in pain, others begged for help. Among them were both severely wounded and completely exhausted. The healer carefully bandages the warrior's wounds and earnestly asks her to refrain from new battles at least for some time. The girl nods in response, assuring him that she understands everything well. The warrior woman thoughtfully recalls everything that happened during the battle. Although a bloody fight raged around her, she was almost unharmed, and now, watching others suffer and endure pain, she feels guilt and a heavy burden of responsibility, with deep sorrow evident in her eyes. Wounded warriors lie in bandages, someone groans in pain, and some have completely fainted. The medic carefully wraps the soldier's deep wound with a bandage, and the wounded man feels severe pain and groans. Several men sat with their heads bowed, each lost in their own thoughts. The woman warrior recalls a recent battle. Faces of those soldiers who gave their lives, trusting her, appear in her memory. Now she hesitates whether she is worthy to speak on their behalf. Lisa thoughtfully remembers all who died in the last battle. A struggle rages in her heart. She is not sure if their sacrifices were in vain. At that moment, a soldier runs up to Lisa with urgent news. The woman was invited to the headquarters because Count Renest himself wanted to speak with her. Armed guards stood near the tent, further emphasizing the importance of this meeting. Inside the tent, the Count looked sternly at Lisa and directly asked why she had not told him earlier about the true size of the fortress they would have to deal with. Lisa explained that she was confused by the surprise. She admitted that the fortress had become completely different compared to her previous visit. Even for her, the changes, when a small settlement became a large fortress, seemed incredible. Renese suddenly shifts the conversation to another topic. He recalls how the girl spoke about the death of his son and now begins to distrust her. His gaze becomes penetrating, and distrust appears in his voice. Renese insists that she answer honestly and give clear explanations. Lisa is silent, and tension is visible on her face. A drop of sweat rolls down her cheek, showing that she is nervous. She looks straight ahead but does not say a word. The commander notes that although their army was larger, the enemy still managed to hold out. Renast looked around and realized that only a true talent in military affairs could create such a reliable defense. He looks intently at Lisa and directly, without hiding doubts, asks her, "Is his son alive?" The warrior, who until now had been silent and only looking at the floor, suddenly realizes his son is actually alive. The Count looked at her sternly and said directly that she had deceived him. The girl, with a drop of sweat on her forehead and a tense expression on her face, is preparing to say something. Lisa tells Rhaenys that he also lied to her. Her words cut through the tense silence, and the boy freezes, stunned by what he heard. The woman recalls the time when he assured her that he never left their son alone in the forest. Lisa shouted with pain and resentment in her voice that it was not true. She confidently said, "Belimos remembers every minute of that day when he was left behind." There was firmness in her words, as if she was speaking not only for herself, but also for that very abandoned child. The girl tries to hide her emotions and addresses the Count with a request to speak honestly. Tension is visible on the Count's face. Their conversation has gone so far that there is no point in hiding the truth anymore. Lisa angrily points at Anbos and accuses him of not throwing Balamas into the forest himself. She says someone ordered him to do it. Lisa directly asks if it was really his act and demands that he confess everything. Renized rested his chin on his palm and thoughtfully listened to the reproaches that Balamas was expelled only because he had magical abilities. The man no longer hides either contempt or complete indifference to what he is doing. His face radiates only confidence in his own righteousness. Lisa froze in place, stunned by the surprise. Confusion and fear reflected in her eyes from what she heard. These words sounded too harsh. She did not expect such coldness at all. Renist stands his ground. He claims that all his actions were only for the good of the family. With icy confidence, he says that Lisa simply cannot understand this. Lisa is shocked by his cold-bloodedness, and she cannot hold back. Is it normal to leave your own child alone in the forest? The Count wisely reflects. Children who show talent for fencing or leadership from a young age often grow up to be great people, but those who awaken a magical gift usually end up staying away from important events in this world. The man gazes into the distance and admits that for him the main thing is to become a worthy Count. He chose this path himself, even if it means he cannot be a good father. Renaz does not give up and persistently questions Lisa's words. He believes that she is ready to stake the future of the entire family and the lives of thousands of people just for the sake of one child, even if her fate is not yet decided. Lisa looks confused. Anxiety and pain are reflected in her eyes. She does not know what to say in response to such unusual logic. The man with a cold gaze says that this time he is ready to forgive his interlocutor's lie. He adds that now they are on equal terms. The girl anxiously asks if he really plans to continue fighting. The man turns away from her and says he wants to give her a chance to regain her dignity. The man agrees that their situation is very difficult, but still cannot ignore the gigantic demonic fortress towering right nearby. Lisa disagrees and says that the demons will fight to the end to protect their home. The man says that their army has lost its fighting spirit, but he is convinced that this is not a problem because he has enough money to fix everything. Reincarnation turns away and confidently says that he has already figured out what to do next. The girl remains standing, looking after him with concern and a little confusion. The Count explains his plan to Lisa in detail. She needs to play the role of a traitor, sneak into the very center of the enemy's territory, and open the main gates to let their army inside. The girl stops confusedly. What she just heard shocked her deeply. Her eyes are wide open, and her face shows anxiety and fear. The man explains that their plan is to send the girl directly into the enemy's territory center, where she must pretend to be a traitor. Renest explains that at the most crucial moment, she will have to open the main gates of the fortress, so their army can suddenly enter inside. Hearing these words, the girl becomes very frightened and indignantly says that such an act is disgusting. The Count calmly said that in war, any means can be used. Rhinus agreed that this plan is the easiest way to victory, although it hardly causes surprise or admiration. The man admits that he feels uncomfortable asking for such a thing, as it is very humiliating, but he emphasizes how hard it is to watch his comrades die again and again. Lisa listens to him sadly, lowering her eyes down. The man says that only she can be entrusted with this task, and asks her to carry it out for the sake of their family's future and the entire people. Renest, with frank despair, asks her for help. The girl tightly closes her eyelids. It seems she is having a difficult internal struggle. Lisa accepts the offer and asks to be allowed to carry out this task. Balamas uses magic to heal the wounds of his elven friend. The restored goblin sincerely thanks Balamas for the help, happily says goodbye, and stands together with the other warriors. The young man notices that many of those present have been wounded, and Medina agrees with his words. Queen Ampligen noted that despite the fierce battle, they managed to avoid losses. The young man recalled how many warriors fell in the Legion and sincerely apologized for it. The girl said that for her the integrity of the core matters most, and she is very happy that they managed to save the village. Barbara wondered if the enemy would continue to advance. Belamis suggested not resisting and simply surrendering to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the fighters' camp there is a feeling of complete exhaustion. Someone drinks silently, another helps a wounded friend bandage wounds. The young boy looks at all this and understands. They are almost at the limit and cannot hold out much longer. Although the Count's army has become smaller, it still remains a dangerous opponent, so one should not count on a quick victory. The main hero thought and realized. The best thing to do now is to go on the attack himself and not wait for the enemy to strike first. The friends were stunned and worried by this idea because they did not expect him to propose something so brave. The hero explains that after their last defeat, the enemies lost all fighting spirit. If they strike again now, while the enemies have not gathered their strength, it could finally break them and force them to flee the battlefield. Medina and Barbara feel hope arise in their hearts. It seems victory is very close. The young man was already beginning to think about how to set fire to the enemy camp, but he was suddenly interrupted by comrades who quickly ran up to him. Navasha runs up and reports that the same girl they saw at night has appeared again. This time she came alone. Belemus asked if the girl came alone. His sister replied that yes, she is here alone, and Nidus is now standing by the gate. The young commander, with a serious expression on his face, looks ahead tensely, trying to understand why the enemy, instead of simply retreating, suddenly did something unexpected. Bella still decides to give the unexpected guest a chance and listen to her, as she is curious about the purpose of her visit. In front of the castle gates appears a girl in knight's armor, and everyone immediately turns their gaze to her. Yorkies and goblins in the crowd anxiously watch the unfolding events, having no idea about the alien's intentions. A girl knight has just appeared. She is silent, looks focused, and seems a little worried. She is in no hurry to communicate. The warrior and the boy call each other by name. The girl in armor carefully examines everything around, then sincerely thanks everyone for their hospitality. The guy cuts her off mid-sentence and demands that she get straight to the point. The girl quietly lowers her gaze downward, as if gathering her thoughts and summoning courage. Lisa raises her head and confidently says that she is going to betray Renest. The young man widely opened his eyes in amazement and looked at her confusedly, not hiding his surprise. One evening, one of the knights asked if their plan would really lead to victory. Near them, in the twilight, battle banners fluttered among the forest trees. Is it really worth just hiding in the forest and waiting? The count, sitting on his horse, repeated again what he had said the previous night. Lisa secretly got into Willsdarrel, pretending that she had sided with the opponents. The men there were very strict about everything and did not joke. The knight was surprised by these words. The count explains that she needs to inform everyone so they prepare for retreat. She had to prove to everyone that victory was in their hands. The hero listened to the girl attentively, focused and serious, while creatures around had already begun to celebrate and rejoice. Now she only had to wait for the right moment to break the gates and let them straight into the heart of Velisol. She will give them the signal to start. She will throw a coin with their coat of arms over the gates. The knight crept up almost unnoticed. Very soon everything would begin. The girl carefully looks at the coin lying in her palm. The warrior woman tightly clenched her fist and, looking intently ahead, remained silent. The boy notices that she looks very pale. Stopping worriedly near the gates, he asks if she is all right. Belima extends her hand, offering to help heal her wound. She barely agrees, almost without strength. Lisa thanked him, and he, along with the others, moved on, leading them forward. The fortress gates are still closed. Someone loudly calls Belemis. The knight looked at Lisa with distrust, hesitating whether she could handle the task that contradicted his notions of honor. However, he admitted, if Lisa manages to accomplish the plan, it will give them all a chance for victory. The count confidently says that Lisa will definitely be able to complete the assigned task. Rhinus explains that even if Lisa's actions do not quite correspond to aristocratic customs, a true knight lives in her heart. The teacher explained, a true knight must always obey the will of his lord. Even if the order seems vile or unclean, he is still obliged to obey, because the Lord's decision is law. Hearing this, the old knight agrees and admits that he has been convinced. Night fell and silence reigned around the fortress, while stars twinkled above the walls. Someone calmly walks along the stone road, and in the surrounding silence only the sounds of his footsteps echo. The girl nervously looks around, her gaze quickly darting in different directions. Liza stands alone before the huge fortress gates, firmly holding a sword in her hand. The warrior woman's face became stern. She raised her eyes upward. Lisa tightly clenches her fist, hiding a coin with a carved coat of arms in her palm. She carefully examines it, then raises her eyes and turns back to her friends. The girl tightly clenches her fist in a metal glove and says the name Belemis with tension. The warrior woman cries out in pain. She throws the coin and apologizes. The coin with the coat of arms flies forward at a crazy speed, leaving a bright trail behind. The night covered the forest with deep darkness, and in the silence a voice sounded, calling Mr. Renest. One night, one of the guards informs the commander about the received signal, and the squad immediately sets out on the mission. The flag flew up. It was a signal from the commander that it was time to move forward quietly and quickly, without making unnecessary sounds. The army moves forward, and the heavy steps of the soldiers echo with an exciting rhythm of the advance. The warriors in full armor approach the fortress, preparing to begin the assault. The army approached the bridge that stood before the fortress gates. The soldiers suddenly stopped because the gates they were heading to were tightly closed. This greatly confused them and caused considerable concern. The girl stands with her eyes closed and is silent. Inside her, excitement is boiling, for an important step lies ahead. The girl in heavy armor walks slowly among her comrades. She thoughtfully recalls everything that happened earlier and tries to understand why she really continues this fight. A warrior appears before Lisa, bearing the enemy's emblem. She stops confused, not understanding why she needs these battles and what she is supposed to fight for. Enemy soldiers look up at the sky in surprise. One of them suddenly shouts loudly, noticing something above. At the same time, the heroine reflects on whom she should truly protect. The defenders surround the fortress, and the girl mentally apologizes to her friends and commander. Outside, among the enemies, true chaos begins. One of the soldiers suddenly realizes with horror that they have fallen into an ambush. Panic and confusion start among the soldiers because everything is happening completely differently than they expected when preparing for the assault. Lisa stands with her eyes closed, carefully listening to the surrounding world. Suddenly, she feels something very important and finally understands what had long remained a mystery to her. The girl understands. Now she must fight alone, like a true Lisa Ledlef, and not hide behind someone else's name. She accepts this and is ready to take responsibility for her decisions. Archers suddenly release a hail of arrows at the enemy, unexpectedly attacking from behind the fortifications. Other defenders use magical spells to strike the enemies caught in the encirclement. Reincarnation and his squad notice panic in their ranks. They look around confused, not understanding what is happening and where this sudden disorder came from. The commander, stunned by the unexpected, does not believe what he sees. He feels like he has fallen into a trap. The count stood stunned and confused. With horror, he declared that it seemed Lisa had betrayed them. The girl stands by the gate among her friends, and suddenly one of the warriors, looking at her with surprise, asks if she really dared to betray. The girl expressed her opinion. She believes that what Mr. Rains did was wrong. At the same time, she emphasized that this is her personal point of view, not as a knight, but simply as an ordinary person. She devoted her whole life to serving the knight honor, but one day she realized with horror that everything she believed in turned out to be just a masterfully decorated lie. The warriors do not even suspect that they are dying because of their lord's mistakes. Even those who were the most devoted and loyal are executed as soon as they learn the truth. But she cannot simply ignore this truth and burn Velisol to the ground. She does not have the strength of spirit for that. The young man listens to her very attentively, focusing intently and not missing a single word, and his serious face reflects the entire importance of this conversation. He feels that she is truly speaking sincerely. She immediately warned that she is not to be trusted. The boy expresses suspicion that all these words might be a cunning trap from the enemy. The girl calmly replies that she understands the feelings everyone around is experiencing. The girl calmly explained that she was indeed entrusted to sneak into the castle, portray betrayal, open the gates, and signal for the attack. The hero could not believe his ears at such a confession. Balamis directly asks Lisa whether she really dared to betray her master or is just pretending. The battlefield shakes from a strong explosion. Near the gates, true chaos ensues, everything around illuminated by dazzling flashes of attacks. The young man stands aside and watches what is happening with a smile on his face, satisfied with the result. The young boy sat on a sturdy tree branch and said with a smile that their plan succeeded. The enemy was lured right to the gates, and there he fell into a trap. While explosions ring out around, the soldiers quickly advance forward, and the boy explains the plan. They need to break into the enemy's rear and neutralize his commander. A genuine confusion appeared in Belamis's gaze. It seems he saw something completely unexpected. Behind a wide, thick tree, the boy quietly hid and watched attentively from afar. His eyes were determined. He saw his father and thought that he had not seen him for a long time. The writer, in despair, loudly calls the count because he realizes that the battle is about to become uncontrollable. The main hero wondered whether it was necessary to show the enemies the body of the defeated leader so that they would definitely believe he was dead. Balamis recalls how in childhood everyone avoided him just because he had no talents, even though he was part of the family. The man looks at the child with disgust and says in a cold voice that she has no talents. His words sound cruel, and he mercilessly adds that he is not the boy's father. The little boy, holding his breath, shudders at what he heard, as if his whole life is falling apart. The boy anxiously looks at his mother, confusion and pain visible in his eyes. He does not understand why she, the dearest person in his life, decided to help a human. After all, humans have always posed a deadly threat to their people. The hero accumulates great magical power within himself and releases it forward, confidently stating that his mother is the only one in the world. I remember Risa, who carefully holds the baby in her arms and gently smiles. Her words echo in my thoughts. Every life is valuable, no matter where it comes from. The boy looks attentively ahead, and shining magical signs appear around his eye. This means the magic is already activating. The hero calls out loudly for his mother, and suddenly amazing magic flares around him. The air begins to glow with bright signs and lightning. While the battle does not subside, the Count fearlessly rides forward on his horse, unaware that a magical bullet is flying straight at him. Explosions ring out around. Everything is filled with flashes of magic, which further emphasizes the looming danger. Rene sharply turns around. His face expresses shock, anxiety, and fear. All the warriors froze in place, not daring to move, while the magical spell pierces the Count with furious power. The scorching light gradually fades, and a heavy, anxious silence spreads over the field. The man opened his eyes wide with fear and could not take his gaze off what was happening before him. He froze motionless, and his eyes were already staring into emptiness, not believing what had just happened. A powerful blow pierced a hole in the Count's back, and the frightened soldiers realized with horror that their commander had truly been pierced through. Among the warriors, anxious unrest begins. One of them calls Rene, his voice trembling with fear and doubt. A wave of panic quickly spreads among everyone around. The Count released the reins from his hands. Renest lies on the ground, his body motionless, and there is a large hole in his chest. Dust traces are visible around. The soldiers stand, not taking their eyes off, stunned by what happened. The young man speaks with confidence and calmness that the true value of a person lies not in their talents, but in the love they are capable of giving. Chaos and bloodshed reigned on the battlefield. Suddenly, the commander loudly ordered a retreat. The soldiers, gripped by fear, rushed to flee, trying to escape the dangerous magical strikes. The girls watched the duel with admiration. They saw the soldiers begin to retreat. The main hero found himself near the gates and immediately noticed. Motionless bodies of the night guards lay everywhere. He looks at the gates and says that he has finally returned home. The girl jumped out beyond the gates and loudly called Balamis by name. The whole crowd ran after her. She asks with curiosity how the operation ended and hopes very much that everything went successfully. The young man carefully examines the piles of the night warriors' bodies. Sighing with relief, he says, the operation was successful. The main enemy was defeated. The girl asked how he felt. The boy smiled and said that he was fine because they were nearby. The main hero smiles and admits that despite all the difficulties, he is glad that this adventure has finally ended. The woman in knight's armor silently stopped in front of the charred sign, and a storm of emotions rose in her soul. Lisa looked away from the flag and quietly asked if their commander Reinist had really died. In her voice, there was not just doubt but also an anxious hope that the answer would be a denial. Balamis calmly looked at the field strewn with the bodies of the dead and quietly said, "The enemy is defeated." There was no joy or pride in his words, only a calm sorrow for each one who remained lying after this battle. The young warrior thanked Lisa for saving him and noted that now, since she had betrayed her lord, she probably had nowhere else to go. The boy asks her to stay with him in Velisol and start a new life here. Lisa looks confused at her interlocutor upon hearing this proposal. She says nothing, only quietly reflects, sinking into her thoughts. The girl admits that now she has nowhere to go, and she is pained by a feeling of guilt. She thinks she betrayed not just her lord but all humanity. The boy assured her without hesitation. She did the right thing because she listened to her own sense of justice and did not follow others' orders. Balamis calmly asked why she did not want to stay with them in Velisol and try to start everything anew. In her memories, Lisa sees how she recklessly trusted Renest and, unsuspecting of evil, led her friends straight into danger. She recalls how once, without thinking of the consequences, she attacked those who had once saved her life. Now Lisa understood. Because of her order, those who trusted her died. This feeling of guilt became unbearably heavy for her. The woman thinks she is unworthy to live among the people of Velisol. She is convinced that she deserves neither leniency nor forgiveness. The boy with a warm smile tries to support the girl and says that she should not rush with her answer. She still has plenty of time to think everything over. The young man asks Lisa to carefully consider everything. In response, she silently looks toward the battlefield, where the echoes of those terrible events can still be heard. In the night forest, there was a tense silence. Tall fir trees gently swayed in the light wind. A squad of soldiers in massive armor slowly marches among the trees. Their faces show fatigue and oppression, and their gait reveals tension, as if they have not rested for a long time. Bass was surrounded on all sides by guards. He calmly notes to himself that the Count's army turned out to be surprisingly weak and unstable, which even slightly surprises him. The man sternly and clearly states that their master is unlikely to approve of such an act. His voice carries coldness and obvious dissatisfaction. Bass advises not to retreat at night, but to take the opportunity and attack again. The man emphasizes that they need to avenge the Count's death. The knight simply stands aside and remains silent, not responding with a single word. The officer reports that the soldiers are very tired, the troops are exhausted, so they need to retreat, rest a bit, and gather strength before going on the offensive again. The knight calmly states that victory actually does not have such great importance. He hints to Bass that their team gathered here only for profit. Bass smiles slightly and explains, he does not necessarily have to win. It is enough just to carry out his master's order and inflict as much damage as possible on Velistero. One of the knights in a helmet is so surprised by what he heard that he cannot believe his ears and asks again. The man snaps his fingers, and shadows of monsters immediately appear from the darkness. He feels confident in his strength before the battle begins. A close-up of a monster with a huge maw appears on the screen, and behind its back, other fiercely hostile creatures are already on alert. The huge paws of the fluffy creatures touch the ground menacingly, and a dull rumble echoes in the air. A huge horde of monsters has gathered near the fortress. Winged demons fly in the air, and lizard men and werewolves burst onto the ground. The man confidently says that help is already on the way. The night squad watches anxiously as monsters approach them. Panic and fear are visible on their faces as they do not understand what danger is approaching. At this time near the city of Bass, a huge army of terrible creatures has gathered. There are giant demons, werewolves, winged beasts, and bizarre monsters with scales. They all stood in battle formation. The hero confidently said that with such an army, they could even reach the very edge of the world. The man looks at his interlocutor with a sly smile, as if provoking him and not thinking that he would dare to object. His voice carries mockery and confidence in his own superiority. The knights are confused and frightened. True fear appears on their faces when a mighty army suddenly stands before them. Before their eyes, the system collapses, and even the bravest feel fear creeping into their hearts. One of the demons grabbed the knight with its sharp, blade-like claws. The knight froze in place, unable to believe that such a thing could really happen. The monster twisted the darkness and firmly grabbed the man by the sides with its hands. He begged it, "Let go, please." After that, he begins to twist this person like an ordinary rag. Blood flowed from the mouth of the knight, and tears poured from the eyes. It seemed that his soul was slowly leaving the body. Then the monster throws the motionless body of the unfortunate man to the ground. Everyone else stands frozen, watching this terrible spectacle in fear. Bass said that if anyone thinks they can run faster than him, they can try. However, no one else dared to take the risk. One of the knights trembled with fear and barely contained his excitement, swallowing his saliva. The bearded knight watched the events closely, and fear was easily visible on his face. Two other knights opened their mouths wide in fear. The commander-in-chief, dressed in all his armor, shouts fearfully and desperately at the mysterious stranger, trying to learn his identity. The boss turns his back to the soldiers, leaving them in anxious anticipation. He is preparing to demonstrate what he has been hiding from everyone until this moment. In the foreground appears a paw with sharp claws, a clear sign that the transformation has begun. It is no longer possible to hide it. The man with the eye patch smiles coldly and mysteriously. He promises that he will now show everyone something unusual. He exudes a feeling that something truly dangerous is about to happen. A huge creature resembling a lizard, covered in armor from which thick steam rises, appears before the warriors. This monster towers over the people and fills their hearts with horror and amazement. One of the knights looks at what is happening and suddenly screams loudly in despair from fear. He cannot be missed. True horror is written on his face. The lizard stands before the soldiers, formidable and enormous, with cold confidence in his voice. Everyone hears him confidently proclaim, now he has become the new commander of this army. The monster calmly says that anyone who dares not to obey will immediately pay with their life. The warriors exchange anxious glances. Tension grips the entire line. Everyone understands, these threats are real. Under the night sky high above the forest, he loudly finishes his speech and asks if everyone heard and understood him. Against the backdrop of dark towers, a sudden anxious cry rang out. One of the soldiers, in despair, shouted the name Belemis, cutting through the drawn-out, eerie silence. Medina quickly runs through the camp, anxiety visible on her face. She stops, speaks excitedly that trouble has occurred. At that moment, Belemis comes out of the building. He is alert, but confidence is heard in his voice as he asks for an explanation of what happened. The Queen of the Ant Legion says that their scouts were closely watching the enemy army retreating, but suddenly, the troops sharply changed direction and went towards Velisol. When the boy heard this news, his face became serious, and he could not hold back a cry of surprise. Two girls stood beside him, looking at him anxiously. The young man could not believe his eyes. The army, which had lost a general and suffered heavy losses, had once again gathered its strength and marched into battle. According to his calculations, it should have taken them months to recover after such a defeat. Medina says that now the army obeys the demon. Besides humans, among the warriors appeared terrible creatures that also belonged to demons. The boy was confused. He had no idea how this could have happened. His girlfriend admits that it is a mystery to her as well, but the enemy does not hesitate and is already quickly approaching. It is not yet known whether the enemy will attack now, but one thing is clear: he himself will never retreat. Belemis wondered, if people despise even goblins so much, is it possible to find a place in the world where demons and humans can become friends or allies? The boy admits that it is hard for him to understand all of this, but even though confused, he dismisses doubts and begins to prepare for battle. The hero nervously addressed Medina, eager to find out who is in the enemy army and which demons are involved. Tension and deep concentration are visible in his eyes. Medina began listing the demons fighting on the enemy's side. She mentioned lizard men, ogres, werewolves, and succubi, emphasizing that this army is truly very powerful. Having listened to the entire list, the hero realizes that things are very bad. His gaze stops on the enemy's might, and oppression appears on his face. Medina is tasked with continuing to carefully observe the enemy's actions. She briefly replies that she understands and will carry out the task. The main hero asks De La Rosa to call everyone. He himself takes the phone to call Lisa. The girl nearby only silently nods, agreeing with his intention. Erza stands motionless, realizing that the battle is still ongoing. Both anxiety and firm determination appear in her eyes. The woman and the girl stand nearby, turned away from everyone, silently watching what is happening around. Anxiety and worry are readable on their faces. On the wooden board, handprints are clearly visible, both large and small. Owen approaches his father and worries about the children, hoping nothing happens to them. It is visible how the entrance to the building opens before the eyes. Lisa cannot believe it when she hears about the joint attack with demons. Surprise and indignation immediately appear on her face. The main hero and the warrior talk about the events that occurred, trying to understand why the attack happened at all. The girl suggests, perhaps people already know how to subjugate demons to serve them. The heroes talk among themselves and conclude that the proposed option is simply impossible to carry out. One of them adds that if such a possibility really existed, the enemies would have long since taken advantage of it. The girl sincerely admits that she currently does not have a definite answer. She plunges into thoughts while Belemis silently watches her, patiently waiting for her to think it all over. It turned out that Renest invited several unknown mercenaries for work. No one knows who they are, and this worries many. The young man asks in surprise if it is really about mercenaries. Lisa assured that the head of this group is a man named Boss. She suspects that he is involved in all these events. The woman knight admits that she is not sure about her version, but believes that it could very well have happened. Belimaus carefully considers her words. Lisa says that it was Bass who gave them information about Velisol. Moreover, he insisted so much on the start of the invasion that it already seems suspicious. The main character begins to suspect that this might all be a trap. He is troubled by the question, why did Boz start such a game? The boy asks Lisa if she wants to join and help in the situation that has arisen. She answers with a confident yes, without the slightest doubt. Lisa promises to protect the Lesdar family under any circumstances. At that moment, a dangerous enemy with a lizard-like face emerges from the shadows behind her. On the fortress walls, targets were placed to practice archery. Navasha, along with the other fighters, cautiously looks away upon hearing about the second attack. A palpable tension and anxiety hang in the air among everyone present. Bellama confirms the attack really started again. He stops, as if giving a sign that a new threat has appeared. In the square, the young man addresses the people. He warns that demons will come along with the enemy. His speech throws the crowd into shock and anxiety. Lisa, with a serious look, silently watches everything happening around. Her face expresses unease, as if something worries her. One of the heroes sincerely wonders, why did the demon decide to support the people? The boy cannot explain this even to himself, but admits that's how it happened. Such is the reality. All these creatures are among the most powerful demons one can encounter. Their appearance here is special, as such demons have not been seen here before. The main hero warns everyone that there is no certainty of survival in the upcoming battle. He also emphasizes that this clash will be even more difficult than their last fight with Heler. The boy warns everyone, if someone does not want to participate, they can leave this place right now. Some of those gathered look frightened and depressed. The people around look worried, but one girl tries to support them. She says she respects any of their choices and asks them not to worry. The boy addresses the people, emphasizing that the most important thing now is to save lives. The attendees listen attentively, realizing how important this is right now. Everyone stopped by the wall, bowing their heads down. Tension hung in the air, no one dared to break the silence. Lisa carefully follows the conversation, but cannot understand what it is about. She sees that everyone around looks concerned. The young man recalls how soldiers hurried to the city walls, holding weapons ready before the new assault. Bellemis notes that the residents of Velisol barely survived the recent battle, but a stronger enemy awaits them ahead. Rosa is trembling all over with excitement. Her mother looks attentively at her daughter, and in her gaze there is understanding and compassion. She feels the same fear too. Eressa hugs her daughter, gently pressing her to herself and holding her head, trying to comfort the girl, although inside she cannot get rid of her anxiety. The warrior woman stopped, looking stunned at what had happened, anxiety and sadness mixed in her eyes. Eressa looks at the girl with surprise and slight sympathy, gently hugging her. The girl quietly mumbles something incomprehensible in response, as if unable to find words to express her feelings. Suddenly Rosa cannot stand it. She is overcome with rage and begins to shout loudly, waving her arms and not restraining her emotions at all. Mom looks at the girl with surprise and a little confusion, not expecting such an answer. Her face reflects genuine astonishment. The girl from the night watch looks confusedly at the sudden outburst of anger, her eyes wide open. She clearly did not expect to see this. Velumus stands in complete astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. He looks around confusedly, trying to understand what happened here. The girl angrily accuses the enemies of trying to take her brother. She is overwhelmed by a bright rage that seems to pour out like flames, while the mother stands aside, watching the events with surprise. The boy's sister cannot contain her anger and lashes out with words. She indignantly recalls that they had once defeated this enemy, but now he attacks again. Her face burns with rage. The girl sternly warns the enemies. If they think their mother could scare or hit them, she will succeed even better. Her words are accompanied by a strange, even frightening grimace that only emphasizes her determination. Lisa smiles uncertainly, watching the events around her, and does not understand how to behave properly in this situation. Medina covers her mouth with her hand to keep from laughing. Tenderness is visible in her eyes, but she cannot hide a spark of humor. Navasha winked and smiled, returning again to her cheerful mood. She looked confident and full of energy. The goblin girl nods approvingly in support of Rosa, while the entire crowd watches her attentively. Medina also encourages everyone, full of confidence. Behind her, other participants are already gathering, ready to act together. Barbara clenches her fists tensely, a challenge readable in her eyes. She insists on harsh punishment for anyone who dares to oppose Velisol. Laughter and witty jokes can be heard in the crowd. People casually joke about the bath, recall their relatives, and share stories about how they learned to live under one roof. Everyone is having fun, and it seems they have long since become one family. The boy's sister says persistently that she will not allow Balamas to be insulted and that she will protect her. Another goblin girl stands beside her. She tightly clenched her fists, showing her support and determination. The main character's friends gather around him with smiles and support, placing their hands on his shoulders. They promise not to leave each other, to be together until the very end, and recall with condemnation those who betrayed their comrades. The boy looks around the people with surprise and admiration. His face expresses both confusion and slight emotion. Against the backdrop of training dummies, Balamas begins to talk to himself. He recalls with regret how he used to doubt and sincerely admits, once he thought only he was capable of protecting others. Smiling, the boy says that family must always be united and support each other. All the residents enthusiastically raise their hands, showing their support for the idea of unity. They are ready to fight together, shoulder to shoulder. Lisa carefully watches everything happening around and reflects on the situation. Although she finds it hard to understand the language, she still feels the warmth, sincerity, and unity of the people beside her. Everyone warmly hugs the boy and gently strokes his head. He he shines with happiness. Lisa notices that sometimes demons show more compassion and understanding than ordinary people. Under the bright sun against the backdrop of a tall tower, the warrior vows to always defend Velisol. The young knight with a confident gaze says she is ready to sacrifice herself to protect others. In her eyes, there is a fire of courage and a sincere desire to help even at the cost of her own life. Lisa calls the young man by name, being together with everyone nearby. The warrior assures that she will always support and come to help when needed. The woman knight firmly declares that she will do everything possible to help Velisol. Her eyes are full of determination, and her voice carries confidence and strength. A restrained agreement quietly sounded in the schoolyard. Belima confidently reports that she has a special task. He acknowledges her determination and entrusts her with an important mission. Belamis calls everyone to the training ground and suggests first briefly talking about the enemy. The Queen of the Ant Legion reports that the enemies have grown to more than 3,000, and among them are both humans and demons. It also became known that most warriors in this army are lizard people, commanded by a large and formidable individual of their kind. Belamis notes that although these creatures look stern, they are actually quite clever. Their intelligence can be compared to goblins. Among demons, they are considered very smart, which only adds to their danger. The hero notices that these enemies are very strong in combat, have almost no weak points, and masterfully possess close combat techniques. The young man explains that usually lizard folk act separately, but when they unite, they become very dangerous. The Queen of the Ant Legion said that ogres have also joined their army. One of the participants in the discussion noted that among the enemies, there are sometimes extremely dangerous demons. The girl tells what she noticed in the enemy army. Thanks to her words, they learn new details that greatly help to understand the enemy. On the faces of people, anxiety is felt. Everyone looks focused and serious. The assumptions were confirmed. It was the demons who frightened the people and pushed them to take up arms again. In the background, the terrifying outlines of demons are clearly visible, and in front of them stands a human army ready for battle. Participants are gripped by anxiety and dissatisfaction. They complain that organizing an ambush is unsuccessful, are outraged by the enemy's cruelty, and are worried about moral difficulties as they are forced to take part in the battle. Belima confidently says that she has a clear plan of action. The attendees look at each other with surprise, their faces showing many questions and noticeable confusion. Everyone silently waits for the explanations to be given. The guy explains, if soldiers do not feel duty or honor, they can easily betray their own. This weakness of the enemy must be used to one's own advantage. Then the young man addresses Lisa, emphasizing that without her, this plan will not succeed for anyone. Everyone around also looks in her direction. Lisa silently looks, deeply thoughtful and enchantedly observing everything around. The girl knight wonders if she can regain the trust of the people, since after her betrayal, they are no longer confident in her. The warrior admits that everyone has already learned about her betrayal, so probably the soldiers will no longer follow her. Lisa reflects, for ordinary soldiers, the locals seem as dangerous as demons, so hardly anyone among them will want to help voluntarily. Belamis says that this plan probably will not work. In response, the girl uncertainly tries to object to something. The girl admits that she cannot promise victory, but if they do not even try, there will be no chance of success. Although Lisa feels doubts, she still confidently decides to do everything possible to convince the soldiers. The girl sincerely thanks Belamis for the support, and he replies that he is convinced. She will definitely succeed. She will be able to get along with others because she is very hardworking and persistent. The young man shares his plan. He wants to convince the soldiers to switch to their side. If the plan works, only demons will remain among the enemies, and the others will refuse to continue the fight. However, no one can be absolutely sure of victory, because the opponent is still very dangerous. The whole team feels the tension, but realizes how important this moment is. Barbara suggested using the same tricks as last time to defeat the leader. The young man thought it over and agreed with her plan. The boy gathered his thoughts and made an important decision. If he could not convince the opponents, he would act on his own. Feeling the full responsibility, he completely focused on his task. Belams recalls everything he knows about the enemy leader. This creature has reached the highest stage of development among lizards and is now called the Emperor of the Lizardmen. He is incredibly powerful and dangerous. He is the one who leads the enemy army. The allies stood stunned by what they heard. They could not believe how strong the enemy waiting ahead was. The main character understands that he still has a chance to win the duel, but most likely the army will intervene anyway, and this cannot be avoided. The situation becomes even more complicated. The boy admits that he does not know if he can overcome such a strong enemy. He is tense, but does not give up and maintains his determination. The allies are worried. One of them says with surprise that the enemy is so strong that even Bellomost has begun to hesitate. However, another ally confidently declares, from now on, they will decide everything themselves. Navasha, with admiration on her face, says that they will fight the lizard together. She shows her support and readiness for battle. Medina confidently says that together with her people, they will take all the enemy's attention, distract him, and hold off the enemy army's strikes, so the main fighters can act calmly and without any obstacles. The main character confidently says that he will not allow this to happen and stops the dangerous attempt. The guy standing nearby says that he would have refused immediately before, but now everything has changed. He sincerely admits that the support of friends gave him faith in their strength, and for the first time he felt that he was no longer alone. The boy remembered how the local people hugged him, sincerely supported him, and gave him their warmth. In such simple moments, he realized that they had become a real family to him. The townspeople look ahead with admiration. In their eyes, a new understanding is visible. True strength is not in one hero, but in community and mutual support. Before us unfolds a view of the garden, and in its center softly glows a monument. Bellemus looks at it and quietly says, "A true family is those who are beside you, even if misunderstandings sometimes arise between you." The main hero calmly and confidently says that he trusts everyone present, thereby emphasizing their unity. Bellemus addresses all the warriors against the backdrop of the advancing enemy and says, "For this battle, they may have to give their lives, because the opponent is very strong and shows no mercy." Despite all the dangers, he firmly says, they will definitely achieve victory. His words inspire the warriors, giving them strength and courage to fight to the end. Birds suddenly rise into the sky, cutting through the surrounding silence. This is a clear sign that danger is approaching. Huge paws of wild beasts thudded loudly on the ground as the soldiers walked alongside them, and with each step the tension only grew. The heroes stand guard near the tower and notice enemies creeping ever closer. Lisa and the young boy look tensely into the distance and spot the enemy army. Bellemus is anxious and says the enemies are already here. The vanguard of demons and monsters is rapidly advancing. Among them are wolves, huge lizards, orcs, giants, and warriors with distorted faces. All of them are frightened. It can be felt even from afar. Two comrades stand on the wall and look down with fear. One of them clenches his teeth from tension. Despite the anxiety, both are resolute and prepare for battle. A lizard-like creature slowly runs its long tongue along the blade of a weapon, leaving a shiny trail of slime. In its eyes is a dangerous determination. It carefully watches the prey and prepares to attack. Werewolves rapidly approach, howling loudly with impatience. A thirst for battle burns in their eyes. The heroes, who hid behind the wall and quietly observe everything, suddenly realize with horror. The real danger is much more terrible than all the scary stories they had heard before. The huge muscular hands of the monster are clenched into fists, and its whole body is tense like a string, ready at any moment to deliver a powerful blow. It seems that just a little more, and it will explode with furious rage and incredible strength. A strong blow shook the ground, raising clouds of dust into the air. The soldiers retreat in confusion, trying not to lose their formation and avoid being caught under a new strike. At this moment, the opponents rush forward, loudly shouting battle cries. In their faces and every movement can be seen rage, unbreakable determination, and blind faith in their victory. The young man with cold and attentive eyes notices how the enemy mercilessly uses his people, not valuing them at all. He understands that such a cruel strategy sooner or later can turn against the attackers themselves. Without losing a single moment, the boy gives Lisa an order, and she immediately obediently carries it out, without asking unnecessary questions. Lisa raises her voice and loudly commands the enemies to stop. Her words spread across the battlefield, piercing the noise of battle like a sharp sword. Enemy soldiers suddenly stopped upon hearing the unexpected order. They were confused, and expressions of surprise and misunderstanding appeared on their faces. It was difficult for them to comprehend who dared to interrupt them. The soldiers see someone's figure on the wall more clearly with each passing minute. Soon a suspicion appears in their eyes. Finally, one of them recognizes a familiar face. Suddenly, a girl in shining armor appears before the soldiers. One of them, recognizing her, exclaims her name in surprise. Lisa screams in despair, begging to stop the attack, and asks to be given the opportunity to discuss everything. One of the soldiers rudely interrupts her, orders her to be silent, and rushes forward hastily. Others began shouting at her, calling her a traitor and a coward, not giving her any chance to explain anything. The girl looks at them with anxiety, drops of sweat and hesitation visible on her face. The female warrior bites her lip, trying to contain her excitement and not show her true feelings. Lisa lowers her eyes and admits that their reproaches are justified. She quietly agrees with them. The soldiers exchange surprised glances, shock and incomprehension clearly visible on their faces. The knight confesses her guilt before her former comrades. She sincerely regrets betraying their trust and breaking the knightly oath, calling herself unworthy and painfully experiencing this act. But the girl says she did this act consciously because she wanted everything to be fair. She explains that she tried to stop Reincarnation as she considered his actions too cruel, but he did not even want to listen to her, so she, without hesitation, betrayed him. The soldiers on the ground began shouting indignantly in response, not believing her words at all and considering them empty lies. The girl points to Belamis and explains that he was the reason why Reincarnation decided to start the attack. The soldiers raise their eyebrows in surprise upon learning that this boy is the son of Reincarnation himself. Hearing these words, the soldiers were stunned with surprise. They had not anticipated anything like this. The female knight addresses the warriors and directly asks, "For what purpose are you fighting this battle?" She reminds them that at first they were simply carrying out the will of their commander. On the screen, terrifying demons appear in close-up, each with its own frightening appearance. Lisa explains that now everyone is in danger because of these creatures. The warrior explains that an alliance with the demons will not save them from destruction. She is confident, even if they manage to survive this battle, the demons will still destroy them later. The girl points to Belamis and confidently says that he is a good person and always ready to help anyone who wants to join their cause. A portrait of Belamis hangs on the wall, and he himself is attentively watching the events. The reptiloid waved his hand, and suddenly a glowing magical symbol appeared near him. The demon releases a strong stream of magical energy directly from the fortifications and directs it at Lisa and Belamis. A strong explosion shook the wall. The magical charge fired earlier finally worked and caused great damage. The boy and girl stood amid the thick smoke left after the attack. Lisa was exhausted and tense. At this time, Belamis began drawing a magical circle in the air. One of the soldiers irritably agrees. The enraged warrior loudly shouts that Villas Doro is still a place where demons hide, and even Renese's son is powerless to change anything. Some blame Lisa, accusing her of betrayal and the death of Reincarnation. They call her a criminal and do not even want to hear any explanations. Suddenly a command was heard, "Silence everyone." The soldiers looked around confusedly, trying to find out who gave the order. Commander Perrin seems strict and truly an important military leader who commands respect. The warrior and Belamis talk about the man who now leads the human army. It was to him that Count Rhinus trusted the most in the past. Now this man holds great power among the people. Pyrian looks at Lisa with a cold gaze and firmly says that she can no longer speak on behalf of the knights because she betrayed their path. An inexorable verdict can be heard in his voice. The girl knight silently looks him in the eyes, fully aware of how serious this accusation is and what it could lead to. The soldiers suddenly fall silent sharply, noticing that something has changed in the air. The tension between the opponents only grows, and everyone finds it hard to breathe due to the heavy atmosphere around. Suddenly Perron barely smiled and said that despite everything, he has not renounced his old friend. The words they heard filled Lisa and Belamis with surprise and anxiety. They did not expect such an unexpected action and could not understand what exactly he had in mind. The young man looked sternly at Lisa and said that she should stop because she has strayed from the knightly path. The girl, ashamed by the commander's words, lowers her eyes. She lacks the courage to respond. The commander says even more sternly that now everyone has turned away from her. Perron unexpectedly speaks with full confidence that only he alone has remained with her despite all difficulties. He looks Lisa firmly in the eyes. Hearing these words, Lisa and Belamis were stunned. They did not expect to receive such sincere support from him. The soldiers looked confusedly at the knight, accusing him of betrayal. They did not understand why he defended her and how he could even do that. Perron admits that Lisa really betrayed them. However, he wonders, can they judge her if they themselves behave like cowards and obediently follow what the demons say? One of the knights clenched his teeth tensely and could not respond to the fair remark. His silence said everything better than any words. He understood well that the interlocutor was right, but admitting it was too hard for him. The other looked away and his face showed doubts and an inner struggle. He could not decide whether to remain loyal to the order or to listen to the voice of his own dignity, as both paths seemed difficult. The man in armor says that the girl consciously chose the side of Velisol, guided by her own sense of justice. Perron admits that, although she no longer adheres to chivalrous principles, justice still remains paramount for her. In the background, terrifying demons and monsters appear. They look so frightening that even the soldiers cannot hide their fear. The warriors stood in silence, gloomy and anxious, with their gazes lowered to the ground. The girl looks at Perrin confusedly and asks why he stood up for her. The knight looked at the warrior and said that it was thanks to him that she learned to use the sword, for the sword always reveals who a person truly is. Leza looks at her mentor with admiration and inspiration, who truly believes in her good intentions. Perrin loudly addresses the soldiers, insisting that they finally understand the situation. However, the knights stand motionless, as if petrified, completely unaware of what is happening around them. The commander loudly shouts to his comrades, warning that no one can guarantee their safety. The comrades look at him worriedly, already realizing the full seriousness of what is happening. Perrin says that one must not allow fear to control oneself. Everyone stands silently, looking at each other in surprise. Knight addresses the warriors and reminds them that each will have to make decisions independently and bear responsibility for their own fate. The large lizard swiftly moves towards them, but the commander ignores the threat. He sternly says, "Now is the time to choose who they will be with next." Perrin aims his spear at the giant demon and confidently tells everyone that this is the enemy to defeat in battle. The lizard quickly places his large weapon in front of himself to block the spear strike. Immediately after, the air is pierced by a sharp, unpleasant sound, metal scraping against metal. The demon furiously lunges at the knight, attacking quickly and mercilessly. The father was not ready for such force of resistance and begins to yield in the fight. The commander gathers all his strength, tenses every muscle, and shouting loudly, bravely charges into the attack, not allowing fear to take hold of him. Amid the night silence, the hero's sword swiftly swings before the enemy's face. The lizard feels sharp pain, his loud roar cuts through the night, and fresh blood flows in thin streams over his scales. Perrin suddenly stops, frozen in place. His gaze is drawn to something large and terrifying right before him. He clearly understands that this means danger, and fear is reflected on his face. The demonic lizard quickly turns and strikes the man hard with its powerful tail. The warrior is thrown several meters back, falls to the ground, and screams in pain, trying to gather his last strength. The soldier falls to the ground and shouts in fear, as a terrible lizard suddenly emerges before him. The commander, clad in his armor, courageously steps forward to the enemy. He loudly says that the enemies may take his life, but they will never be able to take what is most precious to him. His voice sounds firm and confident. Perrin, with confidence in his eyes, decisively declares that no one can deprive him of his dignity, even if danger lies ahead. His words sounded like a bold challenge. They encouraged his comrades and became a real threat to the enemies. The enemy raises heavy weapons above himself, preparing to deliver a powerful strike. The girl calls out the commander's name in fear, realizing that danger has come very close. The lizard was already ready to strike, but unexpectedly his sword was blocked by an ally himself. Surprised, he did not even have time to recover, when at the same moment he received a precise and swift counterattack. One of the soldiers cannot withstand the nervous tension and shouts an order to retreat from Perrin. He understood that their commander was about to rush into battle alone. The soldier was afraid for his commander's fate because he really did not want him to expose himself to danger. Parallel, with a serious expression on his face, carefully watches the actions of his friends and looks at each of them with surprise. The warriors lined up in battle formation, preparing for combat. Their eyes shone with unwavering determination. Belimus sees with relief that the warriors are now on his side and support his decision. Lisa exclaims with delight and surprise, turning to the warriors who have joined her side. Belimus gives the order to advance, and the combined army of humans and demons rushes into battle with a loud battle cry. The boy with a determined look loudly calls the warriors to action. His voice is confident and full of inspiration, as if reminding everyone that victory in this battle is possible only when they stand together. The archers' squad is on alert. They draw their bows, aiming at the enemies. Their faces show concentration, every movement precise and careful. All patiently wait for the perfect moment to release the arrows. Mayas utters a spell, and his hand draws magical circles in the air that help him in battle. The knight boldly stands before the huge horde of demons and fearlessly begins the attack, calling his comrades to follow him. Soldiers in bright armor rush forward, ready to face the enemy face to face. On the battlefield there is complete chaos. Demons with sharp claws and heavy clubs break through the ranks of people. One warrior barely manages to defend against the powerful strike of a huge paw, while his friends desperately fight the enemies nearby. In the sky above the battlefield suddenly appears a demoness with wings. She hovers, looking down with a predatory smile, while arrows pierce the enemies around her, flying into the very heart of the battle. One of the fighters, gritting his teeth, desperately throws himself forward into the very thick of the battle. His gaze mixes courage and fear. He understands that the way back is cut off, but inside him, terror still rules. At this moment, the winged demoness utters a sorceress spell, and 3 huge blazing skulls burst forth from the magic circle, flying forward with a thunderous roar, leaving behind thick smoke and darkness. One of the knights almost gets hit by a magical strike, but at the last moment, he manages to stop the attack. The soldier looks straight ahead in horror. Fear and astonishment contorted his face. He had no idea that demons could be so powerful. The man raises his sword, preparing to repel the flying skull's attack, but suddenly with horror sees the blade beginning to melt under the influence of magic. He freezes in place, stunned and unable to comprehend the danger he has encountered. The knight with horror realizes that the spell is flying straight at him. The warrior suddenly becomes confused. His sword begins to dissolve right before his eyes, and in horror he steps back. The skulls had almost closed in tightly, but suddenly one of the warriors is surrounded by a magical barrier. He watches in surprise as a bright wall of light flares up between him and the enemies, preventing them from advancing further. Goblins quickly begin to cast magic. They realize, if they do not defeat the enemy now, there may not be such an opportunity later. The protective spell is broken by a bright flash of lightning, which instantly flies straight at the enemy hovering in the air. The devil looks around, and fear and surprise appear in her eyes. A powerful flash of magical energy suddenly illuminates everything around, like lightning at night. In the very center of this glow, a figure is visible, struck by a blow of incredible force. The demoness, suddenly caught by the attack, screams loudly in pain, and her body distorts in the bright light. Bellamus, full of determination, with a firm gaze gives the command to open the gates, demonstrating true courage and the confidence of a leader ready for action. The commander addressed the soldiers gathered before him and warned them about the dangers awaiting in the upcoming battle. At the same time, he emphasized that he believes in their bravery and strength. He looks confidently, showing that he believes in his team and fully trusts them in this duel. In response, the warriors smile and assure that they will handle the task. One of them even advises Miss Bell to take care of her own safety. Inspired, the team confidently heads into battle, gripping their weapons in their hands. With a shout and a loud roar, they rush forward, full of determination to win. The commander explains that while the main troops distract the enemy's attention, the elite team must secretly penetrate the rear and suddenly attack the enemy leader. The young man emphasizes that he must conserve strength for the clash with the enemy, making it clear how important it is to accumulate energy before the decisive battle. The boy trusts his friends and entrusts them to deal with all the enemies they meet on the way. He himself fully focuses on the main task, to break through further. Hearing about their mission, the girls emotionally declare that they will do everything to protect peaceful Red, even if they have to overcome their own fear and anxiety. The warrior confidently says that their squad will do everything possible to complete the mission, showing their determination and dedication. Filled with determination, Navasha addresses Balamis, urging him not to waste time. They must repel the enemy and avenge all past offenses. The main hero returns to his team and asks if everyone is ready to start carrying out the mission. The friendly team, demons, warriors, and mages, flies into battle with a mighty cry. In their eyes burns unwavering determination. They move as one, united by a single goal. Everyone moves together, adjusting to one rhythm. 2 demonesses suddenly turned around and saw that something was wrong. As soon as the girls appear, the lizard-like creature sharply raises its head. It looks around in surprise and immediately understands enemies have appeared nearby. Bellamus immediately realizes that the enemies have already noticed them, so now it is clear sneaking and unnoticed has failed. One of the lizards suddenly lunges forward. It lets out a loud battle cry and swings its weapon, trying to strike the boy's friends. Berbera delivers a powerful blow to the enemy who stood in his way, and confidently says that he will handle this opponent himself. Navasia quickly slides under the orc's body and hides in his shadow. She immediately informs her friends of her location and prepares for clear and coordinated cooperation with the team. The muscular lizard tenses all its muscles, preparing to lunge. In an instant, it rushes forward, and its aggressive posture only emphasizes how fierce this battle has become. The girl swings the sword forcefully and precisely strikes the enemy while her friend holds the opponent above the ground. Their joint action allows them to execute a truly powerful attack. The blade pierces the lizard's body, blood splatters around, and his face contorts in pain. He was caught off guard by such an attack, and he already understands that he has lost. The enemy whines in pain, clutching his pierced chest. His scream echoes over the battlefield, clearly showing how powerful that blow was. Novasha gladly notices that even the strong scales of the enemies do not protect them from her sword. Demonessa rises into the sky and delivers a powerful strike. Fiery creatures with skulls burst from her hands, flying swiftly forward, frightening enemies and scattering their ranks. One of the allies asked confusedly what was going on at all, and another began to scream and call for help, insisting that her friend act. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense and chaotic. Dolorosa suddenly appears above the demon's head and instantly launches an attack. She acts confidently and unexpectedly. Her body glows with magical energy, and the strike hits the enemy precisely. A look of surprise flashed across the demoness's face. She had not expected a sudden attack from above, so she barely managed to jump back sharply. The protagonist's sister clenches her fist, filling it with magical power. She loudly calls Madara, signaling to act together. Dolorosa directs a magical beam straight at the demon, but the enemy manages to quickly dodge. At that moment, Dolorosa turns to Madara and warns him not to lose vigilance and to be ready to respond with a strike. Madara unexpectedly exclaims, surprised at how quickly everything is developing. A combination of confusion and tension appears on her face. The defender briefly closes her eyelids, not daring to watch the unfolding events, because doubts about her friend's victory creep inside her. The girl, overcoming her own fear, loudly declares that she is unable to fight in such a state. But suddenly, she decisively rushes forward and unexpectedly delivers a strong blow to the enemy. Madara laughs in surprise, not understanding how she managed it. She looks as if she still does not believe in her own strength. Amid the clamor of battle, her friend suddenly hears an unknown voice breaking through the noise and calling her. This call makes her focus, because it may mean that a new threat has appeared or an important signal is coming. Navasha smiles and sincerely rejoices for Madara. She says with admiration that she never doubted her strength for a moment. The girls exhale and exchanging smiles agree. This skirmish was a good warm-up for them, but both perfectly understand the real difficulties are still ahead. Giant demons are approaching them, who are much stronger and more dangerous than the previous enemies. Navasha decisively clenches her fist and loudly shouts her battle cry, declaring that the time for battle has come. In response, Madara only confidently nods, making it clear that she is ready to fight to the very end. Balamas looked ahead intently. He would have to pass through the ranks of enemies and reach their very rear. Behind him stood his squad, ready to come to help at any moment. At that moment, the hero realized it was time to meet the enemy commander and end this battle. Suddenly, evil lizards directed their tentacles at him and began to cast spells, preparing to attack. The young man watched closely as projectiles flew toward him and was already about to strike back, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice behind him. She addressed him, asking permission to take the attack upon herself. A protective shield suddenly appeared near Balamas. Both heroes found themselves under a reliable magical barrier and managed to repel the attack. The girl gathered all her confidence and, possessing magic, finally decided to show what she was capable of. She wove a magical thread and easily entangled the lizards with it, connecting them together. Thick smoke rose into the air, followed by mournful cries. It was their servant screaming. Enemies attacked more than once. A mechanical girl with many arms defeated the wavy lizards and loudly declared that she would not allow anyone to even approach Mr. Bellamus. The entire squad rushed forward together. The main hero, who was inside the protective sphere, noticed this and exclaimed with admiration that everyone was working wonderfully together. The girl added that such coordination was made possible thanks to his clear commands. The heroes are still inside the magical sphere and are flying forward towards the next enemy. Two horned monsters gathered their strength and raised their fists, preparing to deliver the first blow. The girl shouted loudly, convincing everyone around that they would easily overcome the barrier. But at that very moment, someone's fist suddenly crashed into her magical sphere. She bravely held the defense, confidently repelling attacks, and was sure that the shield would hold. The blows rained continuously, and the enemy focused, preparing to deliver a decisive strike, putting all his strength into it. The powerful swing was aimed directly at the protective shield, trying to break it. The girl raised her gaze and saw the shield crack under the strong blow. Her face froze in frank surprise. She exclaimed that no one could break such protection with bare hands. The enemies did not retreat. On the contrary, they began to beat the shield even harder, striving to break it. The girl cried out in despair, not knowing how to get out of such trouble. Under the attacker's pressure, the protective barrier cracked and began to fall apart. She realized, a little more and the defense would collapse. At that very moment, Barbara decisively rushed at the monsters and shouted loudly, ordering them to get away. She boldly pushed the enemy away from the shield. Seeing Barbara, Bellamus called his name so loudly that he stopped. the monster apologized, but the hero still did not understand why his friend behaved that way. Barbara lifted his comrades onto his shoulder and confidently said that he would handle the monsters himself, and they better focus on other enemies and the commander. He threw the protective sphere far away from the opponents. At that moment, the main hero understood Barbara's intention and quietly asked him to take care of himself and not to die. At the same moment, Barbara prepared his fist, aiming to strike the opponent in the most vulnerable spot. The horned monster did not lag behind him. He also prepared a powerful fist, determined to smash everything around. They screamed with all their might, and their voices merged into one loud shout. Their fists collided with a strong roar. A wave of force spread out, throwing both back several steps, but none of them gave up. It was a real brutal fight. The opponents faced each other face to face, and every blow was full of anger. Barbara was losing because two enemies attacked him at once, delivering heavy blows. He endured the pain, gritting his teeth tightly until he was knocked to the ground. He grumbled discontentedly and fell to the ground, rolling in an attempt to avoid further blows. He laughed so loudly it sounded like a horse neighing. Looking at the enemies, he realized, now Mr. Balamis could not help because he was desperately fighting for his own life. At that moment, Barbara remembered all her past battles. He crawled on the ground, feeling every muscle tense, and realized this battle was nothing like all the previous ones. The monster warrior, staying at the edge of his strength, was not going to retreat and focused completely again. He looked ahead, gathering his thoughts and strength. He stood up. His heart blazed with incredible rage, and he shouted loudly to the enemies to prepare to fight. Today he felt luck was on his side and decided to prove what he was capable of. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, ready to repel any assault, even from behind. At that time, a fierce battle with swords was raging. Blades flew through the air, striking sparks, and blows rang out one after another. The fighters exchanged lightning-fast lunges, as if every move decided everything. Holding the sword in her hands, Nabasha looked ahead thoughtfully and wondered why they had been unable to get out of here for so long. She looked at her weapon and thought about how much more time would pass before they managed to meet with the others. At that moment, the girl felt that her sword was almost out of strength, just like herself. The girl stood among the fallen enemies, but she already saw new opponents waiting for her ahead. The tension only grew stronger. She quickly realized that she had overdone it a bit. A formidable crowd of enemies was already standing around. Nabasha sharply turned around and rushed away. She already had a new plan. The enemies were supposed to chase her. The stunned opponents only looked after her in surprise. Satisfied with her plan, she decided, let them better chase after her. That way Belamis would have the chance to deal with the commander. A funny picture flashed in the girl's mind, as if they were all playing tag. But as soon as she looked back again, her heart clenched with horror. The sight she revealed before her was truly stunning. Suddenly one of the opponents, Black Wolf, grabbed her leg, not letting her escape. At that moment she raised her sword and, challenging him, asked why he was still alive. But suddenly a new danger appeared. A giant axe, which the fierce lizard threw with all its might, was whistling straight at the girl. She froze in shock. It was hard to believe that the terrible weapon was about to hit her. At the last second, she gathered her willpower and deftly deflected the axe with her sword. She looked at her weapon, and horror gripped her heart. Her sword had broken in half. At that moment, the treacherous lizard began to utter ominous spells. The girl felt an icy cold pierce her body. He directed a stream of his magic at her. A bright beam of energy flew at her chest with furious speed. Only then did Nabasha realize how dangerous the situation was. Her eyes grew even wider with fear. Nabasha suddenly felt someone's paw grab her leg and pull her down hard. She didn't even have time to blink when the ground suddenly disappeared beneath her feet. At the moment when her body became powerless and chaos reigned around, she was pierced by true fear. For the first time in her life, she understood this could be the end. One of the attacking lizards suddenly unleashed a dazzling flame that hissed and blazed. The fiery stream burst forward with force, straight at her side, as if aiming directly at her heart. The surrounding air immediately buzzed, filled with destructive energy. Suddenly, the air before Nabasha sparkled. Bright lightning illuminated everything around, accompanied by loud cracks. They seemed to come alive, tearing through the dense air and standing in the way of the fiery stream. Nabasha froze in place, not taking a step. Suddenly, thick smoke puffed up before her, quickly spreading across the ground. From somewhere in that fog, someone sharply fell to their knees with a dull sound. The girl tried to see who it was but saw nothing, and screamed out loud in fear. From behind the thick, acrid smoke, a tall figure gradually appeared before her. It was a girl knight. Her armor had become dark, covered in soot and ash, as if she was enveloped by a dark cloud. On her face, covered with fresh scratches and smeared with dust, unbearable pain and great fatigue were immediately visible. Lisa was barely breathing. Each breath was difficult for her. Her hands held heavy weapons with the last of their strength and noticeably trembled. At that moment, Nabasha, gathering all her willpower, tensed to the last and broke free. With effort, she pulled her leg out of the enemy's iron grip and, barely rising, stood on her feet. Right before her, amid the commotion, a strong hand suddenly appeared, offering rescue. Lisa decisively addressed Nabasha, pointed at her with a finger, and encouraged her to get up, hinting that she could still continue the fight. At that moment, Nabasha remembered how she had already experienced this night before and had taken part in a similar duel. She mentally noted that this girl was extraordinarily strong and knew, sooner or later, they would have to face each other again in a decisive battle. After that clash, the knights simply turned around and silently walked away. Now their gazes met. In their eyes was visible support, a common goal, and the silence of true readiness for the upcoming fight. Without saying a word, they firmly shook hands. It was a quiet promise to fight side by side. Nabasha sighed with relief and sincerely thanked Lisa, her voice resonating with deep gratitude. She calmly turned around, pulled the bloodied knife from the body of the defeated enemy, and tightly gripped the handle. Now Nabasha was fully ready for a new battle. Right in front of them stood a crowd of armed-to-the-teeth lizards and wolves. The girl mentally decided, if they got out of here alive, she would definitely ask the savior to teach her everything he knew. They stood back to back, ready to give the final fight. The girls were surrounded by enemies from all sides, but they bravely accepted the fight, loudly shouting battle cries, and together repelling every attack. At that moment, the main hero, protected by a shield, hovered in the air and quickly approached new enemies. Meanwhile, the others hurried toward the main boss. The fallen enemies screamed loudly and rushed after them, trying to catch them. Behind all the enemies walked the leader, a stern commander and a fearsome chief. The girl turned to Mr. Bellamus with surprise and admitted that she could not believe it. He confidently met her gaze and confirmed her suspicion. Suddenly, the Emperor of the Lizard Folk appeared before the heroes. Everyone looked at each other. Could this really be their main enemy? Other monsters gathered around him, as if guarding their ruler. Meanwhile, the main characters were already hidden behind the half-destroyed shield, which was supported by the sorceress. The enemy admitted that he had long wanted to meet Bellamus. The boy confidently looked at him and asked where he had learned his name. The monster replied that Bellamus's name was already known to many. People often talked about him. Perhaps Bellamus himself had already noticed this. They dared to attack with only two of them. It was very brave, even reckless. The Emperor of the Lizard People put his weapon forward, preparing for battle. But suddenly a fiery dragon's head flared above everyone, and its mighty roar sounded over the field. Who said there are only two heroes here? All the enemies raised their heads and noticed the dazzling flash of fire. They were gripped by horror as hot ash began to fall from the sky, and each of them was instantly engulfed by burning tongues of flame. Lily quietly jumped to the ground after her successful strike and immediately took a fighting stance, ready for the next round. The main hero thanked De La Rosa and others for their help and reminded everyone to stay alert. The girl responded with a nod, assuring that she would not let them down. At that moment, Lily loudly shouted to Madero, ordering her to prepare quickly for battle. Madero, gathering all her strength, stretched out her hands forward and created a magical circle, immediately forming a huge protective sphere around the Emperor of the Lizard Folk and Lord Bellamus. The girl turned to Bellamus and reported that she would not be able to hold the barrier much longer. He sincerely thanked Madero, emphasizing that she always helps out in the toughest moments. Bellamus promised to do everything possible to quickly deal with the enemy. But his opponent, whose name was Bass, did not even notice how quickly everything was happening. He frankly did not understand how serious the matter was. The boss named his name, ominously twirling the spear in his hands. Then he sharply thrust it into the ground, as if cutting through its very surface. He took a fighting stance. Loudly shouting, he challenged his opponent and declared that it was time to find out who was stronger. The main character pondered the name Bass. He recalled how Lisa had told about the mysterious squad, where this Bass was also present. Preparing for the decisive attack, the hero stretched out his hand forward. At that very moment, Bellamus activated his weapon and took a combat stance. Lily loudly addressed the children, asking them to endure a little longer. Madero did not weaken the protective barrier. The heroes were full of determination. They supported Lily and assured that no one would stop Mr. Bellamus. The enraged crowd of enemies looked at them with hatred and shouted at the top of their lungs. Wild cries sounded from both sides, and everyone rushed at each other, determined to destroy the opponent. A brutal battle began. At that very moment, the boy rushed forward, attacking the Emperor of the Lizard People. Their swords clashed with a roar in the air, filled with mad power and fury. A deadly duel began, which was to determine the fate of each participant in this battle. The rest of the team, barely restraining despair and straining all their strength, desperately defended the trembling protective barrier from the onslaught of enemies. The ground beneath their feet trembled with a hum from the impact of countless feet, and the air was filled with the sense of sweat, blood, and magic. Meanwhile, in the very midst of chaos, Belamis and Bose met in a fierce duel. Their battle cries and furious roars drowned out all other sounds around, as if the whole world stood still, watching only their fight. Two blades clashed with force like furious lightning, and bright sparks flew in all directions from the collision. A loud ringing of metal rolled across the field, filling the air with tension. Belamis, the main hero, filled with determination and energy, rushed forward and took a barrage of blows from the opponent. He carefully watched every move, looking for the slightest weakness in the enemy's defense to deliver a strong counterattack. Suddenly, something strange and incomprehensible happened. The lizardman's mouth not only opened, but twisted in a bizarre way. Her weapon flashed toward Mr. Belamis with such speed and precision that the boy didn't even have time to recover. Suddenly, as if an invisible force pushed him back, he sharply jumped aside, dodging the enemy's direct strike, but almost fell in the process. He forcefully crashed into the transparent protective barrier, and a dull thud echoed in the silence. A heavy groan filled with pain and despair burst from his lips. Madero, who was holding the barrier, immediately felt the impact and, trembling with anxiety, loudly shouted her commander's name. Bass watched the events with excitement and could not hide his smile. An even wider, self-satisfied smile appeared on his face. Everything that was happening seemed extremely funny to him. Meanwhile, his opponent decided not to stop and continued the fight. The young man fell heavily to the ground and tried to restore his breathing. Without words, he nodded, agreeing with his opponent, acknowledging the strength of the lizard. Belamis felt that a difficult and exhausting battle awaited him. But this opponent turned out to be much stronger than he expected. Right in front of him stood Baez, stately and stern. His posture exuded unwavering confidence in his own victory. In Baez's eyes shone relentless strength and precise calculation, as if he was warning, even more serious trials lie ahead. Shouting loudly, he rushed at the boy. Belamis thought about his friends. Their support gave him the strength to hold on. He was well aware he needed to keep his distance and act cautiously to avoid falling into the enemy's hands. Suddenly, the boy flashed to the side and disappeared from Bass's sight. He didn't even have time to understand what had happened and froze in surprise. And in the next moment, Belamis drew the bowstring and released a light arrow that whistled past the opponent. The hero was amazed at how fast he was moving, but there was no time to stop and think. He had to act immediately. The lizard emperor was rapidly approaching, rushing straight at him. At that moment, the boy prepared an arrow again, but suddenly realized that he had overestimated his own speed. Right before the eyes of the main character, Bass suddenly disappeared, and the arrow flew past him. The protagonist was delighted. How did he manage to dodge the strike from such a distance? Meanwhile, Bose aimed his weapon at the protective barrier, deciding to break it. Seeing this, the main character realized now was his chance to act. He quickly sprang to his feet and aimed his magical power directly at the lizard emperor. Using the technique Ice Breath, he released into the air many small pieces of ice that flew straight at the enemy. The ice shards shackled Bass's hand and weapon, as if locking them in an icy trap. Meanwhile, Belamis was already summoning magic with both hands. He even apologized to the opponent. But suddenly he noticed that Bass had somehow avoided the spells and was now looking around in surprise. He confidently declared that it was all over. At that very second, dozens of swords swiftly flew at Bass from different directions. Belamis quickly used his magic, and a rain of hundreds of bright blades fell from the sky, targeting the lizard directly. The enemy froze in amazement, carefully watching the events around. Suddenly, a powerful explosion sounded, and fragments scattered in all directions. Madero watched with admiration what was happening before his eyes. Belamis's power was impressive and seemed almost incomprehensible. The young man stood still, puzzled and amazed by what he saw. After a series of shots, he completely lost understanding of what was happening around. Smoke increasingly filled the space, and loud, deafening sounds came from the impact site. Bass skillfully deflected the light swords with his spear, remaining unharmed. He deftly spun his weapon, and a strong shield formed around him, reliably deflecting every enemy strike. Madero observed everything that was happening and simply could not believe what she saw. It did not fit in her mind. Such a thing could not be, since in their world there was no magic that enhances physical strength. Meanwhile, the main character carefully watched the opponent, not taking his eyes off him. Belamis suddenly realized that he had never revealed his true power before. Just in front of him, a silhouette emerged, immersed in dense black smoke. The lizardman emperor barely smiled and said that there was no need to rush the end of the battle, otherwise all potential would be wasted. He was well aware that if the clash ended too quickly, it would simply lose its significance. Madero suddenly shouted to Belamis, warning that the protective barrier would soon break. The boy instantly turned and glanced over his shoulder. His friends were still desperately fighting the enemies, who were increasing in number. They combined their forces and together repelled the enemy's attacks using magic. Barbara desperately engaged in battle with the large trolls threatening everyone around, while the girls quickly dealt with the lizards and werewolves. Watching this, Belamis gathered his strength, frowned, and prepared for the decisive attack. The Lizardman Emperor asked the boy where all his confidence, which he had shown earlier, had gone. Meanwhile, thick black smoke swirled around the barrier, and the Emperor warned that if Belamis did not put all his strength into this fight, serious problems awaited him. Belamis looked at the opponent and felt a real struggle ignite inside him. It was clear to him, the lizard man before him had considerable strength, but despite this, Belamis remained confident in himself. The lizard tried to avoid the light arrow, but it still hit and wounded her. Now it was clear that if it hit, the attack would work. Moreover, the Emperor showed his true power, easily repelling even a light rain. This became clear evidence of his strength. Extending his hand, he created a magic circle. Then the boy realized the moment for a truly strong strike had come. Suddenly, a thick, dark fog descended around. Belamis activated night vision. His eyes lit up like lanterns, piercing the mist, and he immediately spotted his enemy. Meanwhile, Bass was wandering in the thick fog, not understanding where to go next. He was straining his eyes around, trying to spot his enemy. Unexpectedly, Belamis appeared behind. He jumped down, raised his sword, and instantly used his skill while beginning to cast a spell. Bass sharply interrupted him, throwing a stern remark. The lizard man confidently replied that he was fully aware of everything. The boy was confused by such an unexpected reaction, but did not stop his forward movement. Meanwhile, the lizard Emperor Knight also did not stand aside. He raised his hand. He created a blinding light that instantly flooded everything around with a bright glow. Belamis screamed in pain. His eyes could not withstand such a force of light. At that moment, Bass noticed the boy and joyfully exclaimed that he had finally found him. Immediately after that, he summoned the dragon's fire. Hostile fiery volleys whistled straight towards the Belamisov nodes, but the main hero was not afraid. He gathered all his strength and created a huge ice wall. With a rumble, it rose before him, reliably protecting against the fire. Almost immediately, sharp icy spears began to burst out from all corners of the ice fortress, flying at lightning speed straight at the enemy, who was unaware of the danger, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Bass quickly spun the spear in his hands, easily deflecting all the ice shards flying at him. With confidence, he loudly said that these attacks would do him no harm, and added that Belamis, who relies only on luck, would not be able to hit him. The main character remained completely calm and understood from the very beginning that he was unlikely to dodge a direct attack with ice projectiles. However, this did not stop him. He repeatedly formed new ice spears. He understood well that his true goal was completely different, and the icy shards were just part of a complex plan. While endless icy spears flew around with whistling and cracking, the lizard deftly parried every strike with extraordinary agility. Her speed and lightning-fast reaction were truly impressive. Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed a small puddle very close by that he had not seen before. At that moment, the water cannon roared loudly, the space filled with noise, and a strong jet of water hit Boz directly, knocking him off his feet. The main character realized that the multitude of icy spears only distracted attention from the real attack. The decisive blow came when his opponent suddenly found himself inside a dense water dome that completely covered his head. Bass suddenly began to suffocate, weakly dropping his weapon from his hands. Belamis did not hesitate and did not wait for him to die alone. He quickly activated several magical circles, which one after another brightly flashed in the air. Suddenly, through the watery veil, the lizard suddenly flared up with anger. His eyes opened wide, his eyelids lifted, and he looked at Belamis with fierce hatred. His whole body trembled with rage, and every movement showed readiness to immediately launch an attack. Roaring powerfully, he raised his large paw and rushed straight at Belamis. At that moment, the main hero remained alert, instantly activating his power, and right before him, a magical circle lit up with a loud hum. But the lizard struck and he instantly disappeared. Inside Belamis, a wave of anger surged. He was not going to give up so early. His heart was full of determination to fight to the end. Filled with rage, Belamis shouted at his enemy. Medro held the girl in his paws, and she trembled all over with fear and pain. Her quiet sobs were filled with despair. The main character watched this scene and felt completely helpless. He did not know what to do next or how to save the girl. She barely whispered the name of her commander, as if hoping to find protection in him. Madero could no longer win this fight. The jaws of the lizard held her tightly, and her strength was quickly leaving the girl. And suddenly, the protective barrier disappeared. causing a real wave of panic among the fighters on the battlefield. Everyone suddenly stood up, trembling with fear. It was clear that something terrible had happened. Hugo shouted his sister's name with all his might. Panic and despair were heard in his voice. Thinking of nothing else, Hugo rushed forward to stop the lizard, and the only thought spinning in his head was, he had to save Madero. Lily loudly exclaimed that there were many enemies around, and now they needed to make every effort so that no one stood in the way of the main hero. Hugo began to doubt and was already ready to rush to help his sister. Suddenly, in the midst of the commotion, the voice of a girl trying to calm the crowd was heard. She assured everyone that Belamis was strong and would definitely save her. She noticed that their commander was truly the best, and had no doubt he would definitely find a way out. The girl's words gave Hugo confidence, and feeling a new wave of strength, he raised his weapon. Hugo loudly declared that he believed in himself, then with determination rushed forward, ready to fight the enemies to the very end. At this time, the Lizardman Emperor was angrily gritting his teeth inside his water dome. Belinis understood that if he did not destroy the magic, the girl could die. He did not like the idea of hiding behind Madero, using her as a shield. He understood that this would lead to nothing good. It would be pointless to wait until Boz drowned in the water. Tension between the opponents grew with every minute. They both understood. Everything was at stake right now. Suddenly, the water capsule disappeared from Bass's head. He was still holding Madero in his hands, and the main hero was overwhelmed with anxiety. Suddenly, a scream crawled out of his chest, and the hero cursed angrily, irritated by the defeat. Belumis could not find a place for himself from excitement. He hid his anxiety behind a cheeky smile, but it did not help. His nerves had him hooked. The lizard was already beginning to understand why its owner showed such interest in this boy. Meanwhile, the main character once again firmly demanded that Madero be released. Bass replied that he would do it only when he decided himself. Then he wagged his tail and pushed the boy aside. The lizard realized that if he let the girl go, he himself could get into trouble. He had no chance of defeating Belamis in an open fight, so he focused his magical energy and immediately launched several fireballs at Belamis. The main character rose with severe pain and fell to the ground, smoke coming from his body. Bass watched this scene with a smile, thinking that the boy still had some strength left. The boy trembled with pain but found the strength to rise to his knees. An unbreakable determination shone in his eyes. He had no intention of surrendering without a fight. The main character slowly stood up, holding his breath from pain. He suddenly exclaimed that he had finally managed to accomplish his plan, even if it took a lot of time. Boz only frowned, still not understanding what his opponent was talking about. Belamis did not stop and continued to explain that two important conditions were needed to realize his plan: the power of the mage and a great loss of blood, which equals the emergence of deadly energy. The boss did not understand what he meant and asked him to stop. He could not understand where this boy had so much blood from. The young man's bloodied hand showed the severe trials he had endured. Sweat appeared on Belamis's forehead, but maintaining firmness in his voice, he confidently said he would remain the last. Suddenly, everything around shone with bright light and filled with energy. The boy confidently declared that only he could use the spell. Magical symbols began to glow in the air, illuminating the entire space. Bass turned to Belamis in surprise, asking what he had done. He confidently declared that this was his secret magical reincarnation technique. Balaam's face shone with bright light, and all the energy concentrated around him. His gaze was filled with determination and threat. He was ready for the decisive battle. The main character used the transformation spell. Water and blood rose around him, creating a feeling of anxiety and tension. Emperor Lizard lifted his head, staring intently into the void, not understanding what had happened. All the energy merged into a stream resembling a DNA chain, and it looked incredibly captivating. The main hero, gathering all his strength, decisively raised his hand upward. He focused and clearly felt the power accumulating in his clenched fist. Saying goodbye, he introduced himself to the opponent. The latter only looked at him with surprise, not understanding what was going on. All forces and liquids spun at a furious speed into a giant whirlpool that engulfed everything around. Forests and fields lit up with bright light, and a mighty wave of energy swept across the entire space. At that moment, Bass unclenched his fist and released Madero. The girl gently descended to the ground, then quickly stood up. Bass's eyes were empty, as if extinguished. She looked around confusedly, trying to understand what had happened. Belamis told her that he had used a special secret technique, thanks to which Boss's soul got a chance for a new life. After that, Belamis turned his gaze to Madero. She reached out her hand to him and asked what this rebirth was. The young man explained that the lizard would someday return to this world again. In the future, he would appear not as a lizard, but transform into a small, helpless chick. The girl sadly admitted that she did not understand what he was talking about and quietly apologized. She carefully supported him, and together they moved forward, making their way through the dense fog. The boy gently told her that the most important thing was that she remained alive and unharmed. In response, Madero sincerely smiled at him and thanked him. Having moved away from the fallen enemy, the main hero suddenly came to life. He brightly pointed at the dead opponent and shouted loudly for everyone to hear. It was he who managed to defeat General Boss. The young man challenged everyone who desired a duel. He called the bravest to step forward. He warned their opponent would be him. Everyone looked attentively at Belemus. The team was determined to keep fighting. He took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and confidently took a step forward. At that moment, the enemies got scared, screamed, and fled from the crowd. The girl looked ahead and saw that they had finally broken free. Joyful cries echoed across the field. The battle was won. Everyone around celebrated the victory, chanting Mr. Belemus's name, and happy smiles blossomed on his friends' faces. Madero immediately realized that something was wrong with the boy. He was barely standing, constantly apologizing, and almost silently saying that the rest did not matter. He looked very exhausted and suddenly just fell to the ground. His friends immediately rushed to him, anxiously calling his name. They noticed how he suddenly turned pale, as if he had become a ghost and was barely breathing. Their hearts clenched with fear. It seemed unbelievable. Everyone around froze, holding their breath full of horror. Madero recalled that he used his own blood for his magic. The girl explained that to activate the spell with which he defeated Boz, he had to give so much blood that it could cost him his life. Everyone reacted with surprise to this, because Belemus was already on the edge due to exhaustion. De La Rosa was pushing people away, shouting insistently to be let through to her brother. She quietly leaned toward him and said that he relies on them. He believes it is they who will help him get out of trouble. She quickly drew a magic circle and spoke a healing spell. Everyone around fell silent and watched her actions attentively. No one could say anything. Everyone silently bowed their heads and waited for a miracle. The girl sincerely begged Belemus not to give up, for everyone believed in his return. She loudly called out to him, urging him to open his eyes. At this moment, the main character's hand suddenly trembles. Madero immediately notices this, and hope flares in his heart. The boy trembled, but when he opened his eyes, his face was lit up with a smile. The sister sitting beside him joyfully thanked Belemus. She sincerely admitted that her brother could not have survived this without his help. After all, he is her own brother, and it was very important to her. The girl suddenly hugged him, holding him as tightly as she could. She was kneeling, not letting go of him from her embrace. Her cheeks were wet with tears, and her voice trembled with despair. She said she would never forgive him if anything happened to him. In every word of hers, there was true sincerity and deep pain. She loudly said that she is his sister precisely because he is such a brother to her. Her hugs were filled with genuine warmth and tender care. The boy truly felt for the first time how strong her love was. He quietly uttered his sister's name. At that moment, everyone around both rejoiced and wept. Their hearts were filled with joy from the victory and the commander's return. Everyone looked up at the clear, cloudless sky. The sun bathed the tower in bright light. People quietly whispered, asking if it was time to head home. Happy voices echoed around. The battle passed without casualties, and at that moment, everyone felt true joy and unity. Everyone returned home after the hard battle. They set up tents to rest and gather strength. At this place, the heroes stopped to rest and regain strength. They told each other about their adventures, supported and encouraged one another, treated wounds, and used magic for healing. The general could not believe what he saw. It seemed a miracle to him that those who were recently enemies now cared for each other. He looked at Belemus and admitted that he could not even imagine how to express his gratitude. A man standing nearby joined the conversation. He said there was no need to thank them. After all, they had all already been through this war, endured pain and losses. If the war ended, there would be no grounds for hatred among people, but he made one more request. The general asked with interest what promise the hero wanted to receive. Belemus extended his hand forward, demanding a promise that no one would invade these lands again. The general thought for a moment, then confidently said he would not make such mistakes again. They firmly shook hands. Estezim sincerely thanked the commander for believing her. Belemus only slightly closed his eyes and quietly said there was no need to thank him. It was not important at all. But in his heart remained a heavy guilt for leaving her alone when she was having such a hard time. Lisa recalled the moment when she had to say goodbye to the dream of returning home. His words of apology threw her off balance, and she did not know what to say. Then Bella was forced to add, "They will all die without ever knowing the reason." The girl clenched her jaws and frankly admitted that it was her fault. She felt ashamed of what had happened. The knight noticed that if she had acted a little wiser, perhaps the battle could have been avoided, but he understood now it was already in the past. She did everything she could. If she feels guilty, then they themselves have reasons to blame themselves. He pointed forward with his hand and ordered Lisa to look. The girl could not hide her surprise. Her eyes grew wide with astonishment. It was thanks to her courage that everyone remained alive. People around gradually came to their senses and recovered after the battle. The girl anxiously watched everything that was happening. Her cheeks were wet with tears of joy, and a joyful smile shone on her face. Belimus carefully observed everything happening around, feeling true joy. The bright sun shone right above them. It was a special day, a day when everyone gained hope and a chance to start something new. In the deep cave reigned complete darkness, occasionally illuminated by sparkles of light on the icy stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Behind all this, the mirror Dora watched with admiration, carefully stretched across the large shimmering mirror. She noted that the whole situation turned out quite funny, then turned to another lizard who at first did not know what to say in response. The girl continued telling and emphasized how talented Belamus turned out to be. She even admitted that he became interesting to her. To this, the lizard remarked that Bass is a true example of the perfect subordinate. Amir Dora walked on the water and thought with regret about the tragic fate of Bass. She also understood that it was precisely because of his death that she was able to see Belamus from another, attractive side. True horror was reflected in her eyes. She did not understand where he got so much strength. It seemed incredibly strange to her. The girl turned to Crack Kun and said that he could leave now. He briefly replied that he would leave this place immediately. Everyone noticed that since Boz started working for Mrs. Amardori, he stopped having luck. Everyone caught themselves on an anxious thought. What if he too soon loses his luck, like the others before him? Balamas carefully watched everything around. She felt full of strength and health, and thought that this land is a place where everyone can find happiness and prosperity. The girl sincerely rejoiced because everything ended well, and the place remained intact and unharmed. Soon the main character approached Lisa. He said that although she had already refused, he wanted to ask her question once more. After these words, Lisa immediately brightened up. The young man extended his hand to her and asked if she would like to stay and live in this place. Lisa was confused and silently looked at his outstretched hand. She tried to speak, confessing that she had done many bad things in her life, but she was suddenly interrupted by a rough voice demanding to say where she was now. The warriors suggested Lisa learn to wield a sword since she had already participated in battles more than once. Before training, they advised her to eat well first. Madero admitted she was very tired and dreamed of relaxing in a hot bath. Lisa asked with surprise what exactly these girls were saying. The boy explained to her. They consider her a friend to everyone in Velisol. What she heard struck Lisa. Her heart beat faster, and a sincere surprise appeared in her eyes. The girls suddenly felt true joy. The main hero extended his hand to her, and their palms clasped in a firm handshake. After that, she knelt on one knee and sincerely thanked Belamus for the shelter. The warriors who saw this touching scene could not hold back their feelings. Their faces lit up with kind, sincere smiles. Thus, Lisa finally became a full-fledged member of the friendly Velistero group. All the villagers gathered together around a large bonfire, its flames rising into the dark sky. Music sounded from different sides. People danced and rejoiced sincerely. Their joy was felt in every movement they made. The main character stood aside from the celebration with a mug of hot drink in his hands. Music was playing around, giving a feeling of coziness. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice behind his back, and Bella Mist quickly turned around. It was Berbora. Agro handed him a large piece of roasted meat. Berbora noticed that Balamas was not eating anything, so he offered him to try the meat. The boy thanked him for the care, but still politely declined. He inquired how Barbara was feeling after the injury. Ogre replied that he was fine. His sister had already fully healed him. He also noted that ogres are very resilient. Barbara laughed in response, and Ogre added that sometimes you have to show your strength. Then Belamus announced that Barbara was now his right hand. Hearing this, the ogre was genuinely surprised and even shuddered from the unexpected news. Unexpectedly, Barbara began to cry, and her whole body trembled with emotion. The main character froze, not knowing what to do, but the next moment Barbara jumped up and shouted with true joy. Ogre happily ran around, and Belamus noticed with surprise how much energy was hidden in that creature. At that time, young Lily called Mr. Belamus and said that there was no point in continuing the fight. Meanwhile, the girl was enjoying a delicious fried meat dish. Belamus supported her words and said that now it was possible to rest a little. He assured that Parian could be trusted. Belamus explained that as long as Parian guarded his post, the Australian army would not dare to attack. They made an important agreement. The girl asked her mother if it was good. The mother replied that the main thing was the end of all wars. Balamas looked at his mug and suddenly stepped forward decisively. He stood on a small stump, raised his hand, and addressed the people. Belam loudly called everyone to listen to him. The crowd immediately turned to him and fell silent, waiting for his words. Belamis spoke before the people. He said that together they had defended Velestra, and this was only possible thanks to joint efforts. Belamis assured that the enemies would no longer come and thanked everyone for their courage. In response, the people began to shout his name in unison. But Belamis did not stop and continued speaking. He warned, even if people no longer risk touching them, it does not mean the danger has passed. Then he said he had very important news for everyone. The crowd immediately fell silent and listened attentively to his words. Belamis began to suspect that the true organizer of the last attack still remained in the shadows. He recalled how during the battle, the Lizard Emperor hinted that he finally understood why his master was so attracted to it. Then Belamis guessed. Bass was only a puppet in the hands of a stronger opponent. A murmur rose in the crowd. People whispered, not understanding what was happening. They could not believe that there was someone scarier than the boss. Most simply did not take these words seriously. The main character sadly spoke his last words. He noted that sooner or later the moment would come when they would have to meet the unknown danger again. Belamis addressed everyone present and admitted that he had a request for them. Everyone listened to him attentively. The young leader noticed that when the time for the decisive battle comes, they will have to stand side by side again and fight together. Silence fell. People silently looked at each other, as if pondering something important. Their faces became serious and focused, and the girl, still enjoying the meat, turned to Belamis in surprise and asked what everyone was talking about. The girl reminded that this was Doro Veli. She thought that Mr. Belamis did not remember this. She explained that the local area is called the Land of Common Prosperity, and the people who live here are its inhabitants. The girl also assured that they all sincerely support his intentions. There was true unity in the village. People sincerely smiled at each other, and everyone felt the strength to overcome any difficulties they might encounter on their path together. Belamis looked warmly at his comrades, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He understood that there was no need to ask about it. After these words, he sincerely thanked everyone who was nearby. Belamis proudly promised that from now on they would all protect this place together, supporting each other. He raised his glass high above his head and loudly proposed a toast to the future of Welisterol. The people gathered around the large bonfire cheerfully raised their cups in response. Together, they greeted a future full of hope and joy. Since then, 5 years have passed, and now again the clanging of swords can be heard in the yard. Someone is diligently training, improving their skill. Nabasha and Lisa were training hard together, honing their swordsmanship. Their movements were confident and precise, every strike carefully practiced. They were fully focused on the duel, dedicating themselves to training completely, and in this sparring they used all their best skills. The girls exchanged glances and smiled. They realized how much their joint training had given them. Dolorosa quickly ran up to the girls and called them by name. She asked if they had seen Belamis, because she had already prepared breakfast for him. To her surprise, she admitted that the boy had disappeared somewhere, and she could not find him. Nabasha carelessly threw the sword over her shoulder and quietly laughed, imagining that this was completely in Belamuse's style. Meanwhile, Lisa suggested to Dolorosa to look for him together. The girls slowly walked around, joked among themselves and laughed, teasing Belamis for hurrying so much in the morning. After all, in their opinion, morning is a time for rest and silence. Soon they were noticed by Madero, who came closer, asking in surprise what had happened. Dolorosa explained to Madero exactly whom they were looking for and asked if she had seen this man. Madero assured that she had not met him today yet. Suddenly, Dolorosa raised her head and saw Barbara hovering above them. She immediately addressed him with a question whether he had seen Belamis. Barbara joyfully shouted that Belamis had already outrun them. She quickly pointed her hand in that direction for everyone to look. Indeed, the main character stood on a high bridge. Around him rose a beautiful building that he had built with his own hands. Suddenly, Dolorosa loudly called him, reminding that it was time for breakfast. The boy looked at her from top to bottom and, a little embarrassed, apologized because he realized that it was already late for breakfast. He noted that ahead was a busy day. Among the dense forest grew a majestic castle, built thanks to joint labor, and around it reigned silence and peace.